Affaires courantes. Dépôt de documents. L'honorable.
Daily routine of business, tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Pursuant to subsection 3.1 of the Federal Framework on Autism Spectrum Disorder Act, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages the framework for autism in Canada. Monsieur le Président, conformément.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to 3.1 of the Federal Framework on Autism Spectrum Disorder Act, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages my document.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by minister.
Rapport de délégation et
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Ms. Gazan, seconded by Ms. Idlout, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Promotion of Hatred Against Indigenous Peoples. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to table an act to amend the Criminal Code, Promotion of Hatred against Indigenous Peoples. If passed, this bill would add to the Criminal Code the offence of willfully promoting hatred against Indigenous peoples by condoning, denying, justifying, or downplaying the harm caused by the residential school system in Canada, calling irrefutable historical facts into question. A genocidal project that was recognized as such unanimously in the House. Survivors and their families deserve to heal from this intergenerational tragedy and be free from violent hate, and we cannot allow their safety and well-being to be put further at risk. All parliamentarians must stand firm against all forms of damaging hate speech, including the denial of the tragedy of the residential schools in Canada. And at a time of increasing residential school denialism, including from some parliamentarians, survivors, their families, and communities need protection and a platform to share our history. In honor of Orange Shirt Day, I extend this gift to you on behalf of me and all of my colleagues. May you find justice and healing in the protection of your stories. Thank you very much.
Ms. Gazan, seconded by Ms. Idlout, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the... Sorry.
First projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motion.
Présentation de...
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to present a petition today on behalf of Canadian citizens regarding the Hong Kong pathways that have been established by Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada. There's two streams, Stream A and B, and as of January 2024, there's over 15,000 permanent residency applications, leaving thousands, I think over 8,000 in a backlog still. The processing time has exceeded the stipulated 6.5 months, creating all kinds of hassles and problems for these petitioners. So they ask that the IRCC uphold the priority processing guidelines as outlined, create a mechanism to issue minor study permits to children, ensuring that their well-being is safeguarded, and allocate additional admission targets to the Hong Kong pathway to effectively address the backlog. And Madam Speaker, I have a second petition. This one is on behalf of Canadians. And it says, the Islamic Republic of Iran is using extreme violence to terrorize political opponents, including the peaceful participants in the Women Life Freedom movement. The Islamic Republic of Iran has alarmingly increased executions. So the petitioners are calling for the Government of Canada to redouble its pressure on Iran to protect the universal right to life, call for immediate moratorium on executions, call on the Supreme Leader to hold his officials fully accountable for their role in all human rights abuses, and publicly assure the people of Iran of Canada's support for their civil and political rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today I'd like to table a petition on behalf of Canadians who are concerned about the situation in Sudan. whereas 25 million people, of whom over 14 million are children, need immediate humanitarian assistance and support. Alarmingly, 17.7 million people, more than 1/3 of the country's population, are facing acute food insecurity under a warning of potential famine. More than 8.6 million people fled their homes since the conflict started, including families of Canadian citizens and permanent residents. And nearly 230,000 severely malnourished children in refugee camps are facing death in the coming months if they do not get food and health care, with 13 children deaths each day, according to recent reports by Doctors Without Borders. Madam Speaker, I am tabling this petition with several calls to action, including implementing temporary processing measures for Sudanese refugees and asylum seekers, recognizing UNHCR to be offered resettlement in Canada, grant temporary visa travel for evacuees for travel, urgently push the two rival factions and impose temporary ceasefire to ensure safe and adequate delivery of humanitarian aids, and call upon bordering countries to open secure corridors to facilitate humanitarian aid, in addition to several other requests. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Madam Speaker, I rise for the 45th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The community of Swan River is struggling with the rising rate of crime in their area. They feel the threat that this crime poses on the community's safety and economic stability. In the last 9 years, violent crime has risen by 32% and gang-related homicides by 92%. The people of Swan River demand to be heard, as in the last 5 years, the town's crime severity index has increased by over 50%. The people of Swan River are calling for jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft on crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure that I table a petition today in regards to international flights. Canada, in the last decade, our growth in our Indo-Canadian community has been fairly incredible to see, and in many different benefits in many different ways. As a result, at least in good part of that, but also the interests of non-Indo-Canadian community members, we have seen a much higher demand for international flights going to Europe, in particular, ideally directly to India, specifically from Winnipeg. So they're signing this petition in hoping that the federal government, provinces, airport authorities, airliners would give extra consideration to that growth and look at having more direct flights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Victoria.
Speaker, Canadians from across the country, along with a coalition of over 250 feminist and women's organizations, are urging the government to protect women and children and all survivors of intimate partner violence from accusations of parental alienation in family courts. The petitioners outline how parental alienation is a discredited and unscientific theory used in family court to silence survivors of family violence and often go against children's wishes. The petitioners would like the government to amend the Divorce Act to make accusations of parental alienation inadmissible in parenting time disputes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides. Government order, business of supply, debate on the opposition motion. Standing in the name of Mr. Berthold, confidence in the government. Mr. Berthold, seconded by Mr. Albus, moves that, given that, after 9 years, the government has doubled housing costs, taxed food, punished work, unleashed crime, and is the most centralizing government in Canadian history, the House has lost confidence in the government and offers Canadians the option to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the colleague for South Okanagan, Nicholas. Madam Speaker, there was a time in Canada when young people, all young people, could have hope for the future, that one day they would have their own home, their own place to call home, a place where they could raise their families. There was a time when young people could dream about a good future for their children. Young people dreamt that their children would also one day be able to have their own homes, be homeowners, and live in a country where they can make their dreams come true, reach their full potential, be who and how they wanted to be, whether they were born in Canada or elsewhere. Unfortunately, though, Madam Speaker, none of that is the case anymore today. Sadly, young families often have to visit food banks because they can't pay for groceries at the end of the month when things get tight. In Montreal, for instance, people are worried about their children. They're worried about sending their children to daycare. And this is the case in Montreal and elsewhere. There are supervised injection centers near schools, near daycares, Madam Speaker. Today, young families are struggling to house themselves because the cost of housing has doubled over the past 9 years. Why have they doubled? Well, it's the result of this Liberal government's policies, passed with the support of the Bloc, of course. Madam Speaker, we all dreamed of the Canada I've described, but it no longer exists. Why? Due to 9 years of disastrous, centralizing policies, the policies of this Prime Minister, who is supported now by the Bloc Québécois and the NDP. Madam Speaker, today I, like most Quebecers and most Canadians, am disappointed, incredibly disappointed. We are disappointed because this Prime Minister is not at Rideau Hall right now as we speak. He is not standing before the Governor General asking that his government be dissolved. And he would have to make that request in English, of course, because the Governor General is still not fluent in French. Madam Speaker, that's what should have occurred. That's what Canadians wanted. That is what Quebecers wanted. But unfortunately, the NDP, the Bloc Québécois, those two parties, they preferred to, as the Prime Minister likes to say, continue to put Quebecers and Canadians in debt, continue to increase the cost of everything, food, housing, continue with policies that keep criminals at home watching Netflix rather than behind bars. This is the sad reality in Canada today. And it is all the result of the NDP and the Bloc Québécois' shameful decision to not vote non-confidence in this bad government, a government which is bad for Quebecers and for all Canadians. Madam Speaker, it's shocking. It's shocking that the Bloc Québécois has chosen to support this government, which is bad for Quebec. The Bloc Québécois leader himself said on May 23rd of this year, the government has two choices, he said. The government can cancel its aggressive centralization, fiscal imbalance, excessive spending. The government was supposed to last till 2025, or the government can call elections now. That's what the Bloc Québécois leader said on May 23rd. On May 23rd, the Bloc Québécois leader called for an election to be triggered because this government was overstepping, meddling with provincial jurisdictions, and because this government was bad for Quebec. Then all of a sudden, yesterday, the Bloc Québécois decided to keep this federal government in power, a government which, as we said, is the most centralizing, and terrible for Quebecers. Now, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois leader on May 23rd also said about the Liberal Prime Minister, he does not have the right to fool Canadians or to fool members in this place. If the Prime Minister is so interested in Quebec's areas of jurisdiction, let him get into provincial politics, preferably in Ontario, though, because we wouldn't want him in Quebec politics provincially, Madam Speaker. They could have sent the Prime Minister to do some provincial politics yesterday. They had the opportunity yesterday to stand before Quebecers and really walk the talk. In Quebec, we like to talk about walking the talk, about truly taking action, but that's not what the Bloc Québécois did. The Bloc Québécois saved this terrible Liberal government. Now, Madam Speaker, the option was very simple. The choice yesterday was very simple. Canadians are being duped, housing costs are going up, food costs are going up. We can allow all that to continue, or we can trigger an election and get ourselves a good common sense government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
Why cut taxes? Canadians are earning less, but they're paying more for almost everything right now because of the inflationary deficits and taxes from this Liberal Prime Minister. The Bloc Québécois helped them add $500 billion in inflationary spending. The Bloc Québécois voted 188 times to keep the Liberals in power. And the Liberals' taxes mean that Canadians have less money in their pockets and their paychecks are getting lower and lower. The GDP per capita in this country went down for the fifth consecutive trimester. It's down by over 3% since 2022. Madam Speaker, if we compare ourselves with our neighbors to the south, the GDP per capita in the United States has gone up by 4.5% since 2022. Imagine the gap, Madam Speaker. If we want to be even more specific, if Canada had simply followed the United States over the last couple of years, our economy would be 8.5% higher. That's $6,200 more per Canadian per year, Madam Speaker, if we had just followed the United States. We need to do more to put more money in Quebecers' pockets by putting in place better policies. We know that this government has an obsession with making Canadians and Quebecers pay more, particularly with taxes. Tax on gasoline, for example, Madam Speaker. The Bloc Québécois agrees that Quebecers should pay more gas taxes, with the second carbon tax, that's 17 cents a litre, that the Bloc Québécois wants to apply to gas in Quebec, Madam Speaker. And nobody can say the opposite of that. Members of the Bloc have been very, very clear. It's not even enough for them. They'd like to see a radical increase in the gas tax for all Quebecers and for all Canadians, Madam Speaker. That's the reality. That's the Bloc Québécois. They share the same opinions and the same goals and the same agenda as this Liberal government. Madam Speaker, just a few words to close. You don't have to be poor to have food insecurity these days. We're seeing this across Quebec. Thousands of people across Quebec are visiting food banks every month, Madam Speaker. It's in the papers every day. And the Bloc Québécois voted to continue that yesterday. Access to housing, Madam Speaker, I mentioned this earlier. It's just unbelievable that the Bloc Québécois wants to continue to ensure that young families can't become homeowners, that they can't see that dream come true. Housing inflation is the worst in the G7, Madam Speaker. We need an election so that Quebecers can find homes, Madam Speaker. Fix the budget. Put in place measures like a plan that you need to find $1 of savings for every new dollar of program spending. That's just good common sense. We can't continue to add debt for Canadians now and for generations to come, Madam Speaker. Quebec is the champion of inflation. And finally, Madam Speaker, to stop crime, I think that the Bloc Québécois should stop targeting honest hunters and join the Conservative Party in targeting real criminals and keeping them in prison, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's time for a common-sense Conservative government. Questions and comments. The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his speech. I have a lot of respect for my colleague. I believe that he's a very reasonable member of this House, and that's why I'm asking why is he ignoring so much of the truth when it comes to the price on pollution, for example. It doesn't apply in Quebec. So my question to him is, why does he not want to be honest with Quebecers on what the truth of the policy is, and why is he parroting the same talking points as his leader, who's not honest with Canadians? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Point of order, Madame la Présidente. To say that a member of this House is not honest is not parliamentary, Madam Speaker. I would ask the Government House Leader to take back her words.
Government Deputy House Leader.
On that point of order, Madam Speaker, it would be entirely appropriate to reference the fact that the Leader of the Opposition did not make a speech on this, which is what was said. So that is part of a point of order on this, and I would suggest that you reflect on that.
Sorry, I just another point of order. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, I'm very concerned, and my personal thing is we have a Leader of the Opposition who wants to bring down the government, and he's missing. I'm just worried something happened to him. Maybe he got stuck at Dairy Queen this morning. Should we send out a...
Again, you know, I just want to... Order. I have another point of order. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just to point out that the member from Kingston and the Islands hasn't given a speech since he was forced to retract and apologize a statement that he made on Twitter. So it's quite ironic that he would be criticizing who is giving a speech legitimately as a member of the opposition.
Point of debate. In order for this House to function properly, we need members to be debating the legislation that's before the House. We need to make sure that that they are careful with the wording that they use. I do want to remind members they're not able to say indirectly what they can't say directly. So I would just ask the honourable member, the honourable government House Leader, to withdraw that comment.
I withdraw it with regards to the individual in question, but not with regards to how they are speaking about the policy.
I would just ask the honourable member to withdraw. That's all I ask, with no explanation.
Withdrawn. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, the reality is that crime, murders have gone up by 28%, according to StatsCan, over 9 years. Violent sexual assault up by 75%. Gang murders have almost doubled. Auto theft is up by 34% after 9 years under under this Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. Over 100% in Ottawa, Montreal, and in Quebec. Madam Speaker.
Point of order, the honourable government. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, given the member stood up on a point of order because he's so sensitive, he just finished making reference to the Prime Minister by name, and he's somewhat seasoned. He should know that he can't say the name of the Prime Minister.
Well, he did catch that, and he did say he was sorry for using that. So, again, I would ask members to maybe pay attention to what is going on in the House. Order. The
Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, the truth hurts the Liberals. I understand that, and that's why they should go and visit the Governor General. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, in my opinion, nothing is more damaging than an elected member who's trying to make people lose their trust in institutions. And what we've been seeing for some time is an opposition leader who wants to increase people's unhappiness when he says that teachers are quitting because of the carbon tax, because there's no more heating in schools. The same thing for nurses in hospitals. People are asking for medical assistance and dying because they can't eat. If you're saying that, you're not being serious, and what you're trying to do is make people increasingly unhappy. And that is why my Conservative colleagues are not taken seriously. They'll be taken seriously the day when they will show us that famous electrician who's been, capturing electricity from lightning in the sky. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Clérable. Madam Speaker, once again, who is the first member to rise in this place to save this government? It's a member for the Bloc Québécois, Madam Speaker. And it's not surprising, Madam Speaker. The Bloc has supported this government almost 200 times in confidence votes over the last few years, Madam Speaker. They voted for $500 billion in inflationary spending. It's because of the Bloc and this government that Quebecers are paying more for housing, for rent, for food, for everything, Madam Speaker. The Bloc should be ashamed.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Madam Speaker, tools in the House to bring forward serious issues, which is what opposition days are for. Yesterday, there was a vote of confidence in the Leader of the Opposition, and the House overwhelmingly voted that they didn't have confidence in his strategy. Today, we are being told that the Leader of the Opposition is going to defend Quebec, and he demands an election. That's a serious issue to ask. So I want to ask the Leader of the Opposition, he might be under his desk, I believe he should be here, why has he abandoned Quebec today?
Sorry. Before I allow the honourable member to finish his question, again, I want to remind members they can't say indirectly what they can't say directly. Order. And I want to remind members, and I will let you know that if you heckle, I will not recognize you for questions and comments or for debate. So, again, the honourable member, I would ask him to be very careful on how he words things, and that I just also indicated that a while ago, that you can't say indirectly what you can't say directly in the House. And so I will allow him to finish his question, and so we can get to the answer.
Madam Speaker, the question is simple. The Leader of the Opposition is saying he wants to bring down the government. He wants to force an election. I want to ask him, why has he abandoned Quebec today if it is so important to him? Exactly.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Clérable. Madam Speaker, I'd like to know why the NDP has abandoned its soul, Madam Speaker, by signing a coalition agreement which meant that this government was able to put in place policies that have increased the cost of food, doubled the cost of housing, Madam Speaker. That's the reality. And yet, there was just this big show where they said, we're not in this coalition anymore. The first vote, the very first confidence vote that took place in this House after that, the NDP rushed to save their partner because, yes, the NDP is still the partner of the Liberals, and all these poor decisions, all these poor policies, that means that everyone is paying more across Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola. Est-ce qu'on a un point d'ordre?
Do we have a point of order? No more time for questions.
It's always an honor to rise in this place and join in debate on behalf of the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola. Now, I particularly appreciate the speech by the MP for Mégantic-Clérable. He's made many good points that I hope to follow on. Madam Speaker, our motion today, and it's a serious one, that given after 9 years, the government has doubled housing costs, taxed food, punished work, unleashed crime, and is the most centralizing government in Canadian history, the House has lost confidence in the government and offers Canadians the option to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Now, I have to say, though, I did not know about this particular opposition motion until recently. I came to this topic well prepared today. Back home in my riding, I write a weekly MP report to my constituents, as I'm certain many others in this place do as well. For the past few weeks, I wrote extensively about this particular topic, as I knew, we all knew, it would be coming up in this place. Back on September 4th, I, of course, wrote about the Leader of the NDP tearing up his agreement with this Liberal government. When it came to answering the office question on what this would mean that we would have an election, here's what I wrote. And I quote, "The NDP can, and I suspect likely will, continue to vote with the Liberal government." Well, it's almost like I'm psychic, Madam Speaker. I mean, who could have possibly predicted that the NDP leader would continue to stand with this Liberal government after this great theatrical performance of tearing up the agreement? Now, when I was asked why did I think the NDP leader staged this theatrical performance, here's what I wrote in response, and I quote, "In my view, the leader of the NDP is responding to criticism for what has been his current NDP strategy of bitterly condemning and complaining about things Liberals do outside the House of Commons that the NDP fully supports when inside the House of Commons." Once again, an almost psychic reading of this NDP leader. Now, often I like to ask my local citizens a question at the conclusion of my reports, and the following week I asked the question, and I quote, "If given the chance to participate in a non-confidence vote on this Liberal government, would you opt for election now or prefer to wait until October 2025? I suspect it will not surprise any member of this place to learn an overwhelming number of Canadians want a carbon tax election, and they want it now. I mean, the fact that even the leader of the NDP says he no longer stands with the carbon tax speaks volumes. Now, I mention these things, Madam Speaker, because I now can say with complete and total certainty the good people I represent want a carbon tax election. So let me bring back to the leader of the NDP. Now imagine for a moment the leader of the NDP broadcasts his own show, his own radio talk show. If you ever want just to know how incompetent and badly performing this Liberal government is, you could tune into the NDP leader's AM radio show, as it would be 24/7 telling you just how bad this Liberal government is. I mean, this is the same Liberal government who, according to the NDP leader, and I will quote here, "The fact is the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people," end quote. Now, I mean, when it comes to corporate greed, the leader of the NDP is clear that this government is the enabler of corporate greed. But here's the problem, Madam Speaker. Let's for a moment surmise that everything the NDP leader says is true. And when it comes to the Liberal government incompetence, he's not really that far off. But here's the thing. Who is the greatest enabler of this Liberal government? It is, wait for it, the leader of the NDP. Wow. I know, hard to believe, right? Now, how can someone say a Liberal government that is that incompetent and yet they still support the Liberal government every single day? I mean, once again, this week we learned that after all of these great theatrics, the leader of the NDP still stands with the Liberals. It is such a totally nonsensical situation. Yes, I think you are the worst government ever and do not deserve to be reelected whatsoever, but I will do everything in my power to keep you elected. It literally makes no sense to anyone. And yet, this is a wash, rinse, and repeat tactic for the NDP. And of course, Madam Speaker, joining in this now is the Bloc Québécois. Now, to some extent, I can sort of see the situation from the NDP's perspective. After many years of blindly supporting this Liberal government, no matter what, and many people now view the NDP and Liberals as largely one and the same. I have many seniors in my riding. When I knock on the doors, longtime NDP supporters tell me that voting NDP used to mean something, and that this NDP has lost its way. Now, getting back to the Bloc, to see the Bloc suddenly standing with the Prime Minister, I did not fully expect that. After all, this Liberal government has failed to deliver for the people of Quebec just as badly as it has for the citizens in every other province and territory. This Liberal government has literally turned failure into an art form. Immigration, foreign interference in our democratic process, softwood lumber, the now $60 million gun so-called buyback program that has not bought a single firearm. Crime is up massively, corruption in our federal program and for contracting, complete fiscal mismanagement, our military, foreign policy. I mean, literally everywhere you look, so much failure. And that's not good for our provinces or our territories. It is not good for Canada. Worse yet, the Bloc is now supporting a Liberal NDP coalition that has doubled housing costs, taxed food, punished work, unleashed crime. We know that the House Leader for the Bloc has said, and I'm quoting it here, we've seen an excessive centralization, never before seen in history. This government, which has difficulty managing its own missions, was starting to get its hands into the jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces. end quote. One quick note I'd like to share with the block members of this place. I have a small value-added small business business in my riding who sources his raw goods from two places. One of those places happens to be from Quebec. Now, every time the carbon tax increases, the shipping bill from the trucking company he uses to get that raw supply from Quebec becomes more expensive. They literally send out a note making it clear that they're increasing their shipping rates because of the carbon tax. And after the next carbon tax increase, it will cost more, it will be more cost effective to get those raw goods from outside of Canada. What a shame. Those jurisdictions that do not have carbon taxes and the trucking costs from the border of the BC interior are much cheaper than compared from Quebec. He says the carbon tax makes him feel punished from trying to use Quebec source goods, or for that matter, from any other Canadian province. Now, does the Bloc think that's good for Canada? Why does the Bloc want to become the new NDP and stand with this Liberal government? It's so bizarre, Madam Speaker. Every Bloc member of this place will have to answer to their own constituents why the Bloc is now working for a Prime Minister instead of working for them. Now, before I close, Madam Speaker, I have to come back to something the leader of the NDP has said recently. And he said, and I quote, "It is the people's time," end quote. I could not agree with him more on this. So why not give the people an election so that people can be heard, because it is the people who we work for. I don't know about the Bloc, the NDP, and the Liberals, but I work for the people who sent me here. I don't work for this Prime Minister. And every time you vote against a confidence motion, you are voting against the people and giving them a say on this Liberal government. Madam Speaker, it is well past time to give the people their say and have a carbon tax election. It is the people's time. I, for one, dare the NDP leader to stand with his own words for a change instead of standing for the Liberals. Now, Canadians want a government that will axe the tax, that will build the homes, that will fix the budget and stop the crime, Madam Speaker. Canada's common sense Conservatives are ready to do that, Madam Speaker, for them. We believe that government should serve the people, not the other way around. So I ask my friends from throughout all this place to start putting the pressure on this government and to vote in support of this motion. Madam Speaker, I do hope that the voices of Canadians will be heard, not just through my words, but through our collective voice as a parliament. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott.
Madam Speaker, imagine a member of Parliament who spent 20 years of his life in this place, and they repeat slogans, build the homes, but the only plan that he can come up with is a NIMBYism line for people to call for not in my backyard. I'm just wondering, how many homes is that going to build? And the point is, Madam Speaker, if you want to go into an election, you got to show Canadians a plan. 5 lines is not a plan. So I'm asking him, a phone line, how many homes is that going to build for Canadians?
The honourable member Central Okanagan Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I will remind the member in 2015 when the then third-party leader presented his complete platform. It was during the election campaign at a press conference where he couldn't actually debate with other parliamentarians. We've been putting out exactly the direction that we believe that this government should be going in. And you know what, Madam Speaker? He talks about building homes. For my own, in my own home province, in Kelowna proper, they've signed an agreement for the so-called housing accelerator. Madam Speaker, I've looked through the plan that this Liberal government and this housing minister has championed. Madam Speaker, there is not one reference to building a home. It says you can build bike lanes with it. It says you can build sewage or sewer facilities to plug into housing, or even a bridge. Madam Speaker, they're essentially giving more money to the people that are not actually building the homes. Housing starts in BC are down 34%. Madam Speaker, how can this member stand up and say that they have any moral authority on housing?
Comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for... I always have a hard time with Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know if I want to congratulate my colleague on his speech, but I'd like to come back to some of the things he said in it, because he said two things in his speech, well, other things, but two things that really caught my attention. One about the carbon tax, and the other was that he criticized the Bloc for propping up the government. So the Bloc does not prop up the government. We simply haven't brought the government down. There's a distinction to be made between those two things. The government is on life support, and there's a sense that there'll be elections in the short term. But what we're trying to do is make sure that there are benefits to Quebecers, and that is an increase in the OAS for 65 to 74-year-olds. So perhaps I wonder what my colleague thinks about the idea of making gains for seniors by subsidizing the oil patch a little less.
This is the most centralizing government in Canadian history. C11 has given more power to the CRTC over what is considered to be Canadian. And, Madam Speaker, that also includes contact from Quebecers. He has essentially voted to give more power to Ottawa, to that bureaucracy, over people's online expression. Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister has doubled the Canadian debt. That means Quebecers will have to put more money each and every year to service that debt to Ottawa instead of to their own interests. Madam Speaker, he talks about a bill that the Bloc Québécois has put forward in regards to seniors, Madam Speaker. You know what? Under this Prime Minister, he's changed the way the Senate works. They can get a royal recommendation from the Minister of Finance, but can they get it through the Senate? I don't think so, Madam Speaker. It may not even get it. It's like the equivalent of Jack and the Beanstalk, Madam Speaker. They're asking for some magic beans, and that's what the Liberal government will offer them, but they won't grow anything except bigger Ottawa.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona, a brief question. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, you know, one of the things that the member said in his speech was that this is the worst government. The Liberal government is the worst government we've seen. And listen, there's lots of challenges. I'm going to be speaking about my challenges with the Liberal government later on today. But from my perspective, the worst government that this country's ever had was, in fact, the Harper Conservative government that cut supports for women, cut supports for health care, cut supports that Canadians need. Now, what he's saying as well is that Canadians overwhelmingly want a carbon tax election. But in fact, polling that came out on September 6th to 8th says that in fact, the majority of Canadians don't want a carbon tax election. How does he square that circle? Honourable Member Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, she's making the point. Her leader said it's the people's time. Her leader rips up an agreement and says how terrible this government, and so she does here. But when it comes time to put rubber to the road, they stand with this Liberal government and this Liberal Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, my constituents have said, get me off this track that this government has put us on. And the NDP, Madam Speaker, is certainly part of the problem. It is definitely not the solution. A common sense Conservative Party leading this country is.
And I just want to remind members they've had an opportunity to ask a question. If they have other questions or comments to make, they should wait until the proper time. Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's a little awkward that we're here again today, just a few hours after the House voted non-confidence in the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. But here we are. And it's a little awkward, in fact, because, you know, there's only one party in this House that doesn't want to work for Canadians. Yesterday, after that vote of non-confidence in the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, they actually moved to obstruct debate so that we couldn't get to a second confidence motion on the Ways and Means bills. I guess they would be embarrassed to have lost 2 of those votes in one day. It's the only reason I can surmise that they moved to obstruct the business of the House. But then again, Madam Speaker, we know that the Conservative Party of Canada, their leader and their members are only here for their own personal political gain and not here because they actually want to work on behalf of Canadians. But what we saw yesterday is that there are 3 parties in this House, in fact, that want to work for Canadians. The Liberal members of Parliament, the Bloc members of Parliament, the New Democratic members of Parliament, who are all here to get the work done for Canadians, Madam Speaker. But that's unsurprising to me, as we've seen, particularly since this leader has become the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, that he treats our democratic institutions as a joke. He doesn't take them seriously. And what I found interesting today is that even though they're moving non-confidence again in the government, there's not the pomp and ceremony. In fact, it feels a little deflated in here. It feels a little bit like, I don't know, those Conservative members of Parliament don't have that same energy because they lost that motion yesterday and they're doing it again today. It feels kind of sad and desperate is what it feels to me. But let's look at their record. When we listen to what this speech was from the Leader of the Opposition on Tuesday when he moved that first motion, he asked that we look at his record. We ask that we judge him on his record. Well, there's only really one thing of note that he's ever done when he was in government, and it wasn't a positive thing. He, when he was Minister of Democratic Institutions, brought forward what was considered to be one of the worst bills when it comes to electoral changes in Canadian history. It was widely panned by experts. It was widely panned by anybody who cares about rights and democracy. And the only thing that he was able to accomplish was make it harder for 500,000 Canadians to vote. Madam Speaker, if we want to look at his record, we can only see that what he has been able to achieve is to limit and decrease the rights of Canadians. So when he talks about making Canada the freest country in the world, the only thing he's ever done is take people's freedoms away, Madam Speaker. That is not something that Canadians, I think, want in a Prime Minister, and it's certainly not something that they want in the Leader of the Opposition. And when we think about his record, when he talks about housing, it's really cute to hear them talk about housing because his record as Minister of Housing, I can actually count on two hands how many houses he built. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. 6 total, Madam Speaker. So, I mean, that's the record that he is putting forward. So, yeah, let's take him at his word and look at what his record is for Canadians. The other thing that he did, and so he didn't do this as, you know, a private member, but he was the architect behind the Conservative plan when they were in government to put anti-union, anti-worker, anti-women, anti-abortion, private members' bills in place. And this is a typical Conservative tactic. Yesterday in the House, the Leader of the Opposition said, no, I won't reopen the abortion debate. But then he kind of winked and nudged, because that's exactly what Mr. Harper did when he was Prime Minister, because he had his members bring those forward as private members' bill through the back door to pretend that it wasn't the government that was doing it. What we see, Madam Speaker, is that the Leader of the Opposition speaks on one side and says, no, I'm not going to do this, but then he looks at the members of his party who are social conservatives and says, don't worry, it's okay, you can go all expenses paid down to Florida to anti-abortion conferences to talk about how you're going to bring those American-style politics up to Canada to limit a woman's right to choose, to limit their ability to access reproductive health care in this country. Don't worry. I'll tell everybody that I'm not going to do it, but don't worry, you can do it through the back door. This is the issue that we have, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the Leader of the Opposition. He refuses to tell Canadians the whole truth. Now let me get back to housing, because the member who was just speaking talked about their great housing plan. When we talk about their great housing plan, what he talks about is he's not going to provide any funding to municipalities until they build the houses. Well, if anybody knows how anything works, right, how municipalities work, how development and planning works, is he just going to have a whole bunch of empty houses with no roads to get there, no sewers to use, no electricity to get there? Those development charges, that funding that funds all of the stuff that builds healthy neighborhoods is required to get those houses built. But I don't know about you, the vision that the Conservative Leader of Canada is putting forward is a whole bunch of empty homes with nobody to be able to get there or use them because they won't have any of the services that are provided. Madam Speaker, he talks about cutting taxes. Well, guess what? Taxes pay for the services and the programs that we care about as Canadians. They pay for the health care that we receive. They pay for the education that our children receive. They pay for the child care that our children go to. They pay for the roads and the public infrastructure and everything that makes this country great and gives Canadians a fair shot at success. Madam Speaker, our government, what we have been doing over the past 9 years is ensuring that people have a fair shot at success, that that Canadian dream is an equal playing field, so that it doesn't matter what your income is, it doesn't matter what your family background is, it doesn't matter where you came from, but you have an opportunity to succeed, because we believe that that is what the Canadian dream is. When we have a leader of the opposition who all he does is talk about tearing down the institutions that we have in Canada, the very institutions that have made this country great, that's just not leadership, Madam Speaker. That's not someone who believes in this country. That's not someone who wants to build a prosperous, successful, and equitable Canada where everybody has a chance at success. Madam Speaker, our government is very proud of the record that we have over the last 9 years. When it comes to lifting children out of poverty, the Canada Child Benefit lifted 650,000 children out of poverty. And let's compare that to what the Conservatives did. They had the UCCB that sent $100 a month to all parents, but it was all taxable. The Canada Child Benefit is tax-free. That's money in people's pockets that helps with the high cost of groceries, the high cost of rent, and raising a family. When it comes to our senior citizens, Madam Speaker, what was the record of the Leader of the Opposition? He was in a government that raised the age of retirement from 65 to 67. He was in a government that cut seniors' pensions, Madam Speaker. What does our government do? We've done the first thing that we did. We increased the guaranteed income supplement by 10%. We increased old age security for those 75 and over by 10%. And we increased the Canada Pension Plan for future seniors to make sure that everybody has a dignified retirement in Canada. Madam Speaker, our record speaks for itself. The other thing, let's talk about workers' rights. The Leader of the Opposition is going around talking to workers, saying that he supports them. He has one of the most anti-worker, anti-union records in Canadian history, Madam Speaker. He has done everything possible to try to bust unions, to limit workers' rights, and to make sure that they don't have the strength that they need to continue to support labor rights in this country. Madam Speaker, one of the first things we did when we came into, sorry, apologies to interpreters, I won't tap on the desk. One of the first things we did when we came into office was to reverse those anti-labor laws that Stephen Harper, and yes, the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, who was the Minister of Employment at the time, put forward. His record speaks for itself. He is anti-union, he is anti-labor, and he simply doesn't care about workers' rights. What Canadians see when they hear him speaking is he only tells half the truth. He neglects the part of the story that doesn't fit the narrative that he wants to put forward, and he's hiding what his true agenda is. So he can tell workers that he supports them, but let's look at the facts, Madam Speaker. Let's look at what he has actually delivered for Canadian workers, and it is anything but pro-union and anything but pro-worker. Right. Madam Speaker, let's talk about the future of this country. Let's talk about the fight against climate change. Madam Speaker, we know that this is one of the most existential threats that our country is facing and that the world indeed is facing. If we want to have a country where our children can prosper, where our children can grow and our grandchildren can prosper, we have to fight climate change. And that means we have to have a comprehensive plan when it comes to the price on pollution, when it comes to working with industry partners, when it comes to investments in clean technology. We have to have that whole picture because this is a whole of society fight that we need to engage in. He says that he'll do things for climate change, but right now all he has is imaginary ideas that nobody has ever tested. And the fact of the matter is that when he was in government, that Prime Minister, when it was Stephen Harper, had the worst climate record in the world, right? And Canadians were ashamed of our actions when it came to climate change, when the Leader of the Opposition was in government. We just got news that our climate plan is working. The equivalent of 60 million cars have been taken off the road in climate emissions reductions because of the work that we have put forward. Now let's talk about our international record, Madam Speaker. Last fall, this House, I thought we were going to unanimously pass the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement.
Right.
I thought this would be something that would go smoothly. But what did we see? Obstruction at every single turn, led by the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. Now, Canada has stood strong with Ukraine against Russia's illegal occupation and war. But what did we see from the Conservatives? Obstruction at every moment. Why? Because apparently there was something about a price on pollution in the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, which, if you ask me, was an absolute red herring because Ukraine already had a price on pollution, and this was simply an update. What it was a wink and a nod to people who are online and supporting the Russian occupation, and the Leader of the Opposition didn't want to, necessarily rock that boat because he is one of those people that goes down those conspiracy theory rabbit holes. Madam Speaker, he was absolutely against moving forward in support for Ukraine. Finally, he was shamed into doing it, but it took a very, very long time, and it is shameful that he was trying to obstruct and obscure standing alongside our allies. And if you think about it, Madam Speaker, the very fact that he can't even get allies in this House to support his little political games, how in the world is he going to get allies around the world to support Canada's objectives moving forward? Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition takes this place for a joke. He takes Canadians for a joke. Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve more than that. They deserve more from their political leaders than to be treated as props and to be treated as symbols for his own political advancement. Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, and indeed the other political parties, the NDP, the Bloc Québécois, the Liberals, we are here to work for Canadians. We will continue to do that. We will continue to advance the important work of this House. The only question that we have today is whether the Conservatives will stop playing their silly partisan games, will get over these ideas of grandeur, and instead will actually work for Canadians. But what all we see today is the very fact that the Conservatives are only here to work for themselves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments. The member for Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you for the speech. Numerous times, the member stated that they're very proud of their record, the government's record right now, Liberal government. So the motion for today is actually, given that after 9 years, the government has doubled housing costs, taxed food, punished work, unleashed crime, and the most centralized government in Canadian history. I wonder what part she is most proud of. In my riding of Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin, crime is out of control. And this government's bills, C5, C75, are directly responsible for that. It's like a hockey stick, Madam Speaker. You can see the crime going up exponentially. We've made a common rural town a crime scene. Is this member very proud of that?
Leader of the Government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know what I'm really proud of? The fact that we banned military assault-style weapons, Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, something that the Conservatives want to bring back. You know what I'm very proud of, Madam Speaker? That bail reform passed unanimously through this House. We have done what we need to do at the federal level. The issues that he's raising are questions that he should be raising with provincial governments because it's their court system and it's their bail system that we need to be questioning. But what I'm unsurprised about, Madam Speaker, is the fact that he doesn't know which level of government is responsible for what things. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. However, I do have a question. She mentioned that her government had helped seniors. As an example, she cited increasing OAS for Canadians 75 and over. But, Madam Speaker, I must remind this House that her government created this injustice, this totally unfair weakening of our programs for pensioners, which created two classes of seniors. This government has caused a lot of dissatisfaction among 65 to 74-year-olds who are still today totally neglected by this government, Madam Speaker.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for her question. As I said, we are very proud of what we have accomplished for seniors in Canada. We have helped the most vulnerable seniors. One of the first things that we did was to increase pensioners' funds by 10%. Now, there was a change for those 75 and over because, in fact, life is more expensive, costs are higher, and they have less of the money they saved during their lives. So that's why we made that decision. There was a significant reason for our decision. We wanted to help the most vulnerable. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
The Honourable House Leader's words. Today she spoke at length about pro-worker policy, pro-union policy, and yet this government doesn't have exactly a pro-worker track record. And I referenced their use of Section 107 in the Labour Code. They use it against the Teamsters. What it does is essentially force binding arbitration in the middle of negotiations. What the effect that has on negotiations, effectively, Madam Speaker, is it provides no incentive for corporations and bosses and management to come to the table and effectively bargain. We have grain workers at the table right now. GWU Local 333 is at the table. So will this House Leader now go on the record and commit that the Minister of Labour will not intervene on fair bargaining and good faith negotiations by committing today to never use Section 107 when it comes to negotiations for workers?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Hamilton Centre. We are neighbours, so we can see each other's ridings from I'll say the Burlington Bay. But I appreciate his question, but I also think it's a bit unfair given the fact that this government, one of the first things we did was overturn the anti-union legislation from the Harper Conservatives 9 years ago. But we have also put forward pay equity legislation that is extraordinarily important, and most recently the anti-scab legislation as well. So we very much support workers' rights. We very much support the labour movement in Canada, and we know how important it is to building a prosperous and equitable future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. I was fortunate enough to be elected by the people of Kitchener-Conestoga 2019 and 2021 with a clear mandate to work together across party lines. And I have to say that through the pandemic, all parties, it was an example of all parties working together very well to get us through. Something changed when the current Conservative leader happened, and now all of a sudden there's obstruction at every step of the way, including obstructing dental care, national child care program, a school food program. Yet the other parties are still working together well, and we are making progress. Can my colleague maybe highlight some other examples of where the Conservatives seem to be obstructing and how we as the other parties can still work together to make sure that Canadians get the support they deserve? Thank you.
Well, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Kitchener for that excellent question. Look, Madam Speaker, what we've seen since the turned just a week Is that at every single opportunity, the Conservatives have tried to obstruct the business of this House. They are trying to create a narrative that this place cannot work, but in fact, it is only the Conservative Party of Canada members that are putting forward obstruction motions here in the chamber and at committee. There are parliamentarians in 3 other parties that are here to work on behalf of Canadians. We know that Canadians want to see their political leaders working together. Unfortunately, that's not something that the Conservatives do. They'd rather take their ball and go home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Kitchener-Conestoga. Sorry, the Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George. That was the other one before.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 47,000 overdoses since 2016. Overdose is the leading cause of death for youth aged 10 to 18 in my province of British Columbia. Thousands upon thousands of forestry workers right across our country out of work, mill closures, job losses, scandal after scandal. The most corrupt Prime Minister in the history of our government. The history of our country. A government that has spent more money than all governments combined in the history of our government. Madam Speaker, is this the record that the House Leader is so proud of? Madam Speaker, I asked through you to the House Leader, 47,000 deaths, overdose deaths, since 2016. The leading cause of death in my province for youth aged 10 to 18 is overdose. Corruption, scandal. Is this the record she wants to stand on?
And I do want to remind the member, he attributed an adjective that wasn't acceptable towards the Prime Minister. I just want to say that, again, we're going into personal attacks, and I would ask members not to do that. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, every member in this House is seized with the opioid tragedy and crisis. And our government has been working with provinces, with municipalities, with providers on the ground to try to stem the flow and to make sure that we are supporting people who have addictions, but also to ensure that we are preventing deaths. Unlike on the other side, we are not allowing ideology to dictate how we are moving forward. We are doing this based on science. But one more thing that I think is really important, Madam Speaker, if you'll allow me, is that when he talks about...
is addressing questions and comments directly to the government or to the opposition or to the, as opposed to through the Speaker. I would ask her not to do that. I do want to allow for one more brief question. The Honourable Member for l'Honorable Député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. A brief question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is the Government House Leader, so she must know about this. Where are we at with C-234? The Conservative colleagues are railing against the carbon tax day in and day out. Well, through C-234, we acted reasonably. We created an exemption, but we never seem to be able to vote on it. Does my colleague feel that we could vote on this bill quickly?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. There is clearly one party in this House which is leading senators in the other place, and that's the Conservative Party. All other senators in the Senate are independent. There is only one party from this place in the other place, and that's the Conservative Party. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before we continue debate, a reminder, there should not be any personal attacks, any ad hominem attacks in speeches. Members should only speak to the legislation under study. House proceedings will proceed more smoothly and better if we respect that. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé, resuming debate. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I asked my question a bit too quickly. I think that the Government House Leader and I didn't quite understand each other. but I will address this in more detail in my speech. That is, I'll talk more about C-234, and then she can give me some more information. I'd like to begin today, Madam Speaker, by saying that our Conservative colleagues, they can't be serious. They're not working very seriously. Oh, before I forget, I'd like to inform you that I will be sharing my time with the member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, House Leader. So as I was saying, our Conservative colleagues, they can't be serious. This motion today, it must be a joke. 2 days ago, they presented an opposition motion saying this House no longer has confidence in the government. Well, we want to reassure the Conservatives that we don't have confidence in this government or in their party. We're here to defend Quebec, and to work toward an independent Quebec. We're here to secure gains and wins for Quebecers every day. So on Tuesday, we said that's not enough. We'll be voting on motions with content. Here we are 2 days later, another opposition day. Big drama. They said this time, let's put one of our slogans in the motion, and that'll get them to vote with us. How can we take that seriously, Madam Speaker? I find it deplorable. That's not a personal attack. It's just objectively, I find it deplorable. I like content. I like a bill, a motion to have something in it. Here we have a motion to axe the tax, build the homes, stop the crime, and fix the budget. This is what they repeat endlessly all day, every day. But how? What will they do? What will the Conservatives do? They say in the motion that the government is taxing food. Well, I just talked about C-234. We've talked a lot about the carbon tax. The Bloc Québécois is reasonable. That's why we accepted an exception for grain drying. The first speech I made in the House in January 2024 was about just that, Madam Speaker. Since then, though, people have been calling for lightening the load and costs for farmers, but then they just block House proceedings. They put speakers forward, so many speakers, then we can't actually accomplish anything. The C-234 exemption is totally reasonable because the bloc is totally reasonable. So when the members from the Conservative Party shout that the government's taxing food, well, they need to show us that they wouldn't do the same. But they're not reasonable. They don't want reasonable measures. They want an election. They fundraise, they launch slogans and video clips, but there's no real work in there. The government said that the opposition leader, when he was Minister of Housing, it's been said that he created a grand total of 6 affordable housing units. I haven't actually fact-checked that, but we've heard it enough times that it must be somewhat factual. But we do, of course, need to be careful because not everything we hear in the House these days is necessarily true. So we do need to take things with a grain of salt. The motion also mentions a centralizing government, but the opposition leader has said that he'll cut funding to municipalities if he doesn't like how mayors are doing things. Say, oh, that mayor's incompetent. I'm not giving that mayor funding for their city. That's not even possible in Quebec. They can't do that in Quebec. And the opposition might be a little bit upset because they only got 12% of the vote share in La Salle et Marverdun. Maybe they wanted a higher share of the votes. Yesterday, some Conservative members were saying that the Bloc Québécois no longer defends the regions. Oh, we don't defend the regions all of a sudden because we took a riding in Montreal? No, we stand for all of Quebec, regions and cities. If the member has any questions, he can ask me after my speech and I'd be happy to reply. All right, I've been speaking for 5 minutes. Here I go. We have more to say. We have two conditions in the Bloc Québécois. First, we want seniors to have a decent life. 65 to 74-year-olds deserve a decent life as much as the over 75 do. There should not be any discrimination. And we should also allow seniors to make a bit of money without immediately taxing it. Let's let them make a bit more non-taxable money. And our second condition in the Bloc Québécois is protecting supply management in future free trade negotiations. Some work started yesterday night in the Senate. We did hear some troubling remarks, though. One senator... I do need to mention that there's significant support for it in the Senate, but there's also some opposition. We really need to speed things up because the bill was voted on in June 2023. Here we are. It's September of 2024. I thought that this would end up before the Senate in September, October, yes, but of 2023, not 2024. The bill was set aside because it is a private member's bill. It is given less priority than government legislation, but this is an important PMB. It received official support from the government, from the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. This motion has substantial support. The government has officially lent its support to the motion, so to the PMB, and so they should support it. They should walk the talk. Yesterday, it was debated in the Senate. The committee chair said that there were other matters to be studied, but that now they would move forward with C-234. We have deadlines. The Bloc Québécois has its two conditions with its deadlines, so this legislation needs to be passed. I don't expect each and every senator to vote in favor of the bill, but we want the bill before the Senate. We want it voted on, and we feel that this bill will pass because there was an overwhelming majority in this place, 262 in favor, 51 opposed. Even many conservatives voted for it. It's going well. It's going well through the Senate. There's significant support for it in the Senate. We need progress, but things need to move along. We need to move along quicker. We need to protect supply management because we won't have another opportunity to protect supply management like this. And there are further international negotiations. We might review CUSMA. Well, before we review CUSMA, we need to really get straight how we want to protect supply management.
You know, it's 10% in many sectors, 18% in the dairy sector. As somebody I know said very well, it's enough, it's not working. And then after that, like, that's what happens. Because supply management, you have to understand, it's a balance. We control the price, we control the quantity of product on the market. To be able to do that, you have to control what's coming in from outside the country. At 18% in milk, that's 1 liter of milk out of 5 that's coming in from outside the country. It's not the case now, but it will be soon. It's going to be very hard to maintain that balance. Any more than that, the balance isn't going to hold anymore. It's not going to work anymore. So if there are people who don't want to protect supply management, they need to be honest with producers and that they learn to understand the value of the system that's in place, which is protecting our regions, which is protecting farming families, which allows us to have businesses from Gaspésie to Abitibi through Montérégie with the same rights and the same protections. The supply management system is great. It works very, very well. It's a very stable ecosystem for agricultural production. I could talk about it all day, but I'm sure you know this, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, I know I just have about 15 seconds left to say that this needs to move forward. So the message that I'm sending to my Conservative friends today, and I look forward to their questions with impatience, is, hey, let's be serious. Let's be serious here, and let's work on policy. There's going to be an election. Don't worry. Just because we haven't voted for it today doesn't mean it's not coming. I'll just remind members to address their comments through the chair and not directly to other members. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to the speech from my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. I have a very simple question for him. I will remind him that the Premier of Quebec, François Legault, and his government have clearly said that they no longer have confidence in this Liberal government here. So in his opinion, who best represents the interests of Quebec? The majority democratically elected government of Quebec or the Bloc Québécois? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's a very interesting question. And listen, I have lots of things to say about that. First of all, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois, when we say that we bring the voice of Quebecers, it's we bring forward unanimous motions in the National Assembly of Quebec. But that's not the case here, Madam Speaker. And talking about the government of Quebec and respect for the government of Quebec, I'd like... I hope that my colleague will make a speech later to answer this, but I'd like to know what she thinks as a member from Quebec who helped put in place the carbon pricing system that's in place for Quebec with California, now wants to destroy carbon pricing in the rest of Canada, which is going to disadvantage Quebec. So maybe she'll be able to think about that this evening, and she'll understand why we were separatist at the time together. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He's a person that I respect a great deal. I have the pleasure of working with him on the Agriculture Committee, and I certainly supported Bill C-282. The government supported it. I know very well that the Leader of the Opposition has, and his political party has twice... we know that one of the parties across the way has tried to abolish supply management. We know that the opposition House Leader has previously said that Brexit was cool. So I hope the member will help me understand the Conservatives' policy games that affect farmers, particularly with 234. Well, listen, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and for his cooperation. And, this is something that I find very troubling, Madam Speaker. I know that you're asking us to not descend to personal attacks to talk about policy, but I'm talking about to the grain producers of Canada right now, and what they're saying is the Conservatives need to move forward on Bill C-232. I hope the Conservative members will call them and they'll explain why we need this. If we accept the amendments, there will be force of law. There will be the exemption right now. So call them. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives prefer to exploit the politics of division. This morning, I would rather celebrate the good work that's done by Canadians. And to that end, I would like to offer my congratulations to the Franco-Ontarian community in Timmins, a proud, dynamic, and vital community. And particularly, I would like to offer congratulations for the opening of the new cultural centre in Timmins. I hope that my colleagues will share their support for that very important project for the Francophone community. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé, 1 minute to answer. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, it's not really on topic, but obviously the Bloc Québécois defends the French language. First of all, the interests of Quebec, but if we can help the rest of Canada, we're certainly happy to do that as well. Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that my colleague spoke about the Bloc Québécois by reminding Canadians that we are the voice of all Quebecers and of the consensus positions of the National Assembly. And so in that same spirit, there's an opposition colleague from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord who's reminded me that it wasn't... what he thought about the recent the recent election. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Well, I think it's unfortunate to hear things like this because, There are regions where we're less popular, that's normal, but we work for everyone and we always try to convince everyone. And we're very happy of the progress that we've made in Montreal in the recent by-election. And our member is already working, and people in his riding are going to see what's the difference between the Bloc Québécois and an absent minister. And I think they're going to re-elect him. I'm very confident of that. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in the House to follow my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé, who I have a great deal of respect for. I'm going to start by reminding the House of what's happened since we've returned to the House this fall, because when we explain what's going on, it helps to understand why we might be voting for or against X, Y, or Z motion, which might be presented by, among others, the Conservatives. I think that there are people who need to understand this, and so we'll take the time to do that. When we came back this fall, in our pre-sessional caucus meeting, the Bloc had already decided that, for the first time in 2.5 years, give or take, the Bloc would have the opportunity to benefit from what should have been the norm over the last 2.5 years. And that is to say, a government that is truly a minority government. It was elected as such by the population, but it was able to play the role of a majority government with the support of the NDP. So for the last 2.5 years, the parliament we've seen didn't really reflect the will of the population. So after the surprise ripping up of the agreement by the NDP leader, now we're back in what should have been the normal situation. We have a minority parliament where the government has to negotiate with different parties, and the Bloc Québécois now holds the balance of power, or some of the balance of power that it didn't have over the last couple of years. Certainly that didn't prevent us from making gains. The role of opposition parties, whether there's a minority or a majority government, the goal is to move forward. And there were definitely some bills we were able to move forward, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. But we said, listen, now we have the balance of power. We have a window of opportunity here that we haven't seen in recent years, and we're not going to lose that window of opportunity at the first opportunity. So we said, what are we going to do with this window of opportunity? We're going to make gains. We're going to make gains for Quebec. And in certain cases, maybe those gains for Quebec will be beneficial for all Canadians as well. And if that's the case, well, so much the better. At the Bloc Québécois, we're not above that, for sure. And so it's in that context that we presented yesterday some specific, clear goals for gains that we want to make for Quebec, but also a timeline, because we've said that unlike the NDP, which had its hands tied for 2.5 years, we have no intention of saying, listen, we're going to blindly support the government until, fall 2025. No. We're not going to be uselessly patient for too long and let the government do whatever it wants for no reason. So we have two main demands: support for seniors and support for supply management. And our window of opportunity to accomplish those demands is the end of October. And that's reasonable for both cases. It's reasonable on the content, the policy content, because the two bills, C3 and 19 from my colleague from Shepherd, and the bill from my colleague from Montcalm, among others, are bills that have already moved forward in the House. They're bills for which there's already, relatively speaking, a consensus, and in some cases, a very strong majority consensus. For C-282, the bill is already in the Senate, and what we're asking now is for the government to work to ensure that there's no filibustering in the Senate, so that this bill can move to a point where it becomes irreversible, as our leader said earlier, that it receives royal assent. Same thing for seniors. The bill is at committee. It passed second reading, and at committee, the report received unanimous support from all parties. So there shouldn't be too many problems with moving forward. And this is something that's absolutely essential. It's something that we've been working on for a long time. And This unanimity, if there's unanimous support, there's a reason for that. What this represents for seniors is increased purchasing power, whatever their age, over 65, unlike what the government has already put in place by creating two classes of senior citizens, discrimination between those who are 65 to 74 and those who are 75 and up. And yesterday it was interesting because, we saw some statistics come out on the needs of seniors. For seniors age 75 and up, those whose income is less than $30,000 a year, I think we can all agree that's not very much, they represent 59% of the population of seniors over 75. They earn less than $30,000 a year. For 65 to 74, it's 52% who earn that. But despite that, the government has said until very recently, oh, no, but they don't need it as much. It's really seniors over 75 that we really need help. Those between 65 and 74, listen, they have less need for money, as if the cost of living wasn't the same for both of those groups, as if groceries suddenly cost less, when you turn 65, as if medication costs less. No. Doesn't make any sense. We need to end this discrimination. And the arguments that one age group needs it less than another don't hold water, especially when you look at who gets the guaranteed income supplement. And once again, you don't, if you have access to GIS, it's 39% of those 65 and older have a right to the guaranteed income supplement, and 29%. Rather, 35% of those over 75 and 29% of those over 65. So, if we improve OAS, that's going to benefit many seniors who need it, and that despite the arguments that we've heard from the government suggesting that this isn't a priority for them. So our measures are reasonable, and the time that we've given the government to get there is reasonable as well. We've said by October 29th. That's another 5 weeks where the government can move forward with these bills, which are already, have already made quite a bit of progress. So in the meantime, we don't have the intention of risking losing that opportunity. So we're going to vote against the motion that's in front of the House today, and I suspect that won't surprise the Conservatives, and if they've been listening, they'll understand why. So that's how we're working. We're working logically. We're working to make gains for the people we represent, and that's exactly what we're doing. Because if we had been, as some are, only interested by our own interests, well, then we could, have looked at what our win in La Salle-Verdun. We could look at the polls which are good for the Bloc, and we could say, we'll go to an election. That'll be good for the Bloc. We said, no. We're going to do what's good for Quebec, as we have always done, and as we will continue to do. And let's say that we make gains, and we get results with these two bills. After that, we're not going to, move forward in bad faith. We're not going to vote in favor of something that's bad for Quebec because we got a gain for Quebec. The Bloc will continue to look at each and every vote, and I hope that the Conservatives and the Liberals are listening. We are showing you our strategy, if you haven't already understood it. When it's good for Quebec, we'll vote for it. When it's bad for Quebec, the Bloc will vote against it. And that will never change. And when people ask us, do you have confidence in the government? Well, we don't have any more confidence in the Liberals than we do in an eventual Conservative government to really sharply represent gains for Quebec. It's potato. When it comes to support for, the oil and gas companies, for example, it's potato. We have no guarantees that the Conservatives are going to listen to any more of Quebec's demands than the Liberals are when it comes to, for example, lowering the numbers of new asylum seekers coming to Quebec. We're seeing the same problems from, Conservative premiers as we would see from this an eventual Conservative government. So do we have confidence? No. We have confidence in ourselves and in our ability to make gains for Quebec. And that is how we are going to work in the coming days and months. And we're not afraid of an election. Let's be very clear about that. We are ready. And if we have to, go out on an election, deep in the snow, walk through a blizzard, we'll do it. We're not afraid of that at the Bloc Québécois. We're ready. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? In this bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. A few days earlier, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, with a lot of bravado, the same bravado we saw from the leader of the NDP, said that their deadline is October 29th. That's their absolute deadline. If these bills haven't been passed by the government, then that's it. So my question is very simple. How will the Bloc Québécois force an election if they don't have the partnership of the NDP in this? They say that they don't have confidence in this Liberal government, but how are they going to force an election? The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Well, you will note that what we promised to do on October 29th isn't to make the government fall that day. It's to negotiate with the other parties to do that, to make that happen. What we've said is that we will be ready to no longer support the government, and we will start discussions with the other parties, as has already happened in the past, when it's been time to bring down a minority government. The parties don't just work in silos. They speak. They have discussions. But we will not depend on the decisions of the other parties. Our commitment is to negotiate with the other parties to bring down the government, and that is what we will do October 29th, or maybe even a little earlier than that, if we see that things aren't moving forward and that our demands aren't going to be met.
The
honourable member for
London West. It's
London West, is that it? No, sorry.
No, it's Aurora Oak Ridge.
Aurora Oak Ridge, Richmond Hill.
Speaker, and through you to the member opposite, I understand. Je comprends le stratégie.
I understand the Bloc's strategy. Makes sense. I don't fully agree with it, but my question is, what do you think of the Conservative strategy? Because they've already introduced one motion to bring the government down, but it's clear that that's not the other party's plan. So why are they doing it again today? Why are they using the time and resources of the government to do that?
I do want to remind members that unless they have the floor, they shouldn't be speaking. It's something that we've been trying to reinforce here in the House, and it seems to be very difficult. So I just want to remind members not to do that. If they wish to have the floor, then they should try to be recognized. The
honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know an expression that was falsely attributed to Einstein, which is trying to do the same thing over and over again and hoping for a different result is the definition of insanity. I'll just leave that out there as a comment. But clearly, all this government wants to do, all this party wants to do is replace the government, and that's not a winning solution for Quebec because it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other between the Conservatives and the Liberals. And the idea of the Bloc bringing the government down, well, it's the Premier of Quebec who's floated this idea, and not everyone in Quebec agrees with him. So we, for the Bloc, are here to make sure that Quebec gains. But meanwhile, we'd like to hear what the Conservatives' platform is, because I'm going to leave time for another question, a brief question. The honourable member for Strathcona, Edmonton Strathcona.
Colleague for her speech today in the House, because Despite the ridiculous motions that the Conservatives keep bringing forward over and over and again, she's taken this moment to speak about issues that are important to Canadians, and she spoke about seniors and the support that we want to be giving to seniors. You know, New Democrats, like the Bloc, have been calling for a very long time for the Liberal government to fix the problems where they were not providing the same support with OAS to seniors from 65 to 74. You know, I think for me, I listened to the Liberals talk about how they had made a promise to fix OAS, but then when it came down to it, they skipped the 65 to 74, which is super unfair, and of course it doesn't cost seniors less in that age category. Could she explain why the Liberal government has made this choice? Or, you know, I did ask for a brief question, and that wasn't quite brief, but I will ask for a brief response. The
Honourable Member for St. Jean. Thank you. I don't know why the Liberals decided to try to justify that unfairness, but the numbers speak for themselves. Indeed, you're no less poor in one age group than another, and I'd like to thank my colleague and her party for their support to Bill C-319, and that will be part of the discussions we'll be having around October 29th if things haven't moved forward.
Honour Member for Edmonton Strathcona. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is a pleasure for me that I get to split my time today with the incredible member from Timmins James Bay. The shy and withdrawn member. You know, I'm going to say, here we are again in the House of Commons debating the Conservatives' ridiculous motions that they bring forward time and time again. And I have to say, for all of those Canadians who are struggling right now, all of those Canadians who are struggling to put food on the table, who are struggling to pay for their rent or buy their first home, folks that are struggling in our country, what it must feel like to them to see the gamesmanship and the ridiculousness and the absolute baffling behavior of the Conservative Party. You know, on Tuesday, we did a debate just like this, and we voted, every single member of this House, except the Conservative Party, voted in non-confidence in the official member of the opposition, the leader of the official opposition. You know, we're doing it again. I guess we'll just keep doing it because they seem to have no ideas, no suggestions, no ways to bring forward policy and help for Canadians. What they want to do is have bumper stickers and slogans, and they want to waste our time in the House when we really should be debating important legislation that could help Canadians right now. And I also want to point something out. They are deeply unserious, and they are misleading Canadians. They're a danger, and I don't say this lightly, they are a danger to our democracy. They won't speak with media. I don't know if everybody knows, but they have currently said they won't speak to the CBC, but now they won't speak to the CTV. Clearly not recognizing that media plays an important role in any democracy because media is allowed to ask questions of the opposition, questions that they clearly don't want to answer. So they would rather do, you know, their YouTube videos and their 30-second slots that they don't actually have to answer any difficult questions about. Like, what is your actual policy? Like, do you believe in climate change? Like, are you homophobic? Like, are you anti-women? Will you take away women's rights to reproductive health? They don't want to answer those questions. Even though, you know, the member for Peace River Westlock comes to this House and talks about the fact that he would take away the rights for gay marriage, that he would take away the rights for women. You know, the fact that yesterday we saw a disgusting display of homophobia from the member from Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park, who talked about, you know, that is horrendous, and he should be ashamed. Order. I just want to remind honourable members to please be careful on how they're referencing events that have happened in the House. There was no decision made on that, and the point of order was raised, and no indication was, nobody was identified, and that response is forthcoming. So I just want to remind members to please be careful. And again, you know, on the personal attacks, I would rather individuals focus on the legislation itself. I have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay was
Well,
first.
Madam Speaker, I've seen a lot of degrading elements in the history of my time here, but I've never seen anything as ugly as what happened yesterday. The fact that the Speaker heard the anti-gay slur from the member for Sherwood Park. It's on the tape. I've heard the tape. So is the Speaker telling us that...
Sorry, I will cut the honourable member off. As I've indicated, that the Speaker had order. The Speaker did indicate that he didn't hear exactly who had said it. He did hear the comment. And again, this is now becoming a debate on that particular situation that occurred. I think that, you know, the debate should be on the motion. The Honourable for Caribou Prince George had raised prior to, so I will get him first. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member, I mentioned a while ago that if members continue to heckle and they're not respecting the will of the chair, that I won't be recognizing them for questions and debate. So I would ask members to please hold off on their comments and questions until they're being recognized. The honourable for Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the effort that you are going through today. We are seeing aspersions and quite frankly lies coming from the other side.
The honourable member now is raising again. Even misleading is becoming problematic. It's on how you use the word. So I would just ask members to please raise the point of order that he wants to raise and not be on personal attacks either.
Madam Speaker, you are doing yeoman's service in the chair today. You're doing your very best to try and quell some of the activity that's going on in this House. Madam Speaker, I applaud you for that. But time and again, what we are seeing from both the leader from the Liberal, as well as this speech that we're seeing that's there, a threat to democracy is another. There's comments that I do not believe are parliamentary and should not be entered into the record. I ask through you, Madam Speaker, that you ask the honourable colleague that is speaking right now to retract that, as well as the member from Timmins James Bay for his comments.
So again, before I go, I just want to say that, you know, what is happening in the House, what has been happening in the House, has been happening through most of the parties. And I would just say that, I think that it's time for members to please be judicious, to please think twice before they speak, and to please be respectful to each other. We are all honourable members here in the House. Hold on, I have another point of order here. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To this point, and for your consideration and for the chair's consideration, there is actually video evidence now of the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Becoming a different debate. This is becoming a different debate. If honourable members want to rise and add to that other point of order, then that's a separate issue. But again, I think that we should stick to the motion. As I said, the honourable member, the honourable Speaker will be coming forthwith soon on a response on that. Everybody heard what the Speaker said yesterday, so I don't want to be going on to that. I have one more point of order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Prince George just said I lied. Is that okay? Or will you ask him to retract that? I actually did hear the tape, so I know what was said, and he sat beside the person who said it. So are you going to ask him to retract the word lie?
Okay. I will get back to that in a minute. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is clear that when Conservative members of this chamber say that members of the New Democratic Party are lying, when that member from Edmonton Strathcona simply stated a series of facts that took place yesterday, and I know those are facts because we all heard them in this chamber. We all heard what was said, and I appreciate, Madam Speaker, that the Speaker's office is now taking this into consideration, and we're expecting a quick and judicious response to what is extreme cowardice from a from that side of the House that can't admit.
So this is starting to snowball more and more. And as I've indicated to members, that there is a decision forthcoming. First of all, I'm going to go to the member from Edmonton Strathcona and ask her to withdraw her comment about the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan at this point. Just withdraw the comment.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, can you repeat? You want me to withdraw the comment that the member for Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park, said something?
I asked her to withdraw her reference to the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Fine, I will withdraw that, and I will.
An explanation. The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George. I want him to withdraw. I want him to withdraw the mention of. Line, okay. And then I want the honourable member for Edmonton, Griesbach, to withdraw his word cowardice.
At what point the Leader of the Opposition gets to say...
The honourable member to withdraw. That's all I'm asking for, so we can go on with the debate. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona is waiting to go on with her debate. Can the honourable member please withdraw?
What comment was offensive? Is that offensive comment to say that a statement is cowardice? Yeah.
Just 1 second, please. The honourable member to please withdraw the comment. That's
but
all.
I need to understand why this comment about a statement.
The honourable member won't be recognized again until he withdraws the comment. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very happy that you've put your foot down on this. It's clear that there's a vexatious use of the standing orders here to interrupt what should be a legitimate debate on a non-confidence motion. And I hope, Madam Speaker, that you would continue to punish those that are utilizing the opportunity to come to their feet and to use a standing order to cast an allegation against another member. I appreciate that you've demanded the people to withdraw or to sit down, and I would support you in doing that in the future, Madam Speaker. It should not be vexatious.
Thank you very much for the additional information. And I think, this applies to all of the members in the House. It is very difficult for the House to get its work done when these situations arise. And so I would hope that this is a lesson that members will take and that they will actually be respectful to each other in the House. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would just like to very briefly say that if somebody had said something horrendous and homophobic in this chamber, one would expect that that honourable member would have the dignity and have the bravery and not have cowardness, which I'm not necessarily attributing to any one person, but I'm certainly saying that they would probably be able to be much braver and admit that they had done that, particularly as it is on film and there are tape recordings of it. Now, to continue on with my speech on why this motion and this day is so embarrassing, frankly, is that we need to be working to make sure that there are things happening for Canadians. We need to be making sure that the things that Canadians need that will make their life more affordable, easier and better are being done. That's our job in this House. That's what we do here. So, of course, I'm extraordinarily proud of the way that New Democrats were able to push the Liberal government to bring things forward like dental care. The hundreds of thousands of people across this country that will benefit from dental care is something that I see as one of the wonderful things that's happened with this Parliament. Pharmacare, the ability that the NDP were finally able to get the government to move on pharmacare. These are important pieces of legislation. These are things that will help Canadians across the country. It will help seniors, it'll help children, and so I'm very, very proud of that. But the reason that I will not be supporting this ridiculous motion, or the next 5 ridiculous motions I assume that they will bring forward, which will be exactly the same, is that the Conservatives are so dangerous for Canadians. We have seen I was not in politics. I was not a parliamentarian when Stephen Harper's government was in power. But I saw the way that Stephen Harper cut supports for women. I saw the way that Stephen Harper defunded women's organizations. We know the Conservatives will cut supports for women. We have members on their bench who have been clear time and time again, and not just the member for Westlock Peace River, but the member for Cypress Grasslands, but the member for Fort Saskatchewan. We know that they don't believe in a woman's right to choose, that they will try to take away a woman's right to reproductive health care. We've seen it happen before, and they'll do it internationally as well. You know, we know they will cut health care. I live in Alberta where Danielle Smith is dismantling our cherished health care system. Dismantling it. It's shocking to me that there are members heckling me from Alberta right now who don't understand that 58% of doctors in Alberta have said that they are going to leave their practice because of this current provincial Conservative government. The cuts to health care, these are fundamental, and we can't allow a Conservative government to take away those things that are so vitally important for so many people. They've made it very clear. They will cut dental care. They will cut pharmacare. They will cut health care. And I want to talk a little bit, let me have a drink of water here. I want to talk a little bit about pensions. Because, you know, the CPP is the #1 rated pension in the world. In the world. And currently, Danielle Smith is trying to take Alberta out of that pension, despite the fact that there is so little support in Alberta for that. The overwhelming message that Albertans are telling their elected leaders is that we don't want Danielle Smith messing around with our pension. Well, you know, right now in this country, to protect our pension would require the government to implement a private member's bill that I have drafted, I have put on the order paper, I even sent it to the Deputy Prime Minister and said, it's yours, copy our homework again. Just do it to protect pensions. Because what we're seeing is an attack on pensions. And if the Conservative Party comes in and becomes government, we know they'll do that. We know they'll cut the pensions that our seniors depend upon. And don't get me wrong, the Liberals have failed to live up to their obligations to seniors. You know, we've talked about how terrible it is that they have a 2-tiered system of OAS, where seniors between 65 and 74 are not given the same support as other seniors are, at a moment in time where the cost of living is going through the roof, where seniors are struggling to pay for rent, seniors are struggling to pay for all of their needs, their food, their health care. Somehow, in some magical universe, the Liberals believe that seniors 65 to 74 pay some sort of a less for that. You know, they made a promise to Canadians that they would fix that, and fixing it half the way is exactly why Canadians are tired of the Liberal government. You know, it's one thing to say something, it's another thing to halfway do it. So frankly, these are some of the concerns that I have. I'm also the foreign affairs critic, and I want to say as well, when I think of the Conservatives, I'm deeply worried about their support, their waning support for Ukraine. You know, at this moment in time, Ukraine needs all of us to be working together to support them. And what we have seen by some members of the Conservative Party is that they're willing to turn their back on our ally. You know, that could be because of the Russian misinformation that we know is happening, where there has been some conservative social media people that have been clearly identified as being in the pocket of Putin and the Russian Federation. Frankly, I know many of those things have been shared by some of the members of the Conservative Party. I worry about some of the things that we've seen and heard from the member for St. Albert. You know, he says that he accidentally seems to end up in front of Nazi flags. He accidentally ends up at dinners with people who are assaulting the members of my party. He accidentally ends up having conversations with an awful lot of people. It seems strange that no one else accidentally has those things happen to them. So today, as
Sorry, the honourable member has 1 minute, but I do have a point of order. The honourable Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, you clearly set out rules of this House and tried to enforce it earlier on. You had this member withdraw a previous comment. Now she has just put into record that members of this caucus are in the pocket of Putin, the Russian president. That is completely false, Madam Speaker. I asked for you to get this member of Parliament to withdraw that comment.
So I did not hear that comment directly. I was actually speaking to the clerk on another previous matter. I will take these points of order and come back to it, but for this particular point of order that the honourable member just raised, I will have to go back and listen to the Hansard to see and come back to the House if need be. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands, if it's on that point of order, I just want...
I want to add something for your reflection on that. On that, I would like you to give this some serious consideration before making a ruling on this, Madam Speaker, because it is...
I would. Okay, I will let the honourable member finish, but...
And if you could, in that...
He's adding to the point of order. I have a duty to listen to it. The honourable deputy
in that consideration, if you could consider all sides of this in the fact that many members on the other side will use the word corrupt. Words like this are used, and although we're offended by the word corrupt, it's still been acceptable. So I would encourage you to consider all of this when weighing that.
Whether it's the word corrupt or anything else, I do ask members to be very careful and maybe try not to use those words, because even if the word is used and acceptable in a certain way, sometimes it's the way that it is used and in the context. But no matter what, as soon as it brings out a reaction and causes disorder, it is really not acceptable. So I think that if members were to stop using those words, I think that we would be in a better place today, and our House here would be more functional. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, I just want to clarify, because you said the word can be used, but if it gets a reaction, then it's unacceptable. So every time the Conservatives shout us down, the Speaker says it's unacceptable. Because if that's the case, Speaker, then we will have to use the same tactics for the kind of language that they throw around against our leader, the way they throw against the Prime Minister. So, Speaker, you need to be very clear. If it's because Conservatives get upset that we have to withdraw, then you need to make that clear, because we will understand that that's the way that this House operates, and we will operate accordingly.
I appreciate these points of order. Everything is being taken into consideration. There is much discussion being had with that. I know that the Speaker's office is also working very closely with that, the Speaker and all of the Speakers. And so I would just ask your cooperation to follow the rules of the House and to please ensure that so that we can continue our debates in a healthy fashion. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona has 1 minute to finish up.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I will finish today by just saying that New Democrats come to Ottawa to get help for our constituents, to get help for Canadians. That's the job that we do. I'm proud of our team and what we've been able to get for workers, for seniors, for people living with disabilities, for children in this country. We'll continue to come every day trying to make the lives of our constituents and all Canadians better. We'll continue to do that fight. We will not take any lessons from a party that uses bumper stickers as policy, a party that has shown itself to be deeply unserious and misleading towards Canadians, and frankly, a party that is very, very dangerous for our democracy. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, my colleague talked about pensions. Recently, the Prime Minister announced that Mark Carney, who's the chair of the multinational mega investment company Brookfield, would be acting as the government's chief economic advisor, and he hasn't registered as a lobbyist. Investor for Paris Compliance published a report on Brookfield, and it highlights that the company doesn't account for up to 92% of its greenhouse gas emissions. And The Logic recently reported that Brookfield has started talks with the federal government and Canadian pension funds about pooling resources. I know she expressed concerns about pensions. Does she feel that it's inappropriate for Mr. Carney to be acting in this way, given the potential impact on Canadian pensions, and should Mr. Carney be registering as a lobbyist? Thank you.
Good question.
The honour member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Alberta. I know we share the love of Alberta and the desire to fight for Albertans with each other. Now, one thing I will say, though, is that this is an important issue. What she brought up is an important issue, and I think that we have seen time and time again that the Liberal government lacks clarity in terms of how to act in a moral manner. But from my perspective, why was she not interested in bringing that issue forward as a motion for us to debate in the House? You know, the Conservative Party could have brought anything forward to talk about today, and that would have been, you know, to have a debate on protecting Canadians' pensions, on making sure that the Liberal government is not once again selecting their friends to give benefits to, would have been something I really could have gotten behind and would have enjoyed debating in the House today.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech today. And in particular, the beginning part of it, where she spent a lot of time talking about the incredible programs that have been brought forward during this session of Parliament. But I can't help but reflect on the fact that between the Liberals and the NDP, we did have a really good working relationship where we were able to bring this stuff forward together. My question for her is, given the fact that we now are in this position of not knowing when an election will be, this is why Conservatives will keep bringing forward these motions, because they understand that there's no supply and confidence agreement anymore. So I'm just really interested to hear my colleague's perspective as to why it was so incredibly important for the NDP to back away from an agreement that had been working so well up to that point.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, and I can imagine the Liberals would be quite upset that we are breaking an agreement with them, because frankly, right now, we're so disappointed in so many of the things that this Liberal government has done. Let me be clear. I am not interested in supporting the Conservatives in any possible way, but when I look at things like the Canada Disability Benefit, the laughable small amount that the Liberals brought forward for that, when I look at OAS and their failure to meet the needs of seniors in this country, when I look at the way that they have failed time and time again to meet the truth and reconciliation that this country is required to do. I mean, these are huge. And then, to top it all off, when I look at their foreign affairs failures, their lack of clarity, their lack of courage in terms of recognizing the state of Palestine, I mean, it just becomes incredibly difficult for us to continue to support them. And so they can continue to earn our vote, that's fine, but we are done working with them.
The Honourable Member for Shefford, a quick question. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Since I have to ask a quick question, I know my colleague is very interested in women's rights, and the colleague mentioned pensions. How can we ensure that we give justice to seniors aged 65 to 74? We could help senior women.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona, a brief answer.
I'd like to thank my colleague. She has been, you know, a strong advocate for women in this Parliament, and it is true that the disproportionate impact of having the OAS not be provided adequately disproportionately falls to women. Women are the ones that typically live longer. Women are the ones that are typically don't have as strong a pension because maybe they stayed home to care for their families. That is the reality. So we need to do more to make sure that we are doing everything we can to protect all seniors, particularly recognizing that senior women are more vulnerable.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, a great honor to rise in this House. although I do find in my 20 years that I've seen this House sometimes not live up to the standards and the credibility. And people expect us to come here, to be their voice, to be a voice that brings some kind of hope and direction. And I don't see that here most days. Most days it's become a very dumbed down and vicious affair. And when I think today that we have the Leader of the Opposition once again demanding an election, he demands an election. We haven't seen really much from him, except he wants the election right now. Yesterday, he wanted an election right then, and the House stood up and voted non-confidence in him because there is no trust in the Conservative leader. And this is because, Madam Speaker, we have such serious issues facing us as a nation and as a planet. And the Leader of the Opposition is not a serious leader for dealing with it. We could be here talking this morning about the homeless crisis. It is a devastating crisis. And we know that the Liberals have failed multiple times on their housing plans. But the Leader of the Opposition, who lives very well in a 19-room mansion at Stornoway with his own private chef, what is his plan? He attacks the municipalities. He ridicules our mayors. When he comes to Northern Ontario, he doesn't bother to meet with any of the frontline people who are trying to solve the housing crisis. He says he's going to go after them and call them gatekeepers. That's not a plan. That's a slogan. We talk about the rising issue of food bank use. The Conservatives, they wipe crocodile tears every time they talk about hungry children, and yet they voted against a national nutrition plan for schools. New Democrats brought forward, pushed the government to say we need to address it, we need to fill these gaps. But the Leader of the Opposition, again, who has his own private chef, seems to be out of touch with that. We have a huge opioid crisis devastating our communities. And what did the Leader do and his MPs? They viciously attacked medical doctors and frontline nurses to the point that doctors who are literally trying to keep people alive have faced death threats. That's not acceptable. It's not acceptable that MPs face death threats from the mob, who every day I see Conservatives out patting them on the back, people who are out there threatening and attacking Indigenous MPs, attacking women MPs, attacking racialized MPs, but to be attacking medical doctors and threatening them. That's not what a leader does. And yet that is the tactics of the Leader of the Opposition, and he wonders why we don't have confidence in him running our country. We have a huge international crisis. We have a number of them. The situation in Lebanon and Gaza is a humanitarian disaster that is unfolding. And yet the member for Edmonton Manning had nothing to say about the threats facing the Lebanese Canadians and the Lebanese people. He had nothing to say about it. Because in the Conservative caucus, if you don't repeat the talking points, you don't get the gold star and you sit on the back bench. That's not leadership. We are all brought here to represent our communities. And so in Edmonton Manning, where the Lebanese community is living in terror from the Israeli air assaults, for a member to say nothing because he wants to get the gold star from the leader who lives in the big mansion in Stornoway by repeating and repeating the same dumbed-down slogans, people's lives are at risk. We're watching.
I have a point of order from the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member should read the member from Edmonton Manning's tweet, because he did actually do something yesterday about it. Thank you. So my point is...
The honourable member Barrie Innisfil.
My point is that he's spreading misinformation and disinformation in the House.
Point of order. I appreciate the input. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Speaker. I invite the member for Edmonton Manning to actually come in the House and say it. I don't read his Twitter feed. Who does? Not many. I know they read mine, certainly. But, you know, this is, again, the lack of seriousness about a horrific humanitarian disaster, a genocide that's happening in Gaza. People dying, the targeting of medical doctors, the targeting of civilians, the targeting of journalists. This is something in the House we would deal with. But what we've learned from the Leader of the Opposition is he has no interest in standing on the international stage. He ridicules the Prime Minister for staying at an expensive hotel. Well, he is the leader of a G7 country. I guess the Super 8 was booked that weekend when he went to London. But the Leader of the Opposition has to show a vision, and he doesn't have a vision. He has division. We have, the opposition could have brought in a motion today on the crisis we're facing in our medical system. But the Leader of the Opposition has no vision on that. He has bumper sticker slogans. And he's now saying, you know, his great favorite word is radical and extremist, that providing diabetes medication to people who need it is a radical idea. No, that's just plain human decency. That's what we should be doing in Canada. But decency isn't part of this leader's mantra. What we have is a leader who has taken the fears and uncertainties of Canadians and pushed them down into dumbed-down slogans that he has insisted that every member on his team repeat. I've been in 20 years in the House. I've never seen so many people reduced to these kind of caricature rhyming schemes. It's like a toxic Dr. Seuss, that they repeat these again and again. You know, I don't like green eggs and ham. I don't like them Sam I am. I don't like that carbon tax. That's not leadership. That's not leadership. But again, I got a laugh out of them. They smiled, they wake up because they're used to hearing these dumbed down slogans. That's not leadership. So I'm wondering, why is it that the leader, who I've known for 20 years and I feel is fundamentally unfit for public leadership in any capacity, why is he so desperate to call an election now? Well, I think there's a number of reasons. And these are the reasons I think that he does not want to be questioned about. Because he's got an incredibly thin skin. You notice that he said his carbon tax. Well, Ken Busenskool, who is a longtime conservative, said he's just not serious. He said that. He's not serious about the carbon tax. He says, I don't see any government in the future getting rid of that. Look, there's a huge gap between what conservatives say and what conservatives do. I hate to admit this, but Jason Kenney ran on AXA tax, and he beefed up the industrial carbon tax in Alberta. Danielle Smith ran on AXA tax, and she not only beefed up the industrial carbon tax, she said it was going up to $170 per ton. And when we asked the leader who lives in the mansion in Stornoway what his view of the industrial carbon tax was, he said it didn't exist. He doesn't like to be questioned. No wonder he's so mad at CTV. No wonder he's so mad at CBC. No wonder he attacks Global TV. He doesn't want the questions. He's trying to stay ahead. That's why he wants to force an election. And I do think it's really important to point out that with the foreign interference inquiry, we now have documents that have been tabled that said that Aaron O'Toole believes he was taken down as leader of the Conservative Party by foreign interference. Those are the documents. Now, we know many on the cabal over there supported the takedown of Aaron O'Toole. And the one who benefited was the man who's now living in Stornoway. So why is it he's not willing to be in the House to answer questions about foreign interference in his caucus? Maybe that's why he's trying to force this election. These are really important questions. And of course, I think the other reason he's trying to force an election is to stay ahead of the extremists in his caucus. The member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, who went down to Florida to vow that he would end the rights of women to make choices on their body, while we see down in the United States women dying in parking lots, bleeding to death internally from not being able to get a proper abortion. This is what the member for Cypress Hills Grassland would say. We know the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, who brought on the Canadian dime a legislator from Uganda who called for the death penalty for gay people. Stop and think about that. The member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, had Canadians pay to bring someone who wanted to bring the death penalty to gay people. That's his caucus. And so when we see the degrading and debased behavior in this House, when we see these really ugly slurs, against the Prime Minister of the country, and not one Conservative will stand up and admit that they were the ones who said it. It's because they hide behind their hate machine. But we see them. We have it on tape, and we see the footage, and we know those who are making the hate, and we know that people like the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, can only get away with it as long as the light's not shone on them, and we will continue to shine that light.
And I just want to remind members that referencing something that it hasn't been determined that is still questionable may not be the right avenue to go. I do want to come back to the point of orders that were raised earlier. So can I go to the point of order here, and then I'll go back to the honourable member. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay, point of order.
Madam Speaker, I just raised an issue that had happened. That's all. And we know it happened because it's on the tape. That's all I said. So if you're saying I can't even mention that an event happened, that's taking it one step too far. I would humbly.
Sorry, I just want to what I indicated was that when the speaker was here, he had indicated that he wasn't sure who had said what and that they would be reviewing the tape. We would come back to the House. So I just want to ask members to please wait till that decision comes back. There was two other points that were raised that I want to address. The first one was the one from Edmonton, the honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach. I'm glad that I'm able to come back to that. So what was actually said, and I believe that when I heard it initially, and sometimes I can't hear everything perfectly at this end of the House, and I don't think that all speakers can either, but what was said was we're expecting a quick and judicious response to what is extreme cowardice from that side of the House. And again, after reviewing this and after discussion, we recognize that this is not directed directly to any particular party. It says that side of the House. And so I just want to indicate that the honourable member will be able to speak. I'm not going to ask him to withdraw, but I do want to ask members to please be careful on how they say things, because it does create quite a difficult situation. And so I think, again, we are all honourable members, and we should all be providing or we should all be conducting ourselves to what is expected of us. The other thing is that there was another point of order that was raised by the honourable member for Caribou Prince George about what the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona had indicated after reviewing the footing on that as well. I don't see an issue with what was said. It wasn't directed at members here. She specifically said conservative social media people identified as being in the pocket of Putin, and so it wasn't referencing individuals here in the House. Again, I just want to ask members to please be careful on how things are said. Sometimes it's misunderstood or misconstrued, and so I just want to indicate that. The honourable member for the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for so quickly coming back to the House to address these points, because I appreciate the very quick response to this. What I would ask is that similar consideration is given to the member from Etobicoke, who hasn't been able to speak in this House for 6 or 7 months as a result of a very similar statement that you just ruled on. That member was not even given the reconsideration that you have now come back and given so quickly to an event that happened moments ago. So I would encourage the chair, the speaker, the occupants of the chair, to also give that same consideration to the member from Etobicoke, because he deserves that as well.
Appreciate the honourable member raising this point of order, and it will come back to the House if need be. Resuming, questions and comments. Oh, sorry, that's a point of order. The honourable member of Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Question.
Okay, so questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague. We see a government that is proud of the record. Over 2 million Canadians using the food bank each month. More and more homeless encampments that are creeping up in communities all across our country. Over 1,800 homeless encampments in this province alone. Homeless encampments cropping up on the side of freeways and highways in my province of British Columbia. Over 47,000 Canadians that have died since 2016 due to overdose. I'll say it again. Overdose is the leading cause of death for youth aged 10 to 18 in my province. Thousands upon thousands of forestry workers out of work due to this government's inability to get a softwood lumber agreement. Mill closures all across our country. Scandal and corruption. Mr. Speaker, through you, I ask our honourable colleague, is this really a government that is proud of that record? That is the record of this government. That is the truth, Mr. Speaker. And I ask through you to my honourable colleague, that is a record to be proud of. I'm puzzled by it.
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Well, certainly, I'm not here to defend the Liberal government, but what I'm asked today is to vote whether or not the opposition are credible. And I'd like to ask that honourable member why he and his colleagues targeted a medical doctor who's on the front lines of opioids, who received death threats. If he's concerned about the lack of food for children, why he voted against funding for a national food program. If he's worried about the mental health crisis, why he came into the House and voted against the suicide hotline. These are questions that we need to ask, because it's about the confidence that we would have in him as a minister. If he's not willing to stand up on these issues, that he stands up and tells us, and he uses the homeless population and he uses the opioid crisis as people are dying, and then he votes obediently to shut down all those programs and target the doctors and the nurses who are trying to keep people alive. I ask, what person would ever have confidence if that person was a minister? And you know what? Exactly. My gut feeling is he ain't going to be, so we're not going to have to worry. It's all hypothetical. Yep.
Questions and comments? The member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and Mountain friend for Thunder Bay, I'm very grateful for his participation in this House, and I know I'm not the only one who's going to miss him because he's chosen not to run for re-election. But what I want to ask is, his speech started to really kind of try to drill down on why is it that the official opposition wants an election now. As a British Columbian, I sent out an email far and wide and asked constituents, how do you think I should vote on the non-confidence motion? Now, of course, all of my constituents are in a provincial election right now. I didn't get a single person, which is unusual, saying, please vote with the Conservatives. I don't have a lot of constituents who want our current Prime Minister to stay on, but I do have a lot of constituents who think, what? We're having an election right now. One of the things that occurred to me, and I'll ask the honourable member because he has spoken of foreign interference, is it perhaps that the Leader of the Official Opposition wants to avoid any questions as to why he does not seek top secret security clearance? And I think we need to ask him to do so there isn't a lingering question about whether he's worried he wouldn't get it.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague, the Leader of the Greens, and I appreciate that she's going to miss me. I know the people who are going to miss me the most are the Conservatives, because they're not used to anyone telling the truth. I mean, in their caucus, they get fed slogans, so they appreciate someone who can actually talk about facts. So to speak facts, I would like to respond that we have the only leader in the history of this country who either cannot or will not get security clearance. What does that say about confidence and being a national or international leader when he came in the middle of the night and voted against Ukraine, when he voted against support for the Canadian military mission to Ukraine, when he stood up and voted against Ukrainian support, and yet we now know, according to documents that have been filed, that Aaron O'Toole, who I respected, believes he was taken down by foreign interference. And who did that benefit? It benefited that guy who's living in the 19-room mansion in Stornoway. He needs to answer that question. Why isn't he here to explain his role in taking down Aaron O'Toole? I ask him, stand up, stop hiding behind the desk.
Reprise de débat, continuing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to rise in the House and to realize every time the extent to which it's an honor that the people give us when they afford us this mandate to represent them. And we certainly do everything that we can to bring forward their hopes and as well the things that they're less happy about. I'll be sharing my time with my excellent colleague from Oxford rather. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to read the motion because it's very important. That given that after 9 years the government has doubled housing costs, taxed food, punished work, unleashed crime, and is the most centralizing government in Canadian history, which I think maybe should be ringing alarm bells with the Bloc Québécois, the House has lost confidence in the government and offers Canadians the option to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Mr. Speaker, this is not a pretension of the Conservatives that is frivolous or capricious, not at all. We are all people who spent a lot of time on the ground in our ridings. We spent summer crisscrossing our ridings, and very sincerely, if the members of the other opposition parties or the government say the opposite of what I'll be saying today, it's because they haven't been on the ground. They're completely disconnected, because everyone that I've met with, or pretty much everyone that I've met with, have told us, Mr. Speaker, that it's time that we change governments. And obviously that's not going to please the Liberal government to hear that, but there are people who I know are Liberals, long-time Liberals, are telling me, listen, it's really time for us to get a new government. Now, why do we need to change governments, Mr. Speaker? Well, it's because Canada isn't today the Canada that we've known since its foundation. It's not the Canada where it's possible to have dreams. It's not the Canada we knew where you could build a home for your family. It's not the Canada we knew where it's easy to have kids, to feed them properly, and to make sure that they will develop happily. It's not the Canada we've known for years and years before today. Is it normal, Mr. Speaker, that today that there are 2 million Canadians who are using food banks, Mr. Speaker? Is it normal that in a country as rich as Canada that there is so much homelessness, Mr. Speaker? How can we look at these facts and just close our eyes and say, oh, you know, the Conservatives are ridiculous with their motion here to bring down the government? Look, things have to change. It's been 9 years that things have been like this. And there's nothing that shows me that, nothing that tells me that keeping this government in power any longer is going to fix things. No chance. The leader has been hammering this home for months, the leader of the Conservatives. He's been putting into words the distress of Canadians and Quebecers. And unlike what various members of this House have suggested, we know what we want to do to fix the country when it comes to housing and when it comes to getting our financial house in order. So, to illustrate this position and to make sure everyone understands why we have put this motion forward, I'm going to remind the House of some important elements which are going to bring home the reality that we're facing. Let's talk about the budget, Mr. Speaker. They increased the number of public servants by 40% since they've come to power. That's 100,000 more people on the government's payroll. Do you remember last year, Mr. Speaker, what was going on at Service Canada offices when people needed to get services, when they needed to get passports? There were lineups out the door. People were camping outside of Service Canada centres. And, you know, I won't even talk about all the delays in immigration. It's incredible. debt has gone up so much that it has doubled since this government's been in power, and the cost of servicing the debt is now unprecedented. It costs more to service the debt than we pay for health care in this country. It's incredible, Mr. Speaker. Inflation, everybody knows, everybody sees it, everybody lives it every day. Inflation is at a level that we haven't seen in 40 years. The OCDE, which is, obviously a serious organization, Mr. Speaker, has said the following: we expect economic growth in Canada should be the worst of all member countries over the next not the next 3 years, but the next 3 decades, Mr. Speaker. And the Prime Minister, the Liberal Prime Minister, I know I can't say his name, has just by himself added more debt to this country than all other previous prime ministers in the history of the country. And do I need to remind this House that since 2015, in 9 years, the Liberal government has not tabled a single balanced budget. There is not a father or a mother in this country that would ever dare to manage their family's finances in such an irresponsible way. We are responsible. We have power over public finances, over taxpayers' money. And we are expected to do something smart with it. But since 2015, they have not done that. They have not tabled a single balanced budget. All of their budgets have been deficit budgets. And listen, we're not talking about COVID here. Before the COVID crisis, economically speaking, things were going well. It was a positive environment. And they said, oh, we'll just get little deficits, not such a big deal. They've promised a lot of things, Mr. Speaker, that they've never delivered. Like, for example, when it comes to housing. Housing, Mr. Speaker, do you know how many new homes we're going to need by 2030 to meet the needs that we have in Canada right now? 8.5 million new homes. 8.5 million. The cost of housing has doubled. The cost of rent has doubled. Mortgages have doubled. Young people can't afford to build or to buy a home. They can barely afford, a one-bedroom apartment, Mr. Speaker. It's, 10 minutes isn't a long time. I'll remind you of what the Bloc Québécois leader said recently. When the government has two choices. It can either end its aggressive centralizing program, he's talking about the Federal Liberal Party, stop abusing public finances and spending, or it can call elections now to try to get a mandate for what it's doing, but I doubt that Quebec would consider giving it that mandate. That was on May 23rd that the Bloc leader said that. The Bloc Québécois, through its leader, who today has just an incredible sense of pride in himself, has come in and said, no, that's not actually how things are going to work. No, we're not going to support the Conservatives. And, I don't have time to go through all the reasons why we need to get rid of this government. So not only has the Premier of Quebec, the democratically elected leader of Quebec, said that he has no confidence in this government. Everyone knows that this is the most centralizing government in the history of the country. But the Bloc Québécois voted against our motion this week. And they've said shamelessly that they're not going to vote for this motion. What country are they living in, Mr. Speaker? This is a Canada that is hurting. It's hurting its kids. It's hurting when it comes to housing. When are we going to change this government, Mr. Speaker?
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard the member speak quite a bit about criticizing this government for its deficit budgets. And implied that Conservatives could fix that. I'm wondering if she could inform this House as to how many balanced budgets Brian Mulrooney and Stephen Harper brought in and tabled in this House? Because if she doesn't know, I can answer for her. It was a grand total between both prime ministers of 16 years, three balanced budgets. Two were actually on the heels of Paul Martin's surplus, and the other one, the one that they call balanced in 2015, was done on the back of veterans and selling shares of GM at bargain prices. I'm wondering if the member can inform this House as to how many other balanced budgets she remembers Conservatives introducing here.
It's a good question.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. There's an expression in Quebec that says, if I were in their position, I wouldn't act like that. So if I were like them, I wouldn't stand up. If I was in their shoes, I wouldn't stand up and ask questions about ability to manage Canada's budget. I just wouldn't do it. They're incompetent. They're incompetent. Quebecers in my riding, people are saying, we need to bring this government down. We can't take them anymore. People have no more money in their pockets, and what we're proposing is to put money in their pockets and stop the waste, the $21 billion given to consultancy firms, the money that's spent for no more service. That's what people are sick and tired of, Mr. Speaker. And very soon, we're going to change government.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis seems really hopping mad right now. It's as if the Bloc was in power or something. But perhaps what she's mad about is that we have a little bit of power and we're trying with the balance of power to make gains for Quebec. What I found strange about her speech was she talked about housing, and she also said they would be less centralizing than the Liberals. But just taking housing as the example, which seems to be so important all of a sudden to them, even though they never invested in it, she mentioned that it was a priority. And their leader said so too. He even said it was a priority, but that he was going to replace the mayors by doing their job for them. So for a mayor, for a leader who's not centralizing, I wonder how he reconciles that with the idea that he's going to push aside municipal mayors and do their job for them. The honourable member for Bellechasse. Well, they also, if I were them, I wouldn't be acting like that. When the Premier of Quebec said he doesn't have confidence in the federal government, they act like they don't hear it. So they're a bit nervous about that because they're nervous about what's going to happen with the Quebec Premier. So they're propping this government up until they're a little less nervous. I think I remember our leader had an asymmetrical deal with Quebec, was respectful of Quebec, was respectful of Quebec's jurisdiction and history.
Thank you. The question really today is a confidence vote and whether the Leader of the Opposition should be trusted. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, it's a question of values, Quebec values, Canadian values. I'd like to ask her how she feels that one of her colleagues used taxpayers' money to bring a legislator to Canada to testify, a legislator that called for the death penalty for gay people in Uganda. So the fact that the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, was supporting a legislator who believed in the death penalty for gay people, I want to ask her how she feels of having those values in her caucus.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. I'm not going to walk into that trap, Mr. Speaker. There's another person who shouldn't be acting like that when they rip up their deal with the Liberals and then do a big song and dance about it. They're the ones who ripped up the deal with the Liberal government. So who's the more ridiculous one here? Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's always a tough act to follow after we had a great intervention from my colleague from Quebec. Mr. Speaker, as a proud son of immigrants, I've seen that struggle at home personally. My parents chose Canada about 40 years ago. They came to this country with not much in their pockets. Blue-collar, working-class family. My dad worked at the same factory for about 30 years. And growing up, I didn't get a chance to see him home. He would leave 2 in the morning. He would come back at 8 p.m. And as a young father myself, I understand now how hard that sacrifice is. He made that sacrifice for me, for that next generation. Because Canada had a promise that if you worked hard, you played by the rules, you can achieve that Canadian dream, that dream of home ownership, where you could buy a decent home in a safe neighborhood, where you could go on a vacation once in a while. You know, that sacrifice that my dad made, Canadians are making that every single day. They're working harder and harder in the hope that the next generation will do better than the previous. But sadly, after 9 years of the Liberal NDP government, we're starting to see that hope slip away. That Canadian dream, that Canadian promise that so many have fought hard for is starting to leave our country. Madam Speaker, we have we have the worst economic crisis in my lifetime, in the last 40 years. You know, we have 2 million Canadians lining up at food banks. 1,400 tent cities are being popped up across our province alone, 25 in Oxford County. That was never the case, Mr. Speaker. That never happened before, Mr. Speaker. 2 million food banks visits in a single month? That's not the Canadian dream my parents came to. That's not the Canadian dream Canadians want to live today. And how do you make it worse? The Liberal policies make it worse. They brought in the carbon tax, a carbon tax that punishes our farmers who are feeding our families. They're punishing our truckers who ship our food and product in our country. It's going to cost our farmers $1 billion. It's going to cost our truckers $4 billion. It's going to put an over $30 billion blow to our GDP in our economy. It's simple. When you tax the farmer who grows the food and you tax the trucker who ships the food, you punish all Canadians who buy the food. And then they have this new capital gains tax hike. They're taxing our farmers when we have a food crisis. They're taxing our doctors when we have a doctor shortage crisis. And they're taxing our home builders when we have a national home building crisis. Just yesterday, Jack Mintz put an article out projecting that their capital gains tax hike will take away 414,000 jobs from our Canadian economy and blow $90 billion from our GDP. That is devastating, Mr. Speaker. And these tax policies are hurting our housing policies. Housing costs have doubled. Mortgage payments have doubled. Rent has doubled. The amount needed for a down payment has doubled. More and more young Canadians, that next generation I spoke about, are now being forced not to buy homes. They're staying with their parents in their basements. That dream of home ownership is starting to fade away. In 2022, we built fewer homes than we did in 1972, and we had half the population. Their plan is not working. And if you manage to buy a home or rent a home, look at the neighborhoods of what's happening in our streets. There's crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder right across our communities. After 9 years of Liberal NDP government, we are seeing a 50% increase in crime, in violent crime. Extortions are up. Auto theft is up. In Oxford, in Woodstock, a safe neighborhood, a family neighborhood with lots of parks, lots of children. A few weeks ago, we had a drive-by shooting at a home there. We've never seen that before. We're seeing 47,000 Canadians die from opioid drug overdoses since they have taken power of our country. They have unleashed a wave of crime, chaos, and drugs in our streets. Instead of investing in treatment and bringing your loved ones home drug-free, They're supporting radical drug policies that are giving government-funded meth, crack, and other drugs in vending machines to the public. That is not the Canadian dream that my parents came to this country for, Mr. Speaker. And the sad thing is this. We have been seeing this every single day now. The NDP partners a few days...
Well, we have a point of order from the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
I don't think we have quorum in the House right now, Mr. Speaker.
Let's start the count.
How many's quorum? 20. Some of them were in the bathroom, on video, John.
Okay, let me look at the table. I know what my count was.
No, that's only your guys' unit.
God help us if that ever.
Yeah, she's Brentson.
I didn't count 20. We're good. All right, thank you for the quorum. The Honourable Member for Oxford. You have about 4 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And look, it's their policies, their catch and release policies, Bill C-75, Bill C-5, that have released our criminals back on the streets. It's a revolving door that they created. And my residents tell me every single day that because of the violent crime, they're not safe in their communities anymore. They're afraid to walk on our streets, go to the park with their families. That is not the Canadian dream that my parents came here for. And the sad thing is that the NDP and the Bloc now continue to prop up this government. In my riding, we have a great auto plant, CAMI, GM, great union workers work there, and I met one of them last week where they came up to me and said this. He has voted for the NDP his whole life. He thought the NDP was their party for workers. And he said, not anymore. He'll be voting Conservative for the first time because he knows that the NDP have sold out Canadians when they voted 24 times for the carbon tax. They are killing the jobs of our workers and they've sold out our workers. Our common sense Conservative team will always stand with workers and ensure that we put more food on the table for their families so they can live that Canadian dream, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are now losing hope. We hear it, we see it, we feel it. And the stories we share today are stories of many Canadians. There are friends, there are neighbors, there's that senior, that single mother, just the everyday Canadian trying to survive, to make the sacrifice like my dad did to get ahead in this country, to build a better life for the next generation. And Mr. Speaker, this government has tried extremely hard to divide Canadians. They're pitting one region against the other. They're trying to divide our communities by spreading misinformation and disinformation. But I know that Canadians see through this. There is hope in our country. And what we know is that Canadians are resilient. Our country is strong. And I believe in our country. And the Conservatives believe in our country. And for us, we know that with the right leadership, we can get our country back on track and restore that Canadian promise that my father came to this country for. Yeah. And that is why we're calling for a carbon tax election now. Yeah. You'll have a very, very clear choice between the NDP and liberal costly carbon tax coalition that will tax your food, punish your work, take your money, or a common sense Conservative plan led by our great leader that will axe the tax so Canadians could heat, eat, and house themselves. They could build the homes so our Canadians can have a roof over their head. Fix the budget so they could drive down inflation. And stop the crime so our families can live in safe neighborhoods. A government that will stand with our farmers who feed our families. A government that will stand with lawful gun owners and go after real criminals who are destroying our communities. A government that will put Canadians first. A government that believes in that prosperity of Canada, that believes better is possible, that believes in Canada. And for 9 years, we have not seen that. But Canadians will have a choice, and I call on all parties to call an election. What are they afraid of? Let Canadians decide. That is democracy. And every single day, we will do our job, hold this government accountable. Unlike the other parties have sold out their parties and their base, we'll fight for Canadians every single day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech today. In particular, talking about his parents coming to Canada to look for better opportunities. And I think that that's the story of many people in Canada, myself included. My mother is from Italy, my father is from Holland. They immigrated here. I'm a little older than him, I imagine, so they immigrated here about 55 years ago. And they, generations that come here and people that grow up here shape our country. And my mother became a relatively new immigrant, became part of the feminist movement in the late 70s and 80s that fought for women's reproductive rights. My wife gets to benefit from that work that my mother and her generation did fighting for those rights. But now we see members of the Conservative Party who are literally trying to roll back those rights. We see them going to rallies on Parliament Hill that are pro-life rallies. Does he not agree that working and moving backwards is not beneficial for our country, our society, or the people that have helped shape it to this point?
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, they have broken that Canadian dream for newcomers. Yeah. They've created 99 problems, and they haven't been able to fix a single one. Yeah. They are pretending to be firefighters when they're the ones that are causing the fires, Mr. Speaker. They're the ones in charge for the last 9 years. That newcomer dream that you spoke about is gone because of your party. Yep. And so for us, when they're doing all these photo ops and they're announcing these big promises and we're getting nothing in return, who does it hurt the most? Who does the carbon tax hurt the most? Newcomers, new Canadians. Yep. It's this government that's responsible for breaking that Canadian dream.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech today. He spoke in particular to some of the areas I agree with, which are the story of many Canadians who come to this place, Indigenous land, and they benefit from what is the immaculate power and grace of this great country. But so often, the people of the original Stuarts are misunderstood. Their priorities of trying to get clean water, trying to get good jobs, trying to get social safety that helps every single person achieved has been difficult for Indigenous people. And forgive me if I can't vote in favor of a motion that's a grab power motion for the Leader of the Opposition just to recreate the pain that so many Indigenous people have had to endure. The last time the Conservatives were in government, they were sued by Indigenous leaders for failing to create a framework for clean water. How shameful is that, Mr. Speaker? What will the member have to say to Indigenous people who can't trust the Conservatives when they've been given so many opportunities to make things right, but continue to let us down?
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. On this side of the House, we will work to be partners with the Indigenous peoples to make sure that they feel heard loud and clear, but I understand why they don't want to go to an election. Just like Canadians, the NDP is broke as well. They have no money in the party. And just a few months away, I can see their leader salivating for his pension. It's coming up. Just 6 more months. 6 more months, he will get his pension. So they're going to hold on. They could do all the drama they want. They could do all the, we're ripping up the agreement, we're going to fight for Canadians. But yesterday, they propped him up again.
Unbelievable.
So if they have these concerns, fight for Canadians. Be the voice of opposition that you're here to do. The member spoke about this, that he said his job is to fight for Canadians and be a voice. Well, you're missing from action.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
Point of order. I'm just going to let me clean some of that up first. The honourable member knows full well we have to come through the chair, so the use of you or speaking directly to members in the chair in the chamber are not allowed. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay with a point of order.
Absolutely, Speaker, and I just want to follow up because I felt a little intimidated when he pointed at me and said I was missing in action when I'm here. But I look at the Leader of the Opposition, and he's nowhere to be seen. He should be pointing at his leader. But I guess...
Okay, just as usual, the honourable member is always trying to be very helpful. Well, wasn't very helpful there. The questions and comments, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Before I begin, I just want to recognize a Paralympian in my riding, Greg Stewart, who won gold. I want to commend him on that, and I want to wish him all the best with his fiancée Taylor in their upcoming wedding this weekend. All the best to Greg and Taylor, and congratulations on both fronts. I really appreciate what my colleague was saying. I know that the member for Kingston and the Islands also referenced coming from an immigrant family. Could he elaborate just on coming from an immigrant family, where he sees things going and what he would change if he had the chance?
30 seconds or so, the honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you for that, my honourable colleague, and obviously congratulations to all Paralympians that are competing today, representing our great country on that international stage. And I understand we share a very similar story with our parents making the sacrifice so that we have a better life. The policies of this government have hurt them the most. If you look at the food bank usage, if you look at the jobless numbers that we're seeing today, that what's happening to our country, our community, our economy, it is because of their failed policies. And we're seeing that positive response back right across our country. If you go to the GTA, you go to BC, you go to Surrey, Brampton, Mississauga, Scarborough, Vaughan, people are sick and tired of their failed government. They want a government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to rise this afternoon in this most honourable House and see many of my colleagues here today fighting and debating for their constituents. Mr. Speaker, earlier this week I had the chance to rise and speak about a similar type motion presented by the official opposition party. And let me simply start by saying this. Canada is the best country in the world. And I repeat this. Canada is the best country in the world, in my humble opinion. Mr. Speaker, as I continue on with that statement, Canada is the best country in the world, and I'm so delighted to be raising 3 daughters in the city of Vaughan and going to be fighting for them day in, day out. Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the most honourable member from Kingston and the Islands, my dear colleague and friend. He had mentioned earlier, the honourable mentioned earlier on that his mother came from Italy some 50-odd years ago. My parents, of course, came, one via Australia first, then to Canada, and my mother directly through Pier 21 and it was a fascinating story, took the train from Halifax all the way to Prince Rupert, from one end to the country to another, and brought us to a promised land. And Canada chose us. Canada chose my parents, and I'm so happy that Canada did and gave us this opportunity. But Mr. Speaker, Canada is the best country in the world, not by accident. Yes, work in progress, but Canada is the best country in the world because we do what's right. We take care of the most vulnerable citizens. We allow those who wish to create wealth, generate jobs to do so. We are blessed with bountiful natural resources, bountiful human capital. Peace, order, and good governance is our mantra. And, Mr. Speaker, we have delivered for Canadians. When I think of the Canada Child Benefit, a monthly tax-free benefit that goes to over 15,000 families in my riding. When I think of today, the Canada Dental Care Plan, 7,200 residents, majority of which are seniors, are now receiving affordable and accessible dental care plan thanks to the Canadian Dental Care Plan in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. When I think of the Early Learning and National Daycare Plan, something that all economists, right, left, center, say is a great thing for female participation in the labor force, for affordability, a win for the economy, a win for families, a win for affordability. That's reducing costs. An average family in Ontario right now, which is seeing almost a 53% reduction in their childcare costs, is saving nearly $10,000 in after-tax savings. That's real money in the pockets of my residents. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Workers Benefit, something that we put in place that is helping lift literally hundreds of thousands of working Canadians out of poverty. The difference between being able to pay rent and affording groceries. We are helping Canadians. Yes, Canadians have gone through a lot, and I said this on Monday. Canadians and the residents of my riding have gone through a lot. We went through COVID, a global pandemic. Our government was there with the CERB and the wage subsidy, rent subsidy. We help businesses. We help Canadians because it is the Canadian thing to do. On workers, and I know my honourable colleague mentioned this earlier on the opposite side, you know, when we first came into power, let's say it as it is, we had to remove two of the most anti-union, anti-worker bills in Bill 525 and Bill 377. And we removed those bills because we support Canadian workers. We've never been a chameleon when it comes to that. We've always stood beside Canadian workers of all stripes and in all industries and all careers, and we will. On seniors, we were the government that returned the age of retirement for eligibility for old age security and guaranteed income supplement to 65 from 67. If that would have been fully implemented, that would have cost retirees at about $780 a month for by 2 years, over $15,000. Because someone went off to Davos, Switzerland, and announced they're going to be changing the retirement system arbitrarily, no consultation, no studies, and said this is going to be right for Canadians, when they themselves benefit from a very generous pension system, much like the official opposition leader does, who by age 31 or 32, from what I've read, receives a beautiful pension and beautiful benefits. Incredible. Now we think about our economy, the investments our government has made in partnering with electric vehicle manufacturers, Honda, Stellantis, Volkswagen. Those are real investment creating real jobs in Ontario and across this country. I think about the partnership with the steel industry, having the steel industry workers' backs, the aluminum workers in Quebec and in Kitimat, in Trail. We have their backs, and we always have had. We are not Johnny-come-lately to a party, like some of my honourable colleagues. I think of the investments in artificial intelligence, the things that are going, our support for Ukraine, undeniable. You don't flinch. You don't flinch, and you don't stop when you're looking at a dictator, and you're dealing with one, which we are. You don't say, oh, I don't like the price on carbon, so I'm not going to vote for a free trade agreement with Ukraine. Shame. So let's talk about the matters. Mr. Speaker, we had to respond to the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States and also the Green Deal in Europe. And we responded with a number of tax credits and ITCs that have been put in place to help grow our economy and keep us competitive. That's what real leadership is about. Now, this week, we all know Canadian home ownership. Canadians love their homes. It's not just your greatest investments, but it's a place where you create memories with your families. I have 3 daughters, 13, 11, and 3. My beautiful wife who supports me in this endeavor. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Your home is your home. And we know Canadians love to purchase a home. It's not for everyone, but you know what? Most Canadians, they want that home ownership. So we see changes that have been taking place with regards to the mortgage market. And I see the mortgage industry has applauded the change by OSFI, the removal of the stress test on non-insured mortgages. Our last week's announcement by the Deputy Prime Minister with regards to the Homeowners Bill of Rights, the Renters Bill of Rights, the mortgage cap going from $1 million to 1.5, 30-year amortizations, which is in line with the OECD countries for first-time homebuyers, new builds, and also greenfields, and all new builds. These are real changes. You know, I was happy to announce in the City of Vaughan $59 million through the building fund, or the fund that we established to accelerate building. And that's been put to use. I've already made an announcement with the Mayor of Vaughan, right? That's happening. Houses are being built. We made a $8 million announcement along Jane Street. It's going to be a key regional corridor. Work is happening. In the heart of my riding, at Rainbow Creek, where I was canvassing on Woodbridge Avenue, there's a big sign there, another investment by the federal government in partnership with federal investment. Mr. Speaker, I love this.
Yeah, no, I appreciate there's been a lot of support for the Honourable Member's speech, but I just want to make sure that the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge has the floor.
Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, I will say this, I always have time for the Honourable Member from Abbotsford. That's not a question, so always happy to chat with them, so forth. But Mr. Speaker, on the trade front, renegotiation of CUSMA, getting CETA over the finish line, reinforcing our trade relations with Europe, with other parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, in my last 2 minutes, as you pointed out, I do wish to talk about small businesses as well, because small businesses are the backbone of our communities, they're the backbone of our economy. The City of Vaughan, 350,000 residents, 20,000 SMEs operate in our city. We are blessed with an entrepreneurial and generous spirit, second to none in any of the ridings. We did lower the tax rate from 11 to 9%. We also increased the investable capital where you qualify for the small business tax rate. That's generating hundreds of millions of dollars of tax savings. It was in budget 2022, if I remember correctly. And on October 19th coming forward, we will celebrate and we will mark again the lowering of credit card fees for small businesses. The first time we did it was $1 billion in savings for small businesses. We are helping small businesses grow. And Mr. Speaker, we had the backs of small businesses during the pandemic. We were there for them. And they went through a tough time. I know the restaurants in my riding, the small businesses, when they were shut down by the provincial government and the imposition of measures, you know what? But we were there for them, Mr. Speaker. In my concluding remarks, Mr. Speaker, I go back to my comments at the beginning. We live in a blessed country. And, you know, when we all attend, we're all a different face in this place, and we all attend church. And I have my favorite Psalms, 91, 35, and 36, that I say to myself on a daily basis. And we live in a beautiful country, in a blessed country. And my kids growing up, they and their friends, and I see the interactions, and there's an optimism, I think, because we've gone through a lot. COVID, the global pandemic, war in Ukraine, supply shocks, global inflation, which we hadn't seen for decades. But, Mr. Speaker, our future is bright, and no one can take that away. I see you said time is up, Mr. Speaker, so I'll stop and look forward to questions from our honourable colleagues.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, or Medante.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'd just like to comment through you to the words we've just heard over the last 10 minutes that riding isn't all that far south of where I live in beautiful Barrie and Springwater or Medante. I'm hearing a much, much different message in my community, that people are struggling a lot. One of the things that's really going on these days in our area is homeless encampments. In fact, last night, the member opposite mentioned how it's a bright Canada. Well, it was brighter in Canada last night because there was another fire in another homeless encampment in Barrie last night. There's been so many that it's getting tough to report on them. That's what I'm hearing back home in my community, which is only about 40 minutes north of you. Are you not hearing the same issues in your community with homeless encampments and people are struggling and people want some change?
I'm hearing all kinds of things, but let's see what the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge says.
I wish to thank the honourable member from Barrie, Springwater, or Medante. I have much respect for the honourable member. The first thing I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, I hope no individuals were injured in that event that happened in the member's riding. My prayers for anyone that was injured, and obviously that should never happen in any riding or any city or any town in Canada. Mr. Speaker, Canadians, yes, they're asking us to do more and to assist them. Yes, we always need to listen to our constituents. I'm never an MP that said to tell Canadians what they're thinking. My first thing when I go knock on the door and I say, when I go up to a door to a constituent, I always say, I wonder what that family is going through. Do they have a loved one in a hospital? Are they going through a transition? How are they feeling? I never speak to a constituent, Mr. Speaker, and say, geez, everything is rosy and merry. What I say is, yes, we do live in the best country in the world, but it's a work in progress. But I'm here to listen to you. I'm here to listen to your concerns and be empathetic and be humble. And yes, we put in a lot of measures to assist Canadians. We went through a tough time with global inflation. Absolutely. Things are and will be getting better, for sure. But Canada fundamentally is the best country in the world.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for l'honorable député de Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a comment about my Liberal colleague's speech on today's motion, which is very similar, this motion, to the previous Conservative opposition motion this week. I'd like to hear my colleague's stance on the Bloc Québécois' two asks. We thought that the Liberals would support our reasonable asks, for instance, increasing OAS for 65 to 74-year-olds and protecting supply management in free trade agreements. Does my colleague agree with these two asks? And if so, will he tell his government to vote for the bloc?
Through you, Mr. Speaker, je veux remercier mon collègue pour sa question.
I thank my colleague for his question. Climate change is important to all members, seniors too.
A secure and dignified retirement, to protecting our supply management system, which we know all Canadians depend on for food security and food affordability and food quality. Those are all measures that we need to engage in tout le temps, toujours, with our colleagues, with various stakeholders. I will say this, Mr. Speaker, Canada is a beautiful country. It's a blessed country. One of the reasons why is because we have a great fiscal framework, a AAA credit rating, lowest deficit to GDP in the G7 and virtually the G20. Our fiscal framework is strong, and we will continue to help Canadians and ensure that we can pay and afford for those social programs that we know strengthen our social fabric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
With a quick question, the Honourable Member Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was surprised my honourable colleague mentioned the investment tax credits. We know that Biden used them within his first year, and they created hundreds of thousands of jobs, billions of dollars of investment. There's a complete clean energy revolution taking place in California, Texas, across the United States, and yet the investment tax credits were promised 2 years ago by this government, and they're nowhere to be seen. Yeah. We see Europe taking off, we see the other G7 taking off, and yet we see this government still talking about investment tax credits when they're nowhere to be seen. This government moved mountains, literally, to get $34 billion into the hands of Suncor and Imperial for TMX pipeline, and yet clean energy tax credits are still nowhere to be seen. Why have they failed on this simple task?
Good question.
In 30 seconds are left, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the Honourable Member from Timmins and St. James Bay for the question. Firstly, I'm going to deal with it as such. I continue to support and will always support our energy workers in Canada while we continue to grow non-renewable energy supply. We need to move energy to markets, and that's what we should do and will do it here in Canada. Secondly, with regards to the ITCs, they are in place. They have been in legislation. Companies like Lind in Alberta, Dow, $10 billion investment by Dow, a $2 billion investment by Lind in hydrogen. Mr. Speaker, I visited the first hydrogen facility here in Ontario, and it was remarkable to see the technological transformation that is and will be taking place within our transportation system here across this country. Canada is uniquely positioned for the green economy of today and the future. I'm excited. We are the best country in the world.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise today to speak to this motion. I didn't have the opportunity to do that on Tuesday for a very similar motion, but I'm really glad to be able to do it today because I think that a lot of my comments will be the same. My speech today, I will focus definitely on the issue by which the Conservatives are requesting no confidence in the government. But then I would also like to talk a little bit about the NDP and where I see some hypocrisy, unfortunately, that's been coming out of our former colleagues in a supply and confidence agreement. Mr. Speaker, you know, Conservatives have set up this narrative. It's a narrative that is based on, I've heard it many times today already, on the price on pollution and trying to blame everything for that. And I know why they did it. It's easy to do it, and quite honestly, they've been effective at doing it. They're trying to sell to Canadians that the reason why we have higher inflation and the reason why we have cost of living issues is the direct result of carbon tax. That's been their objective. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, here we are where I'll just point out very quickly that we're back at where inflation should be at 2%, yet we still have the price on pollution, the carbon tax. And so that whole narrative, I think, has lost a lot of steam, in particular in the last few weeks and months since the inflation inflation numbers have been coming down. But it doesn't stop the continual narrative. We heard it again this morning. I heard it from Conservative members. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that more people get back more than they pay. This is the way the system is set up. If you're in a backstop province, all the money is collected, and then it's equally distributed back to households based on the household size. And 8 out of 10 8 out of 10 households in these backstop jurisdictions get back more than they pay. That's a given fact. But what's even more important is 94% of households that have an income of less than $50,000 a year, which for a whole household is not a lot, 94% of those households get back more than they pay. Again, this is just a fact. So when Conservatives try to use this as an argument for saying axe the tax because then suddenly people are going to be instantly better off, it's just not true. More people are better off, a majority of people are better off with that Canada carbon rebate than get it. And I know that I know I'm touching on the truth and hitting a nerve when Conservatives heckle me on this point, because they always do that. But it's a fact. And I've said to this House before, and I'll say it again to those that might be watching and to those that are in the House, that I did the math myself for my own family. I looked at our Enbridge gas bill, which is the only thing that we'll pay a carbon tax on. I added them all up for 2023, all the carbon taxes. I did the same thing. I said, okay, my wife and I drive electric vehicles or electric hybrid vehicles, but I just assumed, I said, okay, what does the average Canadian use in gas per year? And I assumed we were using gas, so I didn't want to throw off the equation by not having to pay the carbon tax on electricity that we're filling our cars with. And when I did that, I came to the conclusion that in 2023, I paid about $805, $810, if I remember my calculations correctly, on the carbon tax. But my rebate, and I'm not what the government told me I'm going to get, but when I actually went and looked at my bank statement and saw those 4 deposits in 2023, they added up to about $865. So right off the bat, I knew that my household was better off. We got back more than we pay. Now, a lot of people will say, well, how is that possible? How can more houses, how can the majority get back more than they pay? Well, it's because the 2 out of 10 who might have many more vehicles, who might have boats, who might have more luxury items, are definitely going to be paying more than they get back. But that's who the Conservatives are protecting. That's who they're really looking out for. They're looking out for the 2 out of 10 Canadians that are getting back more. They will sell it to you as though who they're really looking out for is the lowest income Canadians, but it's just simply not the truth. Now, to the second part of my discussion today, Mr. Speaker, where I really started to feel a sense of disbelief was not particularly when the leader of the NDP decided that he wanted to get out of the supply and confidence agreement, because I think that we all kind of knew that would happen at one time or another. I thought it was premature. I thought that we still had a good year left to solidify a lot of these social programs that we had to make sure that they were there for a long time. But what really bothered me was a few days later when he started to say and backtrack on the price on pollution, the carbon tax, basically saying that it was hurting Canadians. And what it showed me in that moment, and what I think it showed a lot of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, is that the leader of the NDP doesn't have the ability to stand up to the leader of the opposition. Right. He did a great job standing up to a protester outside of these doors, not just last week. He did a great. I just wish he could stand up to the leader of the opposition like that, because I know that the leader of the NDP believes in a price on pollution. I know that him and his, and I will prove this in a moment, I know that him and his colleagues definitely do not believe that the price on pollution contributed to inflation and the hardships of Canadians, even though the leader of the NDP said that. Why can't he stand up to the leader of the opposition, the member from Carleton, the same way that he was able to stand up to a protester outside, to stand up for what is right? Here, I will tell you, what I recall, I did some digging as soon as I saw the NDP start to flip-flop on the price on pollution. I went around and did some digging. And here I have the member from Edmonton Strathcona. This is what she said on June 13th of this year, just literally before the House left for the summer break. She said, the carbon tax does not impact the price of food to nearly the extent the member is saying. It is minuscule. She goes on to say, economists, journalists, and members of parliament have made it very clear that the carbon tax is not what is responsible for the cost of food increasing so much. No way. So my question to the member from Edmonton Strathcona, and I hope she asks me a question after I'm finished, is how did she respond when her leader suddenly said the price on pollution is not is negatively impacting Canadians?
Good question.
I have more. I have pages and pages of examples, but since I'm talking about the member from Edmonton Strathcona, I'll tell you something else she said on May 30th of 2023. She said a clear majority of households do receive rebates that are larger than the carbon taxes they pay for. She also said, if we got rid of the carbon tax and the rebate, then this would harm a much larger fraction of lower and middle income households that it would higher income households.
She's right.
She basically just said on the 30th of May, she said what I just said that the Conservatives are doing. They're trying to appease the 2 out of 10. They're selling it as though they're appeasing the 8 out of 10, but they're really trying to put more money back in the pockets of the 2 out of 10. And the member from Edmonton Strathcona knows that. She agreed to it. She spoke to it. And then she had to watch her leader go out and say, actually, you know what? I've come to the conclusion that the carbon tax and the rebates are not actually helping Canadians more than they're hurting them.
Wow.
And so this is, the position that we find ourselves in. I'm very glad to see that the NDP and the Bloc are continuing to be the adults in the room and recognizing the stunt that the leader of the opposition did. You notice the fanfare that existed on Tuesday when they had their opposition motion? This is just so dead now. It's like totally deflated because of what happened yesterday and the vote yesterday. They don't have nearly the energy they did then. We haven't heard from the leader of the opposition on this motion yet. I don't even know if he'll speak to it at some point today. The point is it was all a game for them. And I know the NDP knows it was a game for them, yet somehow they caved to the pressure. And that's what I want to understand, how the NDP got to that point.
That's a good
questions and comments. Question commentaire, and I know we're into some great discussion here, but I want to make sure we keep the questions, the comments as short as possible, so we can get as many people to participate in this discussion. The Honourable Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question for my colleague across the way there. So he commented about how much carbon tax an individual is getting back. Some are getting more back than they're actually paying. But what about the hospitals? What about the municipalities? What about the schools? This government charged all those entities, those publicly funded entities, a carbon tax. Not only since the beginning of they started this all through COVID, and then they had a program that was supposed to retrofit. They canceled it at the end of COVID. Can the member please explain that?
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can explain that. The whole point to pricing pollution, and obviously the member doesn't even know how it works because individuals don't get money back, households get money back, so you get money back for a household. But to his point, and he asks a good question, and I think his question deserves an answer, and he should stop talking and listening to me because I will directly answer his question, Mr. Speaker. The answer to his question is when you put a price on something, it incentivizes people to make different choices in the marketplace. What we did, for example, he's talked about institutions, schools, etc. CHEO, for example. They ended up getting $1 million grant from that, which they used to install heat pumps. Does the member understand what's going on here? This is how you shape and change market behavior. I find it always remarkable that I have to explain to conservatives how market mechanisms work, how you have to put a price on something in order to change behavior, as though it's the first time they've ever heard it in their entire lives. We have countless examples. CHEO is just one. But people, organizations are going to use these opportunities to find other ways. And CHEO did it by installing heat pumps, and now their carbon footprint is much less than it was before.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure you could remember the name of my riding because the member was quoting me quite a bit in his speech, and I am flattered that he pays so much attention to what I think are very smart interventions in the House. So I'm pleased to have him acknowledge that to some degree. I will say I think everyone here understands that what has happened with the carbon tax is it has not only, of course, been weaponized, huge amounts of misinformation have been spread by the Conservative Party, but in fact, it's the government, it's the Liberal Party that ultimately broke the carbon tax because they chose who were winners and who were losers. They chose to pick people and decide who got that waived and who didn't. That's a terrible thing for a government of a country to do for political reasons. But more importantly from us is, as New Democrats, we're coming forward with a meaningful environmental plan that will address the climate crisis and that will not miss every single target like the Liberal government has. We will have a climate plan that will not subsidize the oil and gas industry, that will not continue to put climate change on the back burner. And I wanted to be able to respond to the member because he did bring forward some of my quotes, and I think that all of us should be having a very rigorous debate in this place on how we deal with the fundamental crisis facing every single Canadian, every single human being, and that is the climate crisis.
Who cares about equitable time here? Let's just see how the debate goes. The honourable member for Kingston Islands.
I respect the member, and I know the member cares a lot about the environment, and it must be a very difficult position for the member to be in, given what her leader has done. And I empathize with her. But to suggest that this is because there was an exemption on everybody throughout the country that uses oil, well, my response to the member would be, where was your voice then when it happened? Because that was in the middle of the winter. I didn't hear any peep from any NDP say, hold on, don't give them that exemption. They waited until September after their leader had made a position on the supply and confidence agreement and honestly caved to the pressure of the Conservatives.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member from Lévis-Lobinière, c'est ça? All right. So, Mr. Speaker, we're here today debating the following motion. That, given after 9 years, the government has doubled housing costs, taxed food, punished work, unleashed crimes, and is the most centralizing government in Canadian history. The House has lost confidence in the government and offers Canadians the option to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. So there is a motion that is asking this House to say we do not have confidence in the government anymore. And I do not have confidence in this government. On behalf of my constituents, I do not have confidence on this government. And I think that the easiest way to describe why is because it's very clear that this government has broken the promise that is provided to people from around the world, our citizens of Canada. There's a promise of Canada that the government is honor and duty bound to uphold, and this government has broken it. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, they have no plan to unbreak that promise. They really don't. And as the member from Edmonton Strathcona, as I've been listening to debate, said today, the government also lacks moral clarity on many issues. So there is, at this point, it's kind of case closed. The House should not have confidence in this government, and here's why. I want to go back to the broken promise of Canada. One of the things that's really impacted me and how I look at things in this place is that in my time here, I became a mom. I am a stepmom to 3 kids. and a grandmother as well. So that ages me a little bit, yes. So I am now Meemaw, Mr. Speaker. Here's the thing, much like many other people across Canada, I married somebody from a different country, from the US. And I love my kids so much. I've watched them grow up. I've watched them go through college, trade school. My oldest stepdaughter, I'm so proud of her. She just graduated. She's that emergency room nurse now. Wow. And my middle stepdaughter, she graduated from the University of Oklahoma. She's part of the Reserve Corps in the Army. She's brilliant. And my youngest stepson he pursued a trade and is essentially running the shop floor of a big manufacturing company in the city that he lives, and he's young. But the one thing that we always talk about as a family, because my kids have been able to watch me in this place stand up for my constituents and be part of my work, is that they have seen firsthand the promise that Canada does offer. I can say to them as Americans, and this might get a little testy at Christmas dinner sometime, but I do believe Canada is the best country in the world. When I look through my community, I see the diversity, I see our pluralism, and I see, what I've always seen is the promise that if you come to Canada or if you're in Canada, you can do anything. And frankly, here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. For me right now, one of the most heartbreaking conversations or heartbreaking realizations I've had to come to understand is that my children can't afford to come to this country. And I'm in a position of privilege. That's just the reality. And I don't say that to be partisan. I say that with absolute reality. My kids cannot afford to buy a house or rent in Canada. They just can't. We've always talked about it, especially, I've wanted to lure them, especially, one of them who's thinking about grad school, come here, come here, live with us, right? And the reality is they just can't afford it. So for me, I am living that broken promise in a very deep way, but it's not just my family. It's so many other people in my community, people who have moved into Calgary Nose Hill from around the world. I had a heartbreaking conversation with, I won't say exactly where just to not blow her cover, but an employee from Air Canada who came to me in tears, and this conversation just absolutely broke my heart. And her husband had recently passed away, and she has 2 children, and she can't afford her rent. And she's in a good job, and she just said, I don't know what to do. She goes to me, where do I go? And I don't have an easy answer for that. And the reality is that the government does not have an easy answer for that. And they don't have an answer for that in spite of doubling the national debt, increasing taxes. They don't have a plan going forward. And that in and of itself should be enough. We all know that this government does not have a plan. We all know that the Prime Minister right now, his head is not in the game of trying to fix the broken promise of Canada that he broke. It's trying to figure out what his next gig is. Is he going to lead his party through defeat, or is he, going to have some sort of other job? It's not me saying that. It's virtually every columnist across the country. I'm just putting on the record here what the reality is in every other newspaper. So we need somebody. The government, the House cannot have confidence in somebody who can't even be bothered to think about how he's going to fix the promise that he broke. The reason that my children don't have a clear line of sight on how they could live here, and millions of other Canadians who are already here can't afford to live. But if that's not enough, Mr. Speaker, to say, look, it's over for this government. We should not have confidence in it. As the member from Strathcona said, this government does not have moral clarity. I don't have enough time in my speech, but the Prime Minister, let's just go through some of the top scandals. The billionaire trip to Aga Khan Island. He was found in breach of the Ethics Commissioner, found guilty of these rules 2017. Former Finance Minister Bill Morneau did not disclose his French villa Wouldn't it be nice to have a French villa? Wow. He did not declare a conflict with Morneau-Chapelle. The former defense minister apologized for exaggerating his military record. The prime minister had, you all remember, the disastrous trip to India in 2018, where he invited a convicted attempted murderer to a reception. The former fisheries minister broke the conflict of interest rules with the clam scam issue. Then fast forward to 2019 when we had the preposterous SNC-Lavalin Jody Wilson-Raybould issue. The former environment minister gave $12 million to fridges for Loblaws, like just direct cash subsidies. The prime minister in 2019 made a sarcastic comment to a First Nations woman at a fundraiser. In 2019, in the middle of the campaign, he couldn't tell reporters how many times he had worn blackface. He appointed a governor general who eventually led to her resignation because it was such poor vetting. Then we had the We Charity scandal where it was, $1 billion? That there's this massive scandal and just massive waste. There was a man implicated in a multi-million-dollar illegal casino bust in Markham, Ontario that had rubbed shoulders with the Prime Minister on 2 occasions before being arrested by police. The former defense minister was censured by MPs over sexual harassment case in the military. The former public safety minister was unaware of the transfer of notorious murderer Paul Bernardo. The former public safety minister spent $62 million on a firearms buyback program that bought back exactly zero firearms. I have pages more, Mr. Speaker, but I only have a minute left. I just say this. This government has lost its why. It's lost its ability to communicate how it is going to, why it's functioning outside of holding on to power, and it doesn't have the how of how it's going to fix the broken promise that they've made that should have been made to Canadians. So I just implore colleagues, it's time. The House environment here is deteriorating rapidly. We need an election. We need an election now.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her comments today. And you know what? I'm a mom too. I've got 2 children. I came to this place to fight for a clean environment for them for generations to come. And because of the work of our government, we have lowered emissions to the lowest they've been in 25 years. It's the equivalent of 62 million cars off the road, and we prevented an increase of 41% if we had done nothing. And so my question to the member is, when will there be a plan from their side of the House that can address the same concerns that we have for our children to ensure that we have a plan for the climate crisis that impacts all of us, and by the way, is the biggest factor in the price on food right now?
That's right.
Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, according to Environment Canada reports, the lowest emissions in recent Canadian history actually occurred under the Harper government. So let me correct the record. The second thing is that I believe that the Liberal government's dogmatic adherence to the carbon tax, which does not function in Canada because of the lack of substitute goods, which means that carbon is price inelastic in Canada. But because the government has been so focused on increasing the price of everything for everybody, it's actually stopped innovation on technologies and other types of programs that could actually reduce emissions. For example, more public transit, like the Green Line debacle in my riding that the federal government has absolutely failed on as well. So that because the government has been so dogmatically attached to the carbon tax, it's actually made the climate crisis worse in Canada.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for that speech. I was listening to her talk about people who need help and the fact that we need to help the more vulnerable. What does she think? Does she consider that oil companies are among those companies that really need help? Or does the money that the Liberal government and its predecessor governments, Conservative governments, I'm sorry to interrupt the honourable member, but I'd like to make a brief statement, and then she can continue after that with her question.
Order raised on September 18th, 2024 by the member for Saanich Gulf Islands and September 19th by the member of New Westminster Burnaby concerning disrespectful and offensive remarks. At the same time, the Chair will offer some comments on certain actions taken during the second of these sittings, as promised on Monday. Referring to statements made during question period on September 18th, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands asked the Chair to review the use of what she termed offensive nicknames for Canadians who are not members of the House. She suggested that this name-calling may have breached Standing Order 11.2. The member from New Westminster Burnaby called the Chair's attention to the enforcement of Standing Order 18, arguing that the Leader of the Official Opposition had broken rules by making disrespectful and offensive remarks about the members for Belleuil-Chambly and Burnaby South, as well as other members. J'aborderai dans un premier temps.
I will begin with the point of order raised by the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. In this case, I must point out that Standing Orders 11 and 18 do not apply to comments directed at members of the public, but this fact should not be taken as permission to say whatever one wants about Canadians who are not elected officials. Quite the contrary. In exercising their freedom of speech, members must show restraint in order to maintain a degree of civility in our debates. As stated in House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition at page 622, and I quote, "Members are discouraged from referring by name to persons who are not members of Parliament and who do not enjoy parliamentary immunity, except in extraordinary circumstances when the national interest calls for this. The Speaker has ruled that members have a responsibility to protect the innocent not only from outright slander, but from any slur directly or indirectly implied, and has suggested that members avoid as much as possible mentioning by name people from outside the House who are unable to reply in their own defense." Unquote.
However, in practice, members quite often refer to ordinary individuals in their statements, not always to praise them. For example, the names of provincial politicians, prominent persons, and other public figures are regularly mentioned without causing controversy. Furthermore, members are always required to choose their words carefully when they are discussing matters pertaining to individuals who do not have an opportunity to respond to their criticisms. As for the individual the member for Saanich Gulf Islands referenced in her point of order, he is quite plainly a public figure engaged in political and partisan debates. We should not be surprised that he is the subject of comment or criticism regarding past decisions or positions. So long as the tone and wording of members' comments remains sufficiently respectful, the Chair will refrain from intervening. Si l'article 18 du règlement.
While Standing Order 18 does not apply to ordinary individuals, it is quite relevant when members comment on their colleagues. Standing Order 18 states, and I quote, "No member shall use offensive words against either House or against any member thereof."
The Chair rose on September 19 to remind members of the purpose of question period. The Chair remains very concerned about the sequence of events that took place at that time, as well as a tendency in recent days to use overly personal criticism and insults. This tendency has been seen on both sides of the House. As indicated on page 624 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, and I quote, "In dealing with unparliamentary language, the Speaker takes into account the tone, manner, and intention of the member speaking, the person to whom the words at issue were directed, the degree of provocation, and most important, whether or not the remarks create disorder in the chamber. Thus, language deemed unparliamentary one day may not be deemed unparliamentary on another day. Expressions which are considered unparliamentary when applied to an individual member have not always been considered so when applied in a generic sense or to a party." Unquote.
The remarks made that day by the Leader of the Opposition spawned disorder. They targeted one individual in particular and they were excessively scornful and personal. It seems to me equally clear that in response to such criticisms, it's unacceptable for a member to leave their seat and move toward another member. In the House, we resolve our disagreements with words, not with physical acts of this nature.
On Monday, the House unanimously took the same stance by urging, and I quote, all its members to behave with civic-mindedness and respect towards their colleagues in order to allow a truly constructive debate in the interests of democracy and the common good, unquote. After last Thursday's sitting, the chair has reached out to the Leader of the Official Opposition and to the member for Burnaby South. The chair offered them the opportunity to make amends. The member from Burnaby South did so, and he informed the chair that he will act differently in the future. I'm grateful for his commitment. The chair has yet to receive such an indication from the Leader of the Official Opposition. I indicated that, failing to hear from him, I would request a formal withdrawal of his comments. Otherwise, the chair would remove some questions during question period today. Party leaders have a heightened responsibility to be role models. Vigorous debate and even profound disagreement are possible without resorting to such comments or actions. The chair therefore invites members to be more judicious in their choice of words and behavior. If they are not, the chair will have no choice but to discipline those members who persist in their unparliamentary behavior. I thank all members for their attention. Reprise de questions et commentaires.
Resuming questions and comments, the honourable member.
Juste une question. Can I have a moment? The floor is for the member. C'est maintenant à tour du député de.
It is the member for Shefford's turn to continue her question, but I see a member rising on a point of order first.
Who I saw rising on a point of order is the member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, briefly to say I deeply appreciate, the thoughtful response to my last point of order. But in referring to 11.2, I was cut off by heckling and not able to direct the Speaker to the sections I thought might be relevant in future, which were to avoid irrelevant and repetitious speech, which seemed to be the case in terms of attacking the individual we've referenced. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member. I still believe the chair's response is one which will stand. The honourable member from Peace River Westlock? No, sorry, Peace River.
Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Northern Rockies. My apologies.
Yeah, just point of order, Mr. Speaker. Before you rose to speak to the chamber, my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill still had about 3 minutes left of questions to be asked of her, and we just wanted to know what's happening with that particular time.
Precisely, I'm going to the honourable member from Shefford to finish her question, and then it will go to the member from Nose Hill for a response. Then I have Député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, can I start over, given that... okay. So, I'd like to thank my colleague for Calgary Nose Hill for her speech. I'll try to be more brief. She said that some people need help, people that are having trouble getting through these times. Does she consider oil companies as being among those who need support and subsidies and so on from the government, and even the subsidies that they got under the previous government? Thank you. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I think that Canada needs a bright and vibrant economy in every sector, including the natural resource sector. I don't agree with the assertion of this Liberal government that the way that they have addressed this issue but completely failed is by giving countless untold billions of dollars in waste to their corporate friends. And this is what they're now, I think what they're now doing with Mark Carney as well. So, you know, like today in Industry Committee, we tried to pass a motion to just look at the government's EV strategy, given that they've committed billions of dollars to that industry, and we're seeing these companies essentially say they're not going to set up shop here. So that's so many jobs lost, such a big issue in terms of meeting Canada's climate objectives, and there's no scrutiny on that. So overall, this is why I think that my colleagues should support this motion. We need to have an election so that every political party can set out their visions for the country and that we can move away from this reckless Liberal government's waste. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her speech today. It is unbelievable to me that she is a grandmother. I'm not accepting that is a possibility. However, she did list a number of ways that we can identify that the Liberal government has lost their moral authority. But I have to say, for most Canadians, they must be listening to this and thinking, you know, Liberal Tory, same old story, because I also can go through an incredible list of scandals that we saw under the government that she was part of, the Harper government. I think of the Senate scandals with Mike Duffy. I think of election activities where they had to plead guilty to overspending. Maxime Bernier, who is a scandal all in his own right. The Afghan detainees, proroguing Parliament, the contempt rulings that we saw with this government, the G8 funding in Huntsville. Like, I could go on. Like, how does she expect Canadians to believe that the Conservatives would be any less corrupt than the Liberals have been?
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, I guess I'm having a hard time understanding the moral equivocation. I don't think anybody in this place can argue that this government is a paragon of ethical standards. So but I think the key difference is this member has voted time and time again, knowing that these ethical standards have been brought, she's propped them up. And that's the problem here. So it's time. It's time for an election. Canadians need to have a choice. This government's time is up. We need a reset. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, before we go to statements by members, I believe the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue has a few comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on the same point of order that I had raised a couple of days ago. The standing order specifically is 116. Now, that standing order was put in place with the express purpose of protecting the rights of committee members to participate in debate on motions before those motions are put to a vote. It does not matter if the chair claims that he didn't see my hand. The point of the matter is that my hand was raised and the onus was on the chair to ensure that he canvassed the room and made sure that he was fulfilling his obligation as chair to ensure that debate had actually come to a complete conclusion. The standing order in question is in place to protect the rights of members to speak to a motion before it is voted on, regardless of whether the chair accidentally or on purpose does not acknowledge the request of the member to speak. It is designed as a fail-safe to protect members. The onus is on the chair of committees to confirm that there are no members that are wanting to participate in the debate before the question is called. So, Chair, I just wanted to add that to my original point of order. Thank you.
I think on the same point of order, the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the same point, I was in that committee meeting. The chair did indeed pause after the final person had spoken and looked around the room. He then called the question, as was his right, because no other member had risen or had raised their hand. Indeed, after that it was challenged by the chair or challenged by the member, but all opposition members, including the Bloc and the NDP, confirmed the chair's ruling. Therefore, since chairs or committees are responsible for their own affairs, the committee itself, a majority of all parties, confirmed that indeed the chair did act appropriately, and I indeed will claim that I did not see the member raise their hand, nor did anyone else around that table.
Okay, and I know that the table is looking at this specifically. Normally, the House does not influence itself in the actions of committees, but I know we're looking at this one closely. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 39 years back, Air India Flight 182 was blown up mid-air from a bomb planted by Canadian Khalistan extremists. It killed 329 people and is the largest mass killings in Canadian history. Even today, the ideology responsible for this terrorist attack is still alive among few people in Canada. 2 Canadian public inquiries have found Khalistan extremists responsible for the bombing of Air India flight. Now, there is a petition on Parliament portal asking for a new inquiry promoting conspiracy theories promoted by Khalistan extremists. Mr. Bal Gupta, whose wife Rama was killed in this attack, told the Globe and Mail, "It is deeply frustrating. It opens up old wounds all over again. It is all garbage. It's an attempt to gain publicity and support for terrorist activities." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Tobic-Matiquac.
Mr. Speaker, recently my sister and her boyfriend were in a serious motorcycle accident and both sustained substantial injuries. Our family is so grateful that this did not end in total tragedy. We're so thankful to those who walk with others through the shadows of adversity. Those concerned citizens like Mark and Nancy and Steve and Wanda who stayed and comforted them while help was on the way. The paramedics and first responders who treated them at the scene. The doctors and nurses who provided exceptional care during their recovery. The pastors, family, and friends who were there with us with words of encouragement, prayers, and sometimes much-needed coffee. Special thanks to my other sister, Amy, who has been by Julie's side through it all. There's an ancient writing that perhaps sums it up best when it says, "Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I'll fear no evil, for thou art with me." Thank you to all those who walk through the shadows of adversity, pain, and despair with all of us. It means so much more than words can ever express. And thanks especially to the one who promised to be with us through it all and to never leave us nor forsake us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Certain all members extend their prayers and thoughts to your family, especially to your sister. The honourable member from Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, over 600 civilians have been killed by Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon in recent days. Among them are 2 Canadians. I send my condolences to the loved ones of all those lost. I represent a large Lebanese Canadian community, and they are deeply worried for their family and loved ones. Israeli officials say they are ready for a ground invasion that will kill even more innocent civilians. Civilians are dying in Gaza, in West Bank, and in Lebanon. The violence must end. The Netanyahu government must stop its escalations. Canada's words are not enough. There must be a ceasefire and consequences for Israeli government officials that have expressed support for genocide and violence. A clear and unequivocal 2-way arms embargo with no loopholes. And as part of a 2-state solution, Canada must recognize the Palestinian state now. We must stand for peace.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavik EU. Today is the 25th National School Support Staff Day. Every year, school support staff contribute to student success. They ensure a safe and healthy environment, they support teachers, they help with school administration, and they take care of school facilities. There are more than 80 different jobs divided into 4 broad categories. The first is administrative support. This includes administrative officers, school organization workers, administration and IT technicians, and all those who handle logistics in our school. Second category, manual support, such as caretakers, certified maintenance workers, pipe fitters, and electricians, who keep schools safe for our children. Third category, special education, which includes all those who look after students with special needs. And finally, fourth, daycare services, all educators and support staff in daycares. Thank you to all of these people who work so hard every single day to give all of our children a better future. The The honourable member for Nickel-Belt.
Président, le 25 septembre, l'anniversaire du lever de drapeau franco-ontarien, ici pour la première fois à l'Université de Sudbury en 1975. Ce drapeau est un symbole de notre histoire, de notre culture et de la fierté que nous ressentons. En tant que secrétaire parlementaire aux langues officielles, je tiens à remercier de nombreux organismes qui travaillent pour faire vivre la francophonie, l'ACFO du Grand Sudbury, les centres de santé, les clubs Richelieu, l'Alliance des femmes de la francophonie, les clubs d'amitié des aînés, le Carrefour francophone. Hier, dans Nickel-Belt, nous célébrons la construction d'une nouvelle école catholique à Val-Thérèse qui ouvrira en 2025. Elle accueillera les élèves de l'école Sainte-Thérèse, Notre-Dame, Saint-Joseph de Hanmer. Quelle réussite! J'invite tous les francophones et francophones à célébrer notre langue et à continuer de renforcer notre héritage avec fierté. Merci également à nos alliés anglophones et multilingues pour leur soutien précieux. Bonne célébration à tous.
Bravo. The honourable member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and now time is up. Yesterday, Canadians witnessed the hypocrisy of the Bloc and the NDP as they voted to continue propping up this Prime Minister and his devastating policies. They are content to sit on their hands, allowing this Liberal government to unleash more chaos and suffering on Canadians while they wait to get their pensions. This NDP Liberal coalition has doubled the cost of housing, made it easier for criminals to get back on the street, and allowed the cost of living to skyrocket. No matter how bad it gets for Canadians, the NDP Liberal coalition doesn't care. They know Canadians are fed up, but are refusing to listen. Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Let Canadians have their say and call a carbon tax now.
That's right.
The honourable member from Milton.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Today is Sneak It In Day, so Participation is here in Ottawa to remind us all to make room in our busy schedules to sneak in some movement. Movement is medicine. It's preventative medicine for our minds, our bodies, and our communities that keep us all happy, healthy, connected, and strong. A little exercise every day is also great for our moods, productivity, and focus. I'm proud that our government has made physical activity a national priority, reducing healthcare costs and making Canada a healthier place to live, work, learn, and play. Mr. Speaker, sportsmanship in politics was one of the pillars of my campaign, and ensuring that we can all work together in this House of Commons for progress on common ambitions is important to me. I've organized cross-party runs, soccer games, and yesterday all political parties came together to play cricket, because when we play and do healthy activities together, it reminds us that what we have in common is bigger and more important than what we might disagree on. Thanks to Participation for reminding us all that moving Canadians forward will lead to better health and prosperity for all Canadians.
Great job.
The honourable member from Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I stand here today to share the loss of Wally Legion Branch 229 President and veteran Tony Moore. Tony was a dedicated advocate for veterans, served as president for as long as I can remember, and he was instrumental in the building of Canada's most modern and full-service veterans facility, the Wally Veterans Village. Opened in 2023, this groundbreaking initiative was launched thanks to Tony's deep understanding of the support veterans truly needed. He tirelessly advocated for the community, ensuring they received the resources and care they deserved. Above all, Tony was a great friend to me, someone who was always frank and forthright. I want to extend my deepest condolences to Tony's family, friends, and all members at the Wally Legion. Tony will be greatly missed, but his legacy of service, compassion, and advocacy will not be forgotten. May he rest in peace.
The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, corruption is up, crime is up, and time is up. Canadians want an election to decide the country's direction and how their money is used. While Canadians line up at food banks and deal with a worsening housing crisis, the Prime Minister decided to use their money to purchase a $9 million luxury condo for his personal friend. This comes at a time when young Canadians are worried that they may never realize the dream of home ownership. But Canadians are not without hope, Mr. Speaker. An election is coming soon. Then Canadians can hold this government accountable for driving up costs while Liberal insiders benefit. Only a Conservative government will cut the carbon tax and end the abuse of tax dollars.
Hear, hear. Well said.
The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles.
Mr. Speaker, Lebanon is bleeding. The entire country is currently in intensive care unit. The population of the country appeals to the international community to intervene, put an immediate end to the hostilities, and save civilian and innocent lives. Every human being has the right to live in dignity, irrespective of their corner of the globe. Killing innocent civilians is unacceptable on both sides of the border. The hospitals in Lebanon are overstretched and lack the capacity to treat such a massive number of patients. As such, the Lebanese request that our government contribute to demanding an immediate cessation of hostilities and emphasize the need to keep the airport operational. The Lebanese community is hoping that Canada will stand up and champion Canadian values on the global stage. Lebanese people don't want war. Government of Lebanon doesn't want war. We want to live in peace. We want to live in security and to see peace spread and prevail in all of.
The Honourable Member from Calgary, Forest Lawn.
After 9 years of this soft on crime coalition, costs are up, taxes are up, crime is up, extortion is up, and now time is up. Extortion has skyrocketed 357% across Canada. It's easy for criminals to commit crimes, get bail, and go out and re-offend again because of this Liberal NDP government's soft on crime policies. In Alberta, extortion is up 409%. Recently in Calgary, disturbing stories have emerged of armed criminals committing extortions and kidnappings against newcomers, children's families, and businesses. The leader of the NDP, the Prime Minister, and both Liberal MPs from Alberta voted against Common Sense Conservative Bill C-381 on extortions, so they could keep this Liberal NDP Prime Minister in power and protect the NDP leader's $2.2 million pension. Common Sense Conservatives are the only party standing up and protecting victims, while this Liberal NDP government has become the party of protecting criminals.
Exactly. Wow. The Honourable Member from Cypress Hills, Grassland.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Taxes are up for everyone, and in Saskatchewan, our hospitals and schools will pay $380 million in carbon taxes alone. This is money that should be used to hire doctors, nurses, technicians, teachers, and educational assistants. But instead, it is being used to line the pockets of the Prime Minister's elitist friends like Mark Carney. In Saskatchewan, we have seen this act before. The last time there was a radical tax and spend Trudeau as Prime Minister, healthcare took a major hit in my province, with hospitals and clinics being forced to close or reduce services. So yes, Mr. Speaker, time is up. The NDP leader has once again sold out his support to the Prime Minister, just like he did the other 24 times that we voted to axe the tax. If the NDP truly supports healthcare and education, they would end their costly coalition and vote with us to call a carbon tax election just like Canadians want. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, only Conservatives are on Saskatchewan's side, and we will axe the tax for good.
The Honourable Member from Pierrefonds-Delorme.
Mr. Speaker, this summer I visited dozens of organizations that receive Canada Summer Jobs funding. 223 youth in our city gained, in our community I should say, gained meaningful jobs through this federal program. 64 organizations received over $1 million investments in our beautiful riding of Pierrefonds-Dollard. Young Canadians have gained valuable experience and skills through these jobs, through the Canada Summer Jobs program, experiences they will utilize into their careers.
I had the pleasure of visiting and meeting with some key organizations.
STARS and Camp Chaos.
Community pools like Briarwood and Fairview, and Elm Park.
The West Island Association for the Intellectually Handicapped, which supports adults with disabilities. Des Banques Alimentaires.
Food banks like On Rock and the West Island Assistance Fund. They help families in need.
Of worship and cultural centers like the Hindu Mandir. These groups are dedicated to supporting youth, to developing our community. Thank you so much for all you do. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, on September 30th, we mark the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Together, we honor the survivors of residential schools, and we mourn the thousands of children who never returned home. We have a legal and moral obligation to address the ongoing harms to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples, to acknowledge what happened in residential schools as genocide, and to facilitate a path for healing. The government must do more. One important step would be to pass the MP from Winnipeg Centre's bill that combats residential school denialism. This year in my riding, constituents will be participating in the annual Reconciliation Ride, hosted by Victoria Orange Shirt Day and Capital Bike. We'll hear from incredible leaders in our community, Diane Sam from the Songhees Nation, and Eddie Charlie, a residential school survivor from Cowichan Tribes, before riding as a group to the South Island Powwow. This year's grand entry will take place at noon and at 6 p.m. Everyone is invited to come celebrate Indigenous cultures and resiliency. HoC CM.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. In 2024, this year, the Quebec Advocacy Association for the Rights of Retirees and Pre-Retirees, Granby chapter, is celebrating 40 years of fighting for the rights and the dignity of seniors. The theme to mark their 40th year is 40 years of struggle and commitment together for the rights and dignity of seniors. This is an opportunity to reflect on the progress that has been made while looking to the future with determination. Since its creation, the Granby AQDR has devoted itself to defending and protecting the rights of seniors, fighting injustice and equality with vigor and conviction. Let's celebrate the commitment and solidarity of its members and partners. I'd also like to mention that AQDR is a valuable ally of Bill C-319, which the Bloc is proposing to eliminate the unacceptable inequity created by the government since people 75 and over and people 65 to 74 do not receive the same amount of old age security. Together, let's put an end to this age-based discrimination. Happy 40 years.
The Honourable Member from Niagara Falls.
Speaker, after 9 years of this costly NDP Liberal coalition, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and their time is up. Through this coalition, the NDP leader has sold out workers and residents in my community, which has resulted in higher taxes, balloon food costs, doubling the housing costs, and unleashed crime and chaos in our once safe streets. Their joint plan to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre will literally drive Canadians to food banks. Yet, sadly, this NDP leader has voted 24 times in support of this tax. And what are the results? Just over 1 million people visited a food bank in Ontario over the past year, an increase of 25%. In my community, Project Share reports that 1 in 8 residents has had to visit a food bank. Speaker, Canadians need a carbon tax election now to decide between this costly coalition of NDP Liberals or common sense Conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise on behalf of Vancouver Quadra constituents to defend carbon pricing. Canadians understand the urgency of reducing carbon emissions to limit their costly, even lethal impacts, such as wildfires and floods, on lands, people, and property. 20 years ago, as BC's Environment Minister, I laid the groundwork for BC's Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, which fosters innovation, economic development, and emission reductions through carbon pricing. Canada's national carbon pricing is equally a fair, efficient way to reduce emissions, and like British Columbia's, it works. What's more, 8 of every 10 Canadians under our pricing system get more money back than they pay out. Sadly, Conservative and now NDP leaders reject carbon pricing. Shame on them, working to make carbon pollution free again. Mr. Speaker, we must price it to reduce it.
Colleagues, as I've indicated in my ruling earlier today, the Chair has offered the Leader of the Official Opposition the opportunity to make amends regarding the words he used last week, or else I would remove questions from him during question period today. Having not received such a commitment on his part, and the member having not withdrawn his comments, I will therefore remove 3 questions from the Leader of the Official Opposition in the opening round today. Collègues,
Colleagues, as I've indicated in my ruling earlier today, the Chair has offered the Leader of the Official Opposition the opportunity to make amends regarding the words he used last week, or else I would remove questions from him during question period today. Having not received such a commitment on his part, and the member having not withdrawn his comments, I will therefore remove 3 questions from the Official Opposition Leader in the opening round today.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Mr. Speaker, who could be against the following motion that given that for 9 years the government has doubled housing costs, taxed food, punished work, unleashed crime, and is the most centralizing government in Canadian history, the House has lost confidence in the government and offers Canadians the option to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative leader has a major problem. He claims to be the greatest expert in the world on monetary policy, but he didn't even read the beginning of the first chapter of Economics 101, which says that the basic rule to avoid inflation and to have the central bank reduce inflation is to not interfere with the central bank. When is he going to apologize for being both an expert and the most incompetent of all the monetarists in the world?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, at least someone over there thinks about monetary policy. Mr. Speaker, who could be against the following motion? That, given that, after 9 years, the government has doubled housing costs, taxed food, punished work, unleashed crime, and is the most centralizing government in Canadian history, the House has lost confidence in the government and offers Canadians the option to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a very simple answer to his question as to who's opposed to that motion. Canadians.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The Liberals have until October 29th to improve OAS for those aged 74 and under and to protect supply management. They need to pass Bill C-319 and Bill C-282. Why these two measures? Well, first of all, because it's good for Quebecers, but also there's consensus in this House. The Liberals, the Conservatives, and the NDP have already agreed to this. So why leave Quebecers waiting when we could make gains for Quebec? Will the government meet our demands for seniors and farmers? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister for Seniors. Mr. Speaker, the member for La Prairie is very, very behind when it comes to support for seniors. He voted against every measure that's been taken in this House, supported by members to help seniors, including the most vulnerable seniors in Canada. And I would like to know from the member for La Prairie, what does he say to the 6,200 people in his own riding who have joined the federal dental care program? What does he say to them when they ask him why he voted against that? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. If they continue like this, they're going to have to answer. They're going to have to ask a lot of questions next year, Mr. Speaker. So next October 29th, maybe instead of playing partisan games, this government should get to work. The Bloc Québécois demands are clear, positive, and have agreement in this House. The Liberals have a very simple choice. They could either help seniors and farmers, or they could choose to respond with things like that and sabotage their own government. Will they survive by helping Quebecers, or will they die by their partisan swords? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, the Bloc Québécois and other members in this House can choose to sabotage the efforts of the Canadian government to help seniors in his own riding. 7,400 seniors in his riding have signed up, and many of them are receiving for the first time or the first time in many years dental care. Accessible, affordable dental care, investing in housing. Does he really want to associate with the Conservative leader who says that Quebec's municipalities are incompetent and who wants to tear up our agreement with Quebec? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, Pascal, a single mother from Hull, wrote in an open letter, "I don't think I'll ever be able to buy a house. I'm afraid that my youngest child will never be able to own her own home. I can't change apartments. Rent has gone up so much since I moved in, and the housing costs in my neighbourhood have gone up by over 150%. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals and the Conservatives themselves caused this housing crisis. Why do they want people like Pascal to pay the price? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. I'd like to thank my colleague who is a strong defender of social and affordable housing in Quebec for his question, but he knows, like me, to what extent the Conservative leader's policy would be damaging for Quebecers. He hasn't stopped attacking Quebec's municipalities. He's called them incompetent when they're in the middle of building 8,000 new affordable housing units. The Conservative leader built 6 homes all the time he was housing minister.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton-Griesbach.
Another summer has passed and not one single home for Indigenous people have been built. The Liberals promised to deliver an urban, rural, and northern housing strategy. 2 years later, still no funding and still no shovels in the ground. Delay, delay, broken promise after broken promise. That's the Liberal way. Meanwhile, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people continue to live in moldy, overcrowded conditions or on the street. Why do the Liberals keep Indigenous people waiting for the homes they need now?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
I am so proud to be part of a government that understands by Indigenous for Indigenous housing, and that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, by launching the $4 billion urban, rural, and northern housing strategy. Already $300 million has been dispensed through an organization led by Indigenous leaders, determining how best to use those funds so that First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people have the kinds of housing and supports they need in every city in this country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Months ago, I asked the government who could be against a motion pointing out that this government's doubled housing costs, taxed food, punished work, and unleashed crime to give Canadians the chance to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. And she said, Canadians are against all of those things. If that's the case, then why won't she let them decide in a carbon tax election now?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a little sad that the Leader of the Opposition, having just lost a vote of non-confidence in the government yesterday, is putting forward the exact same motion today. I think it shows his desperation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
No, in fact, the motion specifically demonstrates that this government, this NDP Liberal government, has doubled housing costs. I found it interesting that the NDP has now discovered that they doubled housing costs. A second ago, a Montreal MP stood up to point to a young woman, Pascal, who can no longer afford to rent, much less to own, after housing costs have tripled in that city. When I was housing minister, rent was $700 in Montreal, and we built almost 200,000 units. Mr. Speaker, why can't the NDP put their actions where their words are and vote for a carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
These slogans are clever, but they are empty, Mr. Speaker. It's empty rhetoric on the other side as always. In fact, he should take a look at the CMHC's report from today that puts a spotlight on Montreal, 106% increase in rental construction. Why is that, Mr. Speaker? Because GST has been waived by this government to ensure greater supply, to incent builders, during a difficult time. He has no idea how to incent that sector. He's good at running around the country and insulting mayors, putting a spotlight on the homeless, but coming up with no ideas on that. It's more right-wing populism. They have nothing to say, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
In a carbon tax election, if that's true. Malheureusement,
Unfortunately, the Bloc Québécois is telling Quebecers, wait. If you can't pay your bills, just wait. If you can't buy a home, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, just hang on. If you're afraid of going out on the street because of crime that the Bloc Liberals have unleashed in our streets, in Quebec, a province that is at a breaking point because of immigration, they're just saying, hang on. Quebecers don't need to wait. They don't need to wait, Mr. Speaker. They need to choose a new government based on good common sense. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the priority of our government is to deliver for all Quebecers and all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That includes daycare spaces, a dental care program, historic housing investments, Mr. Speaker. In the meantime, what are the Conservatives concentrated on? Well, as we saw in the Journal de Montréal this week, Conservative MPs are being paid to go to Florida to sermonize on the importance of banning abortion and teaching creationism. You can't invent that, Mr. Speaker. They should be ashamed.
Even though members are not recognized on the floor and they shouldn't be speaking on the floor, I always invite them to be very mindful of the accusations that they make to other members. The Honourable Member from Kenora.
Taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government. People across Northern Ontario are struggling to fill their gas tanks. Young professionals cannot find an affordable place to live, and our communities are less safe. Mr. Speaker, these are all reasons why Canadians deserve a carbon tax election where they can vote for our common sense plan. But the NDP continue to support this government, Mr. Speaker, denying Canadians that opportunity. Why is this Prime Minister so afraid of facing a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
They want to take away the rebate to Canadians. They'll have to explain that to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. What they'll also have to explain at some point, Mr. Speaker, is that they lost 800,000 affordable homes when they were in office. That minister, former Minister of Housing, who's now the Leader of the Opposition, went around, had no plan on housing, never mentioned homelessness once, and when it came time to vote in favor of ensuring zoning changes at the local level through federal dollars that would incent that change, he voted against. They all did. They don't care about those young people that the member just mentioned. They never cared. It's more right-wing populism, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Bloc Québécois showed its true colours by putting this Liberal Prime Minister on life support. They voted for a centralizing government that has a terrible record when it comes to public safety. Since 2015 in Quebec, the number of auto thefts has gone up by 185%. Violent firearms offences are up by 146%. Do the government of the Bloc recognize that their policies have created a major public safety problem across the country and specifically in Quebec?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about the investments we're making to make our communities safe. In fact, we are moving forward on banning some of the most dangerous weapons, over 1,500 assault-style weapons that are designed to kill. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives get upset because they're sent here to do the work of the gun lobby instead of keeping Canadians safe, in particular women who are disproportionately affected by gun violence. Mr. Speaker, it's a shame for Conservatives to stand up while voting against these measures.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Violence with firearms is up by 181%. But it's not hunters, it's street gangs with guns that are coming across the border. The money that's being invested should be at the border, and that's what a Conservative government will do. How can this government explain this weakness, and why are they still attacking hunters? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I would invite my colleague to be honest with Quebecers because he knows very well that it's not the weapons of hunters that are being banned. It's assault weapons that are designed for war, Mr. Speaker, and which are being used by street gangs to murder. And my colleague should know very well that the first victims, they're the main victims of gun violence across Canada and in Quebec are women. So if he's against our assault weapon ban, that's particularly shameful, particularly in Quebec after Polytechnique. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Quebecers have told us time and time again they're worried about the cost of living and living conditions for seniors. That's why we presented our ultimatum for October 29th. The Liberals don't have the right to abandon seniors aged 65 to 74 given the rising cost of living. They need to end the two classes of senior citizenship that they've created. They need to stop discriminating against seniors, and they have until October 29th to do it. Are they going to meet our demand, or will they continue to defend this terrible record to voters? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, 14,600 seniors who live in my colleague's riding are today benefiting from the federal Canadian dental care program in her riding of Shefford. And yet she has risen in this House several times to vote against vulnerable seniors in her riding who are currently benefiting from this program and who are saving hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Why, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Well, that's not the question, and the Liberals are going to soon realize that October 29th is coming quickly. In the meantime, can they show a sign of good faith to seniors and community organizations who are working with seniors? The Liberals can commit to agree with the Government of Quebec and stop holding back funds for the Bien Vieillir Chez Soi program. It's unacceptable that a fight created by the federal government to interfere in Quebec's jurisdiction is hurting organizations that are helping Quebec's seniors. Will they come to an agreement with Quebec and stop holding seniors hostage? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. And that's not all. That's not all, Mr. Speaker. When we brought back the age of retirement from 67 to 65 years, what did the member and her colleagues do? They voted against that, Mr. Speaker. When we increased the guaranteed income supplement, a federal program that has helped hundreds of thousands of vulnerable seniors, the Bloc and my colleague from Shefford voted against that. We increased OAS for vulnerable seniors. She and her colleagues voted against that, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. It's an ultimatum. Bill C-282 on supply management must be passed before October 29th. It should be simple. The House of Commons voted in favor of it, but it's been stuck in the Senate for over a year. Yesterday in committee, a senator asked an excellent question. And I quote, "Can you please explain how it is that this bill has been stuck in the Senate? It was supported by the vast majority of members of the democratically elected House." Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has appointed 80% of the senators. Is he going to tell them that it's time to move this bill forward?
Then I have
the Honourable Minister.
Culture and Agri-Food.
Merci, Mr. President. Our government, of course, supports supply management. A honourable colleague is well aware that we supported Bill C-282 because, of course, we have and always will support supply management. Unlike the Conservatives who fell shamefully behind when important funding for supply management came towards the House and they voted against it. I think my honourable colleague is fully aware we have and will continue to support supply management. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Sarnia-Lambton.
After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. The NDP leader made a big deal about tearing up the supply agreement with the Liberals and then flip-flop by voting to keep this Prime Minister in power.
That's right.
The NDP leader needs to end the costly coalition with the Liberals. People can't afford to eat. Ontario Food Banks just posted an 8-year high in usage. Canadians need a carbon tax election. Why is the Prime Minister so afraid to have one?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we all suffer when we know that there are fellow Canadians that are struggling. We've made historic investments as a government to ensure that our social security net is strong for Canadians. Whether that's in $10 a day childcare, Mr. Speaker, whether that's restoring the retirement age to 65, Mr. Speaker, but let's not pretend that the Conservatives really care about helping Canadians, because if they did, they would be supporting these important measures that are helping.
The Honourable Member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, here's what they've really done. This NDP Liberal coalition has doubled the debt, doubled housing costs, taxed food, punished work, and unleashed crime in our streets. So instead of selling out Canadians by keeping this Prime Minister in power, the NDP leader needs to vote with common sense Conservatives for a carbon tax election. Why not let Canadians decide whether they want to have the carbon tax hiked by 61 cents a litre by the Liberals, or whether they want a government that's going to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the question is, why are the Conservatives so desperate for an election right now? Because they want to make sure they get out before Canadians understand that they have a hidden agenda. But, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are much smarter than that. When the Conservatives say one thing and do another, Canadians know. We trust Canadians. When will Conservatives start trusting them?
The Honourable Member from Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. The Saskatchewan Premier said the carbon tax is, quote, costing Saskatchewan's health and education systems nearly $380 million. That's money that could be used for more teachers, more doctors, and more nurses. This NDP Liberal carbon tax is literally taking away teachers and nurses from Saskatchewan. Shame on the NDP for supporting this tired Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister wants to cut teachers and nurses in Saskatchewan, why won't he call a carbon tax election and let Canadians decide?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I would encourage my Conservative colleagues to actually use facts. 8 out of 10 Canadians get more money back. It is an affordability measure. People who live on modest incomes actually benefit significantly. It's also an important way of fighting climate change. And if he wants to quote Scott Moe, I would say when Scott Moe appeared here in Ottawa and talked about the price on pollution, he said he looked at doing something else and everything else was too expensive. So he wasn't going to do anything to fight climate change. I guess that's the answer of the Conservative Party of Canada.
The Honourable Member from North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, veterans taking part in the Invictus Games have found themselves on the hook for medical insurance. This comes as a shock since all serving military members have theirs covered under the Canadian Armed Forces. The Liberals created this mess, and now this one veteran has had their life change after a serious injury provided during the previous games. Will the minister admit to this mistake and extend medical coverage to all Canadian Invictus athletes for the upcoming Whistler Games, or will they continue to ignore the needs of veterans?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Invictus Games offers a very unique rehabilitation opportunity to ill and injured veterans and also for members of the Canadian Armed Forces. It is also important to make sure that the well-being of veterans is taken care of during the Games and also after the Games. That is why that we will continue to work with the Canadian Armed Forces, Soldier On, Invictus Games, and other stakeholders to ensure that the well-being of our veterans is always taken care of, and want to ensure this situation will be rectified before Invictus Games 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, young Canadians are in survival mode, and rates of anxiety and depression have gone through the roof with the high cost of living and youth unemployment. Many are struggling just to meet their basic needs, like food and shelter, making paying for therapy out of pocket seem like a luxury. The Liberals promise to ensure mental health is treated as a full and equal part of Canada's universal public health care system, but they have failed to deliver. When will the government finally get serious about the mental health crisis and ensure all Canadians can access the mental health care they need when they need it?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his question, and I say as the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, but also as a mother to 2 teenage daughters, that is exactly why in 2024, in this year's budget, we pledged $500 million towards the Youth Mental Health Fund, Mr. Speaker, working with community service organizations across this country. Youth-led for youth in every community across this country. We want to meet young people where they're at to get the supports and the services that they need and that they deserve. This is the future of our country, and we are going to take care of them so that we build a stronger Canada together.
The Honourable Member from Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that around the world, Canada has a reputation for helping its friends and being there for its allies. The world was rightly shocked when the Conservative Party repeatedly voted against Ukraine. But Canadians were shocked once again this week when the Deputy Conservative leader disparaged and personally attacked the German State Secretary for saying that climate change is real and Europe wants to buy clean Canadian energy. Can the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources share with this House how Canada is supporting our European allies like Germany?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. When Ukraine was invaded by Russia, we worked actively with them to support them, including providing necessary equipment to support their electricity grids, while the Conservatives chose to abandon Ukraine. When Germany said they needed help from Canada with energy security of providing clean hydrogen and critical minerals, we said yes and worked with them on the way, and the Conservatives simply bullied German officials publicly. Providing clean energy to the world is something that will benefit Canada from a prosperity and jobs perspective, but also will enable us to help our allies around the world. The Conservative rhetoric is going to cost Canada its friends. It's going to cost Canada jobs.
I know all my members get passionate when it comes to questions and answers here, but we must make sure that we show fundamental respect for all members. I know the Honourable Member from Calgary Signal Hill is a veteran of this and other places, and I'm certain he knows which way to make sure that the language is appropriate. The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up, and now tariffs are up. With softwood lumber tariffs doubling to 14.5%, well, what's happened? Today, the Resolute Forest Products announced the closure of the Morrisserie and Maniwaki, Quebec sawmills, costing 280 jobs because of the tariffs. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said this was a small issue. Can the Prime Minister explain why the loss of 280 jobs is a small issue, or is he just a soft Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade and Export Promotion.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member that the forestry sector and the workers, particularly in this sector, are tremendously important to our communities across the country. They are dedicated workers that give their all. But as as we have said, these punishing tariffs are unjustified. We've said this in the United States. In fact, indeed, I know that the United States care about building affordable homes just as we do, and these tariffs, if they were to get rid of them, will actually help us build affordable homes in this country and in the United States.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian softwood lumber producers have already paid $9 billion more because of these excess tariffs since 2017. But you know what else they pay? The carbon tax. Right. The carbon tax costs hundreds of millions of dollars more that makes it uncompetitive to the U.S. industry. But you know what else the irony is? This industry plants trees. Last year alone, they planted 440 million trees, while this government's $2 billion tree program barely got off the ground. Isn't it time for a new common sense minister who is going to axe the tax, stand up for Canadians, and fight for the 400,000 jobs in the forest sector?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Mr. Speaker, the question is yet another example of the Conservative Party not doing its homework and not learning the facts. As I say, on a residential basis, 8 out of 10 Canadians get more money back. It is an affordability measure and an effective way to fight climate change. In terms of the plant that he is talking about, it is based in Quebec, which has its own cap and trade system. They do not pay the price on pollution.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Leflore. Mr. Speaker, this morning we learned that the Morrissey sawmill and in Maniwaki too, they'll be closing their mills. 280 workers are going to lose their jobs. And this is not the end of it. More sawmills will be closed down as the Environment Minister imposes this order that will kill a minimum of 1,400 jobs. Why do the Liberals always fail to help out forestry workers? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, I know that on the Conservative benches they don't really like science or researchers and so on, but I will quote from Louis Bélanger, a professor from Laval University, who said recently that the need for the emergency order is clear. The government is simply applying the law in the absence of an effective provincial strategy to protect this species. Another expert said that the Government of Canada's emergency order is justified and measured, especially from the point of view of science. Here on this side, Mr. Speaker, we're pro-science. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Leflore. Mr. Speaker, the workers in the forestry industry in Quebec work hard, but they are always being punished by a Liberal government propped up by the Bloc. This is a threat to 1,400 jobs, and it's still pending because the Bloc is propping up the Liberal government. We are pro-region. The Bloc is no longer a party of the regions, and we saw that recently with their election of a member in Montreal. What's it going to take for this to change? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the people I represent. I'm a member for Montreal, but perhaps the member opposite should speak to forestry workers in Quebec who said to me, and they've said in a number of public commissions, that the future of the industry and the forest depends on the health of the forests, which the Conservative Party of Canada seems incapable of understanding. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Quebec City is the cradle of the French language in the Americas, but the Governor-General has cancelled her visit to the Pignon Bleu because she doesn't understand French 3 years after promising to learn it. The Pignon Bleus, their preparations for Ms. Simon's visit, were all for nothing. The Pignon Bleus simply thought they'd be able to express themselves in their own language, French. But Ms. Simon remains incapable of showing them this basic respect. How can the Liberals find that acceptable and justifiable? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government remains firmly committed to protecting the French language here in Canada. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that Her Excellency, the Governor-General, has not had the opportunity to learn. She didn't get the chance to learn French when she was young because of discrimination, and yet she's the first Indigenous woman to hold the position. She speaks an Indigenous language that she's very proud of. We expect her to continue studying French. Linguistic duality is at the core of our identity as Canadians. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. La Pointe de l'Île, rather. The Governor General has had 3 years to learn French. Taxpayers have even paid for $28,000 worth of lessons. Obviously, she's not trying hard enough. But why would she? She's already got the job. History is repeating itself for Francophones. Today we're talking about Mary Simon, but it was the same thing when Air Canada hired Michael Rousseau. Will the Liberals finally admit that when they appoint Anglophones who promise to learn French, the joke's on Francophones? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a bilingual country and Canadians expect their leaders to be able to express themselves in both official languages. The Governor-General was unable to learn French when she was young because of discrimination in Canada at the time. We expect her to continue her studies and her learning of French because linguistic duality goes to the heart of our identity as Canadians, proud of our bilingualism here in Canada.
The honourable member from Oxford.
9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up, and now visits to Cambridge food banks are also up, nearly 20%. The Liberals' carbon tax scam has forced our seniors and our families to rely on food banks for their survival. The NDP continue to prop up their political masters and deny Canadians that carbon tax election they so desperately want. Why is the Prime Minister so afraid of a carbon tax election, and why won't he call one now?
The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to talk about the childcare numbers that are up, Mr. Speaker. Just last week, we saw Comox Valley Schools announce a new childcare facility with 108 new spots for children there, Mr. Speaker. We also heard in Winnipeg, the Splash Childcare Center, an additional 40 new spots for children. That's 248 new spots for kids here in our country. High quality, affordable care. That's what's up, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Langley Aldergrove.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and now time is up. Yet the NDP leader and his colleagues voted yesterday to keep the Prime Minister in power so that he can quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre, the carbon tax that drives up the cost of everything and is driving a record number of British Columbians to food banks. Why is this Prime Minister so afraid of a carbon tax election? Why won't he let Canadians decide?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday what we saw is that the House voted non-confidence in the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada.
L'honorable député de Mégan.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, we can no longer wait after 9 years of this Prime Minister with the Liberal Bloc coalition. 72% of young people feel that they're less well off than the previous generation. The Liberal Bloc coalition is supporting a government that turns its back on young people. A government that, when are they going to build? Why not let them vote for a government that will build housing and fix the budget? Honourable Minister, thank you. Mr. Speaker, what's good for Quebecers, what's not good for Quebecers and including young ones, is the insults and petty partisanship that the Conservative leader does day in, day out. And he knocks investments that young Quebecers need. The Conservative leader not only calls everyone incompetent, but he also would rip up the deal we signed with the government of Quebec, $1.8 billion to build tens of thousands of affordable housing units in Quebec. All members on both sides, please order. The honourable member for Alfred Pellant. Mr. Speaker, our government has introduced a plan to build 25,000 new homes on federal Crown land by 2031. The Conservative leader and his housing plan would see federal buildings sold off to the highest builder with no guarantee of affordable housing. Can the Minister of Public Works explain to the people of Alfred Pellant how federal lands will be used to create affordable housing all across the country? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Mr. Speaker, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It takes a second hand to count the number of units, affordable units, that were built under the Conservative leader's tenure as Minister responsible for housing. That is incompetence for you. We have created 8,000 affordable housing units all across Quebec. And so we don't need any lectures from Conservatives.
The Honourable Member from Calgary, Forest Lawn.
9 years of this Liberal NDP soft on crime coalition, taxes up, costs up, crimes up, extortions up, crimes up. In Calgary, disturbing stories emerged of armed criminals committing extortions and kidnappings against families and businesses. This Liberal NDP coalition voted against Conservative Deputy Leader Bill C-381 to crack down on extortions. Instead, the coalition made it easier for criminals to get bail and re-offend. Why is the freedom of criminals more important to this government than protecting extortion victims?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, every single measure that we've made, including investing in police to combat guns and gang units, guess what, Mr. Speaker? Conservatives voted against and are against. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, when they were in power, they actually cut the CBSA, the RCMP, who did this very work, who worked with our provincial and municipal counterparts in policing. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to addressing crime, Conservatives are all about cuts and slogans, and we're about action.
The Honourable Member from Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, 9 years ago, we warned the government about joining the Beijing-led Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and so did the Obama-Biden administration. Last year, news about the Chinese Communist Party's infiltration of the bank forced the government to initiate a boycott and to begin a review. The boycott is now 15 months, and Canada still has its shares, and Beijing still has the nearly $250 million that this government gave the bank. So, when will the government release the review, dump the shares, and get the money back?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as soon as the Minister heard about these very serious allegations, she took action. The Minister announced an immediate halt, Mr. Speaker, to all Canadian government-led activity at the bank while we conducted a review of the allegations. In December, we announced an expansion of that review in partnership with some of our closest international partners. The Department of Finance continues to review the matter, as well as Canadians' participation in the organization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, time's up. The Minister of Environment says he's proud of his preparations for the catastrophic Jasper wildfire, but 1/3 of Jasper was destroyed, $1 billion in damages, and 2,000 people are homeless. This isn't something to be proud of, and yet this is the record of failure that this NDP party supports. Banff, Lake Louise, and Jasper are still in danger. It's time for this minister to take responsibility for his failure so we can prepare for the next fire. Will he?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, this member should be ashamed of himself. They have deliberately taken out of context emails between Parks Canada officials who were debating which measures to use to fight fires as opposed to not fighting fires at all. One of those Parks Canada employees has received death threats.
Oh my God.
Since they put this online, they should be ashamed of themselves, Mr. Speaker.
Oh my God.
Colleagues. The honourable member from Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, today is World's Contraceptive Day, an important day to remember that too often contraception is not accessible due to political ideology. On this side of the House, we proudly supported Pharmacare, which is providing free contraception to Canadians. Can the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction please tell this House what else the government is doing to expand access to universal contraceptives and support the right of women to choose across Canada?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, we will always defend the freedom for a woman's right to choose. Conservatives time and again have shown they will claw back women's rights, from presenting backdoor legislation to prevent access to abortion services, or voting against a woman's freedom of access to contraceptives. We will never let politicians dictate what a woman can and can't do with their bodies, certainly not fly to Florida on all-expense-paid trips to meet with anti-choice politicians. They need to be honest with Canadians about their hidden agenda, because we stand on this side for women's rights.
The honourable member from Vancouver East.
Canadians are appalled by the Liberals' failure to help family members in Gaza get to safety and reunite with their loved ones here in Canada. From the beginning, the government's initiative was marred in red tape and roadblocks. Precious time was wasted, and loved ones continue to be killed. Israel's brutal siege and bombardment continue and is further escalating in the region. What concrete action has this government taken to ramp up diplomatic efforts and collaborate with NGOs on the ground to help bring loved ones to safety?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we can all agree as a House the best way to make sure that Gazans are safe is to make sure that there is a ceasefire, so that we can continue to work with people to get the people here that have connections to family members that are looking to be reunited with them. We will continue as a government to work with the authorities on the ground, whether we agree with their positions or not, to make sure those people are kept safe, and we'll continue to work to make sure those people get to Canada in an expeditious fashion. Thank you.
The honourable member from Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, education is a provincial domain. Still, MPs would agree the safety of children is a concern for all Canadians. Does the government support Ontario's criticism of the abhorrent action of the Toronto District School Board using students as pawns for a foreign protest that hijacked learning about Indigenous peoples and their efforts to get clean water? Mr. Speaker, activist teachers on a TDSB-sanctioned field trip compromised the safety of children and violated the trust of parents. Will the government stand up to deceit and hatred?
Remind all members, please not take the floor where they're not recognized. The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a question for the Ontario government. But on this side of the House, what we've been focused on is ensuring that every Indigenous child in this country has a fair chance to succeed in their educational journey. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, what we saw when we took office 10 years ago was a chronic underfunding of First Nations education systems, so that education rates were appalling across this country, leading to First Nations students not being able to reach their full potential. We've changed that, Mr. Speaker, and we're proud of that.
And so brings to an end another oral questions. I see that there's some members who are rising on a point of order. I recognize the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while we appreciate that you have acknowledged and ruled that the Leader of the Opposition was out of order last Thursday, we are confused by the mixed messaging that you've sent to this House. The member was out of order and yet has still been allowed to participate in debate, and today have 5 questions in question period. The regular practice is that a member isn't recognized to speak until they have withdrawn, and that is not being applied, and we have some concerns about the mixed messages. I'd also like to remind the Speaker of the very serious matter that was raised yesterday regarding the member for Fort Saskatchewan Sherwood Park. We are still waiting for him to withdraw and apologize for his homophobic and disgusting comment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is rising on his feet, and I will recognize him in due turn, but I understand on the same point of order so that the member doesn't have to get up twice. The honourable member, Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House.
Mr. Speaker, I would just want to add a couple thoughts to it. We have to put into proper perspective when a member is requested by the Speaker's chair to withdraw the remarks. As it's been pointed out, they are required to do so. If they do not, speakers have not identified them until they do the apology. We can give ample examples of that. We cannot allow a second tier of a member of parliament that he is allowed, or he or she is allowed, to violate the rules, and then it is the political party that pays the consequence. That's in fact what we saw here. There was the Conservative Party that lost the 3 questions. There was no penalty to the member from the leader of the Conservative Party. That causes a great deal of concern for all parliamentarians.
I'm going to move, before I move to the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, because I can understand his motivation in wanting to stand up, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, as well as to the member from Edmonton Strathcona, the Speaker has made a ruling on this decision. I would encourage all members to read it very carefully. As you know, when there is something that contributes Article 18, the Speaker has some discretion as to what to do. And so the Speaker is certainly considered this question, has been in contact with, and had many discussions. And I would encourage the honourable members to read the session. If they wish to challenge the ruling of this chair, they know the procedure in which to provide. The honourable member. Then I see that the honourable member from Winnipeg's South Centre is rising on a point of order.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to draw your attention for the benefit of the House to some language I've heard used that I think is unbecoming of this House and of members in this House. And I have no interest in ascribing blame or pointing fingers, so I'm not going to name names, Mr. Speaker. However, there has been reference over the course of debate in the House in the past few days in particular to pagers exploding, walkie-talkies exploding, reference to perhaps members in this House themselves having that type of technology, which is an obvious reference to the conflict that is happening in the Middle East right now, Mr. Speaker. I heard another comment from a member today that, and I quote, "Did you get a thank you letter from Hezbollah?" This is to an Israeli member of this House who has lost loved ones, innocent loved ones in the conflict. We have other members of this chamber from all sides, Mr. Speaker, who have lost innocent people by virtue of the conflict that is taking place. I, again, am not interested in being partisan. I simply want to draw your attention to this and call upon the better angels in this House to conduct themselves on behalf of Canadians and one another with compassion and dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre for a thoughtful intervention, and I'll take this opportunity to remind all members of the House that the most important thing that we can do, despite pursuing the interests of our constituents passionately and pointedly, but is to make sure that there is a fundamental respect between all members. This is a point that the chair has made, that chair occupants have made at several occasions. J'encourage tous les députés.
I would encourage all members to be nicer and more respectful of one another so that we can have debates that are passionate and interesting to represent the interests of constituents across the country.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, my mistake, is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say briefly that, as members know, the NDP whip in particular has a history of making false and defamatory comments about me, and this is no exception. It's very clear.
Colleagues, if you please can keep your comments to yourself so that the chair can listen to this point of order being raised by the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, who was referenced in some other point of orders. I think it is fair to allow him to raise his point of order uninterrupted to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was an exchange yesterday in question period about extravagant spending by the government. $9 million spent on a luxury condo on Billionaires Row. Now, the Leader of the Opposition asked a question.
Speaker, I can't hear him. I can't hear him, Speaker. I'm right beside him. I can't hear him.
False and defamatory comments have been made about me. If members want to hear a response, I'll provide a response. The Leader of the Opposition pointed out $9 million spent on this extravagant condo and identified a number of luxury features associated with that condo, including an extremely luxurious bathtub. Following that, the Prime Minister made no comment whatsoever about those features. Instead, the Prime Minister spoke about the kinds of international engagement that the government does. And as the Hansard clearly...
So, colleagues, I'm going to ask the honourable member, please, if I'm going to ask... I'm going to ask the honourable member, please, to get to his point, because it's very important that we try to get to the point so that it's not perceived as engaging in debate. I'm trying to making sure.
Mr. Speaker, false and defamatory comments have been made about me. Yep. I'm providing a response, and hopefully members will benefit from reviewing the context of what happened. Yep. $9 million were spent on a luxury condo on Billionaires Row in New York. In a question from the Leader of the Opposition, various luxury...
Okay, colleagues, if the member has been... Colleagues. So I'm going to invite the honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. He was almost there. I'd ask him, please, just immediately get to the point so that we can address the allegations which were made against the honourable member, and then we can move on in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we've heard a few words said in this House about bullying. I'm trying to provide an explanation with context and to answer false allegations that have been made against me, and I will persist in doing that. So following questions from the Leader of the Opposition about a $9 million luxury condo purchased by the government, and in particular identifying among the features of that condo a luxury bathtub, the Prime Minister ignored reference to those features and instead spoke about the engagement done by the government internationally. Right. And the Hansard shows the exchange, and many of the comments about made on Twitter about what was allegedly said don't reflect what's in the Hansard. The Hansard notes, does he engage with them in the bathtub? The point of that comment is to illustrate that, of course, meetings don't take place in a bathtub. A luxurious bathtub has nothing to do with meetings. The Prime Minister's answer had nothing to do with the questions, but it had nothing to do with sex. I wasn't thinking about sex at all. Never mind. Go on.
The honourable member from Timmins James Bay is rising on a point of order.
Speaker, I'll keep my remarks to a minute. I hope you'll let me finish. TA, we saw the tape. I've listened to the tape. What we didn't hear was an apology. So I just want to understand that the Speaker's saying that a Conservative member can make a homosexual slur against the Prime Minister of the country and it's okay and he can defend himself for good 10 minutes speaking. Is that the standard that we have in the House. We would like to know that that's the standard that this Speaker is bringing, because it very much clarifies where we go from here.
Great job, Charlie. Great job.
The Honourable, on point of order, I see that the Honourable Member from Don Valley West is rising. I hope this will be a, I hope that this will be germane to the issue at hand, and then the Chair will go back and consider this and come back to the House if necessary. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday a point of order was raised. And I'm a little confused, so it's a true point of order because the member from Edmonton-Strathcona has raised essentially a new point of order, but referred to yesterday's point of order. However, to be victimized once in this House is sufficient. To be re-victimized again by someone pretending, and we all heard it, and it is in Hansard, what was said, it is a homophobic slur. There were two of them, and they were both absolutely personal. And if the Consul General in New York were a woman, if she was treated that way in this House would be outraged.
Right on.
Every member of this House should be outraged because it was a homophobic slur, and I want you to take it into consideration.
Right on. Right on. I'm just going to...
So, colleagues, I think this is, I appreciate the points of view raised by the members. I appreciate the Honourable Member from getting up and offering his perspective. The Chair is going to obviously take this matter under advisement, but I will just say this, which I think is really important, is how it is very necessary that when members are not, one of the best ways to avoid these kind of situations is to making sure that members don't speak out of turn. And then that way, we don't have a situation where there is different interpretations as to what was said. I thank all honourable members for rising on this issue. The Chair will go back and consider this and come back to the House if necessary. Thank you. Point of order, the Honourable Member from Winnipeg Centre.
I have real, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I have real issue with this. Because on two occasions, once before the House rose, you let a Conservative member liken somebody's racial background for criminally
The honourable member is raising an issue which was brought up and decided by the Chair in a decision that was made by last week. I'll invite the honourable member to sit down and to take a look at the ruling that is here. I'm moving on. I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members is the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona rising on the same point of order? The Chair has already given his opinion, and I invite the honourable member. The honourable member is an experienced member, and she understands the process which is available to her. I'm afraid not. Thank you. I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume.
And now it is time for the Thursday question, la déclaration hebdomadaire.
Speaker, and it being Thursday, I was hoping that the government House leader could update the House as to the business for the rest of this week and into the following week. Or if she and her cabinet colleagues have finally seen the light and decided not to sit next week and instead give Canadians the carbon tax election that they so desperately want, so they can vote in a government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
Bravo! The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only people who are desperate for an election are the Conservative members of Parliament. Everybody else in this House wants to get to work, so we'll look forward to doing that next week. The only people that are afraid, Mr. Speaker, are the Conservative MPs because they know the longer this House sits, the more their hidden agenda is exposed and the more Canadians don't want to vote for them. So, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will be dedicated to the Conservative Opposition Day motion. Tomorrow we will consider Bill C-76, an act to amend Canada's National Parks Act, which supports the people of Jasper following the devastating wildfires this summer. As per the special order adopted last week following one round of debate, this important bill will be deemed adopted at all remaining stages and sent to the Senate. Next Tuesday shall be an allotted day. On Wednesday, we will call the vote on Ways and Means motion number 26 concerning capital gains. This confidence vote was scheduled to take place yesterday, but unfortunately the Conservative members of Parliament blocked it. I think it's because they didn't want to lose two confidence motions in a row. I can understand it's embarrassing for them. It seems like they didn't want to have that happen. They have also blocked debate on substantive legislation with concurrence debates on 5 out of 9 days since the House returned. Madam Speaker, the government has a responsibility to ensure the orderly continuance of the work of the House, notwithstanding the efforts of the Conservatives to disrupt this important work at every opportunity. And I will reiterate the fact that there are 3 parties, not the Conservatives, that are here to work for Canadians, and we look forward to continuing that important work next week. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, what do we do? Okay. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, reprise du débat sur une motion d'opposition concernant la...
Opposition motion with regards to confidence in the House in the name of Mr. Berthold. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will have the heavy duty of calming things down in the House. As you know, I've been a member of this House since 2006. Over the years, I've seen Canada evolve and prosper, only to see it crumble once again and lose the essence of the values it holds dear. This makes me terribly sad as a lawmaker, but also as a father of 5 wonderful children and 7 wonderful grandchildren whose future has been compromised by the bad decisions made by this Prime Minister and this Liberal government. Madam Speaker, people are always worried on a daily basis because they no longer have the confidence that our country's legislators are taking care of real business and working to soothe their concerns. This summer, I met Ms. Francine, who shared her concerns with me about where Canada is headed, and I quote from one of her statements. "I can't stand the Prime Minister anymore. When will we have an election?" These statements express the wishes of millions of Canadians for new governance in our country. These concerns are legitimate, especially when it comes to the national debt, which now exceeds $1.2 trillion, and the cost of interest on the public purse. Francine is well aware that more interest means fewer services and less money in the pockets of Canadians and fewer resources for ensuring vulnerable people's well-being. She is also concerned about house prices, which make home ownership unaffordable for her grandchildren she cherishes so dearly. Everything costs more with inflation, including the cost of living, food, housing, and energy. I would have loved to have been able to reassure her or at least confirm a date for the election, but the Bloc and the NDP are having a great time watching the Liberal government slowly but surely die. Madam Speaker, a minority government has a life expectancy of 20 months, not 48. It is therefore incumbent upon the Bloc Québécois and the NDP to let Canadians chart Canada's course for the next few years. The Conservative Party, with its strong and renewed leadership, offers Canadians a trustworthy, sound opportunity for the future of our country. Madam Speaker, when it comes to securing Canada's future, we have a proven track record. The previous Conservative government balanced the budget, worked to create and keep our jobs, tackled crime, never encouraged the use of harmful drugs, committed to peacekeeping missions, made sure that everyone had the opportunity to make the most of their lives, with a good paycheck and more money in their pockets. Madam Speaker, the previous Conservative government was consistent and did what was necessary to meet the needs expressed by Canadians. Today, people are living with the consequences of the bad choices made by a reckless minority Liberal government. A government which has held onto power since 2019 thanks to two opportunistic parties who, one after the other, blackmailed the government for their political gain and to the detriment of the Canadian population. This illegitimate Liberal government, kept on life support by the NDP and the Bloc, has led us into real challenges and crises that now seem insurmountable and will be insurmountable in the years to come if nothing changes. I don't know if the Liberal government is listening, but I hear them. Point of order, Madam Speaker. The honourable member. A point of order? This is a very serious speech, filled with emotions. Our friends across the way are speaking very loudly, and we can hear them on this side of the House. It distracts our colleague and it distracts us as well. Thank you for bringing order back to this House. I do agree that we have to be respectful to those who are speaking, and we have to not have conversations whilst other people are giving a speech. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was elected as a proud Conservative government that led to a better Canada with a low level of inflation, with cuts in taxes, through balancing the budget, whilst increasing health transfers at a historic rate. Personal income has gone up, went up back then by 10%. Madam Speaker, after 9 years of this disastrous Prime Minister, Canada's promise is broken. This Prime Minister has broken many promises and has thrown our aspirations out of the window. He didn't balance the budget, he didn't cut taxes for the middle class, and there's still not enough affordable housing. Madam Speaker, in addition to breaking his word, this Prime Minister refuses to face up to the fact that he is simply not good for our country. Being born and living in Canada no longer comes with the assurance of basic conditions for living with dignity and decency. This was a promise that everyone in Canada once received as a Canadian born here or as an immigrant to this country. So it is with great sadness that we now see young people are working hard, but they're having to stay longer in their parents' homes. Madam Speaker, this is an abomination. The Bloc voted 189 times to keep this Prime Minister in power. It voted for $500 billion in inflationary, bureaucratic and centralising spending. And I would add that this $500 billion does not include monies for healthcare or for seniors. These are other envelopes that are already provided for under our statutes. It's a real scandal to see all the money going to consultants, to bureaucrats, to interest groups, and to state-subsidised big business. At the same time, it's even more shocking to see the Bloc laughing at us, mocking us by raising taxes on gas, including into Quebec through Quebec's second carbon tax. I'm also thinking of the Bloc support for capital gains taxes, which will force Quebec farmers, Quebec entrepreneurs, Quebec doctors and Quebec home builders to pay more money to Ottawa so as to increase the reach of the state. Madam Speaker, I was part of a government that increased health transfers, a Conservative government. Now the Bloc wants to keep in power the most centralising and costly Prime Minister in our history. Madam Speaker, a Prime Minister whose immigration policy, which his minister admits is out of control, has pushed Quebec to the breaking point. Even the Bloc finds that immigration is not an important issue for them, which is to say that Quebec is far down on the Bloc Québécois list of priorities. It is also worth remembering that in the last 9 years of this massive, inefficient government, the Prime Minister has doubled the national debt, which means he has single-handedly spent more than any Prime Minister before him. Madam Speaker, he has spent more in 9 years than all the others in 148 years. This debt has a concrete effect on Canadians. It means that right now, under this Liberal government, all the money spent by taxpayers on GST goes only to pay interest on debt. If nothing is done, the share of public finances devoted to these payments will continue to grow, further compromising and undermining future generations' right to live in a country with sound financial management. Is this democracy, Madam Speaker? Is it holding a government in a position of weakness for an indefinite period? While the Bloc and the NDP are circling the Liberals like vultures hoping for gains they will most likely not even get, voters are clear. They want an election on the carbon tax, and they want it now. The current situation is abnormal. It's not business as usual at all. Voters didn't vote for this in 2021. First of all, had they known that the NDP was going to make a dishonourable coalition with the Liberals, the results would probably have been very different. The same goes for the Bloc, whose voters didn't vote 189 times to keep the Prime Minister in power. Put simply, he spent. So what is the Bloc Québécois afraid of? The Liberal Bloc is now a far better moniker. What image does it send internationally, Mr. Speaker? That of a strong, proud, self-confident Canada? Or of a Canada where the government is in turmoil and voters are clamouring for an election? So let's talk about this carbon tax. It's the most unproductive tax ever in Canadian history because not only does it dip into taxpayers' pockets like every other tax, but it also puts Canadian businesses at a competitive disadvantage compared with those in other countries. When production costs more in Canada than elsewhere, our businesses leave the country and foreign investment is discouraged. Our productivity has declined. We are second lowest in the G7 in terms of productivity per hour worked. For all these reasons, Madam Speaker, we will vote to bring down this government in order to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, interesting enough, the member gets the gold stars. Every Conservative member that stands up and repeats the slogans and the bumper stickers get, I think, a little credit in the back room there, and it's mandated by the leader of the Conservative Party that you have to say that slogan. My question to the member is, does he not recognize and give Canadians credit for being able to understand that an election is more than just slogans and bumper stickers, that at some point in time you have to share your ideas? I know there's a lot of ridiculous ideas that are out there with respect to the Conservative Party, but isn't there any sense of obligation to be a little bit more honest, in particular through social media posts coming from the Conservative Party today, which is there, Madam Speaker, to mislead Canadians? And that's what we see day after day coming from the Conservative Party. Any remorse in that?
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lode-Binière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's talk about honesty, Madam Speaker. During the last election in 2021, the Liberal Party, in its electoral platform, stated that there would never be a coalition, or they made no mention of a Liberal NDP coalition. Was that really honesty? This omission, was it truly honest? Because now there's been a coalition between the two parties.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague is blaming the Bloc Québécois for all this, but in regard to immigration, we have no idea what the Conservative position is. Do they agree that we should better distribute new arrivals around the country? What about official languages? We know that minority official language funding is almost entirely spent on English in Quebec. Will the Conservatives make any commitments about that? I'd like to hear from them. The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, we will be very pleased to unveil our immigration platform in 2 days if the Bloc Québécois votes with us to topple this government.
Comments, questions et commentaires de l'honorable député de Montmagny.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Yes, it's a long writing name, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Lévis-Lobinière for his speech. He's been here for over 18 years. He's got a lot of experience. He mentioned the Harper government at the time, which had balanced the budget after a very dark period in 2008-2009. But at that point, we managed to balance the budget after considerable effort. And that's, in fact, what has allowed the current government to spend as much as it likes. But I'd like to ask my colleague what he remembers about that Conservative government at the time with the policies that were there and the policies we'll be bringing in our next election platform that will help Canadians. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question, and I'd also like to thank him for all of the hard work he does in his writing. He's a legend. And it's true that I have had a lot of experience in my political career, but some of my best experiences was spending time in his home. Now, yes, under the Harper government, we had healthy finances, public finances, and the leader of this country had a great vision for the country, and I'm very proud of what he did for Canada. And that's what we're going to do once we're back in government. We're going to create a proud, strong country for future generations. A very brief question, please. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hear from my colleague about the fact that the Bloc Québécois boasts that it's listening to Quebec, it's listening closely to what Quebec needs, and yet the government of Quebec is asking for this government to be overthrown. The leader of the Parti Québécois has been criticizing the inflationary spending of this government. What does my colleague think of all this? The Honourable Member. Brief answer, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I very much enjoy working with my colleague in Lévis. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois are putting in place a broad strategy to simply have a referendum in Quebec over the next few years. That's it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me pleasure to rise to speak to this motion. And what I see from this motion is the kind of attention-seeking hyperbole that is becoming the trademark of politics south of the border, the trademark of a certain presidential candidate south of the border. It is the kind of discourse that inserts phrases like best ever, worst economy, best market performance, phrases like nuclear winter, mass hunger, people never being able to leave their homes and having to turn their temperature down to 13 degrees Celsius. That kind of hyperbole, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, you could say that the phrase from the motion, the most centralizing government in Canadian history, forgot to add the superlatives ever and entire to read, for example, the most centralizing government ever in entire Canadian history, or maybe human history, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Why not? Why not? It is the language, Madam Speaker, of the sloganeer. That is what it is. But what even are the yardsticks for making such such sweeping statements? Well, let's look a little bit at our history, at our Canadian history. Let's look at Conservative governments and policies and actions that could be seen as centralizing. Even if we consider those actions, those past initiatives, to be good nation-building initiatives of another more constructive brand of Canadian conservatism. Let's go back in history. CN has been in the news quite a bit. Who created CN? Crown Corporation, a national railway company that extended from sea to sea and could be seen as too centralizing by some today. Well, it was Prime Minister Robert Borden, Madam Speaker. And let's talk about the CBC, the Conservatives' bugbear. How did the CBC get started? Well, as a matter of fact, it got started in some way with CN because in the early days, CN was looking for ways to keep its passengers entertained, so they created a kind of radio network, a kind of entertainment system of the day for their trains, and then that kind of morphed into an organization called CNR Radio. And in 1932, on the heels of that, R.B. Bennett established the CBC's predecessor, the Canadian Radio Broadcasting Commission. And I've just been reminded, Madam Speaker, that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg North, and I apologize for forgetting to say that at the beginning. On the environment, on the environment, Madam Speaker, which is a weak point for the Conservative opposition, it was the Conservatives under Brian Mulroney that created national or so-called centralizing environmental legislation. CEPA, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, was enacted in 1988 by Mr. Mulroney. It was designed to provide a systematic national approach to assessing and managing chemical substances in the environment, as well as to create criminal law offenses for polluters. Quebec probably saw that as centralizing, an unwelcome intrusion into provincial jurisdiction at the time. I would think that that would be the case because Hydro-Quebec, a provincial Crown Corporation, went up against the federal government in court to argue that the federal government had no jurisdiction, that it was essentially invading provincial jurisdiction. But the Supreme Court of Canada found that the federal government did have jurisdiction and that this was a matter of national interest, and therefore criminal law power was justified. Let's look at national parks, Madam Speaker. The Canadian National Park System began in November 1885 when the federal government of guess who, Madam Speaker? The federal government of Sir John A. Macdonald set aside an area of approximately 26 square kilometers on the northern slopes of Alberta's Sulphur Mountain for public use. It could have been seen, I suppose, in today's terms, it would be seen as an intrusion by the federal government into provincial jurisdiction. Conservatives say they like to stand up for conserving, or they used to say they like to stand up for conserving our heritage, natural and otherwise. But today's Conservatives, Madam Speaker, to me, here on this side of the House, seem to be more interested in upending the system by leveraging populist sentiment and farming anger. Now, let's look more recently at the Unfair Elections Act. This is a perfect example of a heavy-handed approach by a federal government with a majority. As a matter of fact, the sponsor of that legislation was the current leader of the opposition. And of course, the government was using its majority power to attempt to suppress votes in what was, as I say, a heavy-handed and top-down approach. Now, there's been some liberal centralization too, Madam Speaker. For example, national Medicare and the Canada Pension Plan. I think the Conservatives, Madam Speaker, if I may say, partly in jest, because this is a good-natured debate, I think the Conservatives are envious that they were not their ideas, so envious that they're trying to dismantle them.
Sounds right to me.
Yeah. Now, Madam Speaker, what is the most decentralizing form of human organization known to man? A mechanism so decentralized and so out of the government's reach, a vehicle of citizen agency synonymous with the words freedom and democracy, the very antidote of centralization. The answer, Madam Speaker, the market and its price mechanism. What we call the invisible hand that allows society to grow and prosper anonymously through trillions of individual relationships outside the purview and control of the state. Since the motion mentions the price on carbon, and let's be clear, Madam Speaker, there is no carbon tax. The Supreme Court has said so. And we know that Conservatives don't much respect the court, but the Supreme Court has said the price on carbon is not a carbon tax because the money is returned. So it's not a tax. It's not my opinion, it's the justices on the Supreme Court. But let me read a quote from a recent Andrew Coyne analysis in the Globe and Mail on the Conservative approach to environmental policy. Now, we all know that Andrew Coyne is a clear-eyed, incisive journalist and certainly not a Liberal Party cheerleader. So I think we have in Andrew Coyne an extremely objective voice. But this is what he says about Conservative environmental policy. The Conservative position is, as near anyone can make it out, that climate change should be fought, if at all, not by harnessing the power of the free market, but by central planning, a mix of command and control regulation and government subsidy. He goes on to say, how much more is pricing carbon to the alternatives? Some years ago, the Eco-Fiscal Commission, a group of environmental economists, estimated the economic costs of the carbon tax sufficient to meet Canada's internationally agreed emissions reduction targets at 0.05% of GDP annually. The cost of the regulation-first approach, by contrast, is put up to 0.8% of GDP, 16 times as much. At a time when growth is expected to average just 1.6%, it's huge, Madam Speaker. So what we see in the rejection of the price on carbon, a mechanism that Milton Friedman, the leader of the opposition's economic hero, his favorite economist, agreed with as the best way to fight pollution. What we see is, in rejecting the price on carbon, the market approach, we see a government that is favoring instead a command and control, as Andrew Coyne said, a command and control system. That's about as centralizing as top-down as you can get, Madam Speaker. So I think the party opposite should maybe look at itself in the mirror in that regard. Now, the Conservative Party claims it believes in provincial autonomy and staying out of provincial jurisdiction, yet the leader of the opposition tells cities that how much time left, Madam Speaker? 20 seconds. Well, he tells cities that if they don't do what he says to solve the housing crisis, he will punish them. So I think the Conservative policies and actions do not match the rhetoric of this motion, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on a point of order.
Yeah, the Conservatives are so bad at this confidence stuff that they don't even have quorum in the House. Perhaps we could have a quorum call, Madam Speaker?
No, there's no 15 people right now. 15, 16, 17. Okay, we have quorum now. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And perhaps the member opposite is unaware of what's happening in the country, where 70% of Canadians want to get rid of the carbon tax, and 70% of Canadians are very unhappy with the performance of the Liberal government. So if he thinks the Liberals' plans are so fantastic, why doesn't he give Canadians what they want and call a carbon tax election?
Louis.
Well, Madam Speaker, there's a lot of work left to do in the best interests of Canadians. We know that dental care is in the process of being rolled out. We know that the opposition does not believe dental care exists, even though people are signing up, even though dentists are signing up. So that third phase of the program needs to be rolled out, and An election now would interrupt that, and we can't take that risk.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to say that I now understand why we don't get more answers during question period, because it's called question period and not question and answer period. So perhaps, Madam Speaker, we could now actually get an answer from the government. I have a simple question. I want to know if the government will finally, irreversibly, pass the two bills that the Bloc Québécois has been supporting for months. First of all, to increase old age security between 65 and 74. And of course, Bill C-282 on supply management. Could I get an answer? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I am not part of the government. I am simply a duly elected parliamentarian without a minister's portfolio regarding old age security. There is a financial framework here. There are various programs. There's the Canada Child Benefit. There's the Canada Disability Benefit. These could all be increased. Childcare could be increased. There are choices that have to be made. I am not the Minister of Finance. Even though I might put in my 2 cents, the choice is not up to me.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his interesting speech. I quite enjoyed it, and I know a couple of other members really couldn't control their laughter at some point, so I appreciate some entertainment in the House. My question to the member is, of course, in my riding of North Island Powell River, we have a lot of health issues, especially around the healthcare system, a lot of emergency rooms in smaller communities that are having to be shut because there isn't enough people to staff them. It's an ongoing issue. And I'm just wondering if he shares the concern that I have, although I don't think the Liberals are giving as much money as they should. The Conservatives seem very interested in privatizing, which of course will mean that rural and remote communities will have much less services, and that there's going to be an even worse epidemic that people, if they can't pay, won't be able to access health care. I'm just wondering if he could speak to that.
The member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Yes, I thank the member for the question. I'm extremely concerned about the healthcare system. My constituents, many of them are afraid to get sick. They wouldn't know where to turn. They don't want to go to emergency. They might have to wait 48 hours and get sick while they're at emergency. The federal government is a funder of healthcare, and a recent study showed that we have increased our transfers to the provinces for healthcare faster and more greatly than the provinces have spent on healthcare. So I think perhaps provincial governments need to, because it is a provincial jurisdiction, even though it's partly federally funded, the provinces need to make the reforms, spend the money that is required to ensure that people can have a family doctor, and if they're sick, they can get care in a reasonably quick manner.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Dion.
Sorry. I thought I'd take it as a compliment because that's a very lovely constituency. One question for my colleague. I know that he spoke of dental care and the extent to which it's important. In Louis-Hébert, it's 88% of the 9,200 seniors that have enrolled in dental care. We know that for the rest of the public, that is for 18 to 64-year-olds, it's going to happen in 2025, sometime in June 2025. What impact will that have on the people's lives from one region of the country to the next? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. I believe the Minister of Health mentioned it the other day during question period. Thanks to this program, people can see a dentist, and in some cases, dentists can identify cancers. So we can expect a lot of lives to be saved thanks to the program.
Country Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to rise and speak today, even though it's the second day in which we are actually having a confidence vote. You can't help but notice there is definitely a lack of enthusiasm from across the way, Madam Speaker. Contrast today to what the last Tuesday was like, and I suspect maybe there was a bit of, an accountability check on Wednesday when we saw that the Conservative Party didn't get what it wanted. What they want, Madam Speaker, is not what's in the best interest of Canadians. They want what's in the best interest of the Conservative Party and the leader of the Conservative Party. That's where I often talk about their thirst and quest for power, and let nothing get in their way, according to the Conservatives, Madam Speaker. They thrive for power for the sake of having power and power alone. We have seen that, Madam Speaker, virtually from day one, with the Conservatives being in official opposition. You know, it's interesting. I wanted to try maybe to approach it in a different way because I only have the 10 minutes this time around, Madam Speaker, and to talk about some of the things that we know about the Conservative Party, or what I like to refer to it as the Conservative Reform Party. And when I say Conservative Reform Party, Madam Speaker, I don't say that lightly. Because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, what we see is a party that has taken a very hard right. Many, including myself, would suggest to you that it is a party that has adopted many of the thoughts and the ideas that flow from our neighbors to the south, that far right or that MAGA right, Madam Speaker. And we should all be concerned about that, because there's a very strong negative side to that. And we see that. We see it through things like character assassinations. We see it through the spreading of misinformation, the discrediting of our traditional media. These are types of things in which we should all be aware of. I want to highlight what I thought were some of the things that I think most Canadians would be very surprised and disappointed in. One of them is in regards to the Canada Infrastructure Bank. You will hear the Conservative Party today say that they are going to get rid of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Many of them will say that the Canada Infrastructure Bank hasn't done anything. They haven't completed anything. They haven't done anything. And therefore, they are going to get rid of it and save money for Canadians, Madam Speaker. Yet nothing could be further from the truth. I can give the facts right now, Madam Speaker. You know, $10 billion of investments coming through the public, matched by virtually $20 billion of outside investment. $30 billion being spent throughout the different regions, Madam Speaker. Every region is a recipient in receiving money and support in building Canada's infrastructure. We know that. Anyone can look it up and they can see it firsthand. Yet you'll get the leader of the Conservative Party, who's likely going to be addressing the House in a half hour or so, does not have a problem in terms of giving misinformation to say that the Canada Infrastructure Bank hasn't done anything. And the Conservatives are going to get rid of it. Madam Speaker, the biggest myth that is out there is this whole idea that the people of Canada will benefit with getting rid of the carbon rebate. They believe when you go out and you tell Canadians that we are going to axe the tax or get rid of the carbon tax, they say nothing about the rebate. They say nothing about the 80% of Canadians that are going to receive more money as a direct result of this particular policy, Madam Speaker. That is a fact. It's not something that's coming just from members of the Liberal Party. It wasn't that long ago where we had all parties inside the House agreeing that a price on pollution is an effective tool. And we've developed a tool in which we can ensure, Madam Speaker, that the vast majority of Canadians, 80% or more, are receiving more back. But that doesn't match up with the bumper sticker or the slogans of the Conservatives. Just like the housing issue, when the Conservatives talk about, well, we're going to get out there, we're going to build more homes. Madam Speaker, history will show that one of the worst individuals we could ever turn to deal with the housing issue is in fact the leader of the Conservative Party, because he was actually the Minister of Housing. And as has been pointed out by numerous members, when he was the minister, he was an absolute disaster. One of the reasons why we have the problem to the extent we have it today was because of the lack of action from the leader of the Conservative Party when he was the Minister of Housing in the first place. And for the record, he built 6 houses, by the way, Madam Speaker. You know, if you take a look at one of the greatest accomplishments I believe that the government's been able to achieve outside of things like the $198 billion towards healthcare and many progressive measures that we have actually taken, is some of the economic measures. No government in the history of Canada has signed off on more trade agreements than this Prime Minister and this government, Madam Speaker. And that is a fact. We have been very successful because we recognize the value in supporting Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it by freeing up, opening those trade lines, which is critical to Canada's future, Madam Speaker. And we have been very successful at that. For the first time ever, the Conservative Party actually voted against one of our trade agreements, Madam Speaker. Amazingly, it was the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, it's because of an issue in which the Conservative leader didn't, in principle, like, even though the Ukraine has a price on pollution, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, the things that we hear that come from the Conservative Party is borderline at best. I would suggest to you most often it's of a very ridiculous nature. Try to flush out their issues, and it's a challenge. What do they have to say about the dental care? Well, they vote against it. What do they have to say about child care? Remember, in the last election, they said that they're going to tear it up. These are the type of programs that are helping Canadians in every region. So when we get members talking about the Conservative hidden agenda, people should be concerned. Because the Conservative agenda, when they talk about things like fixing the budget, that's code for Conservative cuts. They're not going to provide the type of programming that we've been able to put together over the last number of years to the benefit of literally millions of Canadians, Madam Speaker. And these are the types of things that are at risk because we have a Conservative Party that is more focused on trying to fool Canadians. And that's what they're banking on. That's why they want the election now as soon as possible, Madam Speaker. They want that election because they believe that it's slipping away. The longer the House sits, Madam Speaker, it's slipping away from them. And Canadians will become more aware of the leader of the Conservative Party and what he actually stands for. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I believe that as we see that contrast between the government of the day and what the Conservatives have to offer, and we continue to work for Canadians, Madam Speaker, even though the Conservatives want to play games, prevent things from ultimately passing, play an obstructive role here in the chamber, that Canadians will see through that and ultimately will continue to serve Canadians, Madam Speaker, in a very productive way from now until whenever.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Coast Bay, Notre Dame, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Crime is rampant in rural Canada. Last night, at a town hall in Stoneville, in Notre Dame Bay, at part of my riding, terrified seniors told of being threatened that they be burned out of their homes, that they be burned in their beds, Madam Speaker, at the town hall where the RCMP were present. 75-year-old retirees who worked hard all their life for a safe Canada are sleeping with a baseball bat next to their bed in Gander. A few weeks ago in Lewisport, an RCMP squad car was vandalized and it was spray painted with back off by these criminals in rural Canada. So, Madam Speaker, with towns of less than 1,000 people in my riding, with 5 crack houses operating, where young girls, teenagers, are being sold into prostitution, Madam Speaker. These are children. These are children of the people that we represent. So it's time to stop the crime. How can this member support this NDP Liberal coalition that's let this rot, this crime, creep into rural Canada in places like my riding in Notre Dame Bay?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party addresses his national caucus just before coming in, and this is in part what he says, quote, "There would be mass hunger and malnutrition. With tax this high, our seniors would have to turn the heat down to 14 to 13 to C just to make it through the winter. Inflation would run rampant, and people would not be able to leave their homes or drive anywhere." This is the type of extreme right, mega right attitudes and the propaganda that they spill every day, just like what we heard opposite, Madam Speaker. There was the bail reform bill that was supported by
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member.
L'honorable député de Louis-Hébert.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to follow up on the question that my Conservative colleague just asked. I imagine there is not a single MP in this House who doesn't want to reduce crime across Canada. There are some different approaches depending on the community across Canada, but can he explain why the Conservatives believe it's so important to make cuts? We've seen so many cuts in our intelligence services, and our border services, and our policing services that are all under the jurisdiction of the federal government.
And it's important to recognize that Ottawa worked with all the different provinces, and we brought in bail reform, something in which even the Conservative Party, dragging and kicking because they did obstruct it, Madam Speaker, we were able to ultimately pass. That was something in which working with the different provinces. And the provinces are the administrator. In regards to how important it is that we deal with the crime, we don't take anything for granted, Madam Speaker. That's one of the reasons why we had the automobile theft inquiry that was being conducted. And prior to that, the leader of Conservative Party was nowhere, didn't even raise the issue until we raised the issue as a concern. These are the type of responsible things that we are doing as government, working with Canadians to make Canadians feel safe in our community.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
And thank you to the member for his speech. Madam Speaker, one thing that I am not hearing the Conservatives speak about that I'm hoping that the member can share his thoughts on is the horrific attacks on the right for Canadians to access comprehensive, safe reproductive health care, including abortions. It's very problematic and concerning to see the Conservative Party putting forward petitions and legislation that is attacking these rights. And I'm wondering if the member can speak to this and to share what his thoughts are on that, but also why have we not seen the Liberals taking the action required to ensure that these rights are accessible for all Canadians across the country? We know we've seen a decrease in access to this vital care in rural communities, for example. Thank you.
General Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, as a government, we have brought forward pharmacare. And through our first two initiatives on the pharmacare file, free contraceptions is one aspect of it. And I'm hoping that we'll actually be able to expand. I've talked about shingles in the past. You know, there are so many Canadians that benefit. A national pharmacare program is something in which Canadians would value. Unfortunately, the Conservative Party has made it very clear they do not support a national pharmacare plan. Madam Speaker, I find that unfortunate because that is something that Canadians want.
Wait, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I wanted to read the motion once again and go through them point by point of those elements in order to prove that nobody can vote against it. And I quote, that given after 9 years the government has doubled housing costs, taxed food, punished work, unleashed crime, and is the most centralizing government in Canadian history. The House has lost confidence in the government and offers Canadians the option to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Let's start with the point number one, that the government has doubled housing costs. There's no debate. It's pure math. Unfortunately, we have a prime minister that says that the economy isn't about numbers, it's about people. But rent is a number. Mortgage, that's a number as well. When you buy a house, the price is measured in numbers. Numbers make the world go round. And I'm quoting the facts here. A one-room apartment in 2025, rather in 2015, for a one bedroom apartment, the rent was $973. Now it is $1,875. That's 2 times that amount. For a 2-bedroom, it also doubled. It went from $1,172 to $2,377. That's doubling again. For your average house now, for your down payment for your average house, the down payment has doubled from $22,000 to $47,000. That's 2 times more. And the average mortgage for a new house, or the average mortgage payment in 2015 was $1,400, and now it's $3,000. That's twice as much. No debate on that point. Next, the government has taxed food. You can, like the carbon tax, like the Prime Minister and the leader of the Bloc does, you can believe that a tax of 60 cents a litre is the best idea in the world, but you cannot deny that it increases food costs. This is because farmers use fossil fuels. They use fossil fuels to fuel their machines. Truckers need to use diesel. And the carbon tax that is in force across Canada, Quebec pays it indirectly, of course, because all food that is produced across Canada becomes more expensive. And they have, therefore, a second carbon tax that the government is imposing with the support of the Bloc that has increased the cost of gas by 17 cents a litre. And this will directly impact farmers and consumers. There's no debate here. The government is taxing food. Third, the government is punishing workers. According to the Fraser Institute, that is recognized as Canada's most prestigious academic institution, 80% of middle-class Canadians pay more tax now than before. Taxes are a penalty on work. If you work harder, you'll pay more. This is the government's way of punishing workers. Also, in the natural resources sector is being affected. The Americans are taking jobs in the forestry sector, and there is a dangerous precedent for caribou that will be killing jobs. There is no debate on that point. The government is punishing work and workers. The government has unleashed crime. They've adopted 3 pieces of legislation, C50, C75, the bill that releases criminals automatically, and that made crime surge. There's 50% additional crime. That is a 120% increase in gun crime. The country has spent $69 million and has not removed a single firearm since their major campaign promise on that fact.
There's more crime, gun crime, and total crime. 47,000 Canadians have lost their lives because of drug overdoses since this government liberalised drugs. The debate's over. Crime has gone up under this government. A centralising government. The leader of the House, of the Bloc Québécois in the House, stated that there has been excessive centralisation of this government. I've never seen in the history of this country a government that finds it so hard to manage its own jurisdictions. Yet they stick their noses in Quebec's and the other provinces' jurisdictions. It's the most costly and most interfering government in history by doubling the cost of consultants and doubling the debt. This is a centralising government that is taxing food, taxing jobs, and that is doubling the cost of housing. The proof is in the pudding. That's why Quebecers, deserve the choice of a government that will build the homes, will repair the budget, stop the crime. And that is exactly what we propose, and that is what we will do. And we ask all other parties to show their independence from this centralising government, vote for Canadians, vote for Quebecers, so that we can have a new government that will allow Canadians to have more money in their pockets, for more food on their plates, more gas in their cars, for safe communities. That's common sense.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to be very clinical here and simply read the motion and prove it's true. That given that after 9 years the government has doubled housing costs, taxed food, punished work, unleashed crime, and is the most centralising government in Canadian history, the House has lost confidence in the government and offers Canadians the option to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Let's go through one by one. Did they double housing costs? Well, let's look at the prices. In 2015, the average rent for a one-bedroom, $973. Today, $1,877. In 2015, the average cost of monthly rent for a two-bedroom, $1,172. Today, $2,337. In 2015, the average down payment needed for a new home, $22,000. Today, $47,000. And in 2015, the average mortgage payment on an average new home, $1,400. Today, $3,020. No debate. Double trouble when it comes to housing. Next point. Are they taxing food? Well, they admit that they're taxing diesel, which is what powers combines, tractors, and other equipment. They admit that they're taxing the natural gas that dries the grains in the silos. They admit that they are taxing the truckers that bring us our food. There is no debate, and they want to quadruple that tax to 61 cents a litre. There is no debate on that either. Are they punishing work? They've increased income tax on 80% of middle-class people. Are they unleashing crime? Violent crime is up 50%. Gun crime is up 120%. Are they a centralist government? They doubled their debt. They've doubled the amount of money for consultants. Madam Speaker, all of these points are proven, and that's why Canadians deserve the chance to elect a common-sense Conservative government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, so that hard work earns a powerful paycheck that buys affordable food and homes in safe neighborhoods where the promise of Canada is restored in the freest country on earth, Canada. Let's bring it home. I'm splitting.
Just in time. Questions and comments. L'honorable député Louis Hébert.
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Leader of the Opposition for his speech. I listened to it with interest. I have two questions that directly affect the people of Quebec City. First of all, the tramway. Quebec City is the only city that doesn't have a structured system. His Quebec lieutenant saying that even the Conservatives were to come to power, there would still be funding for the tramway, and then he changed his mind to say that, irrespective of where the offices are, the federal government will not be moving forward with it. This affects people in Quebec. Perhaps they could talk among themselves and give us an answer finally. What is their position? Now, the second question I have for the Leader of the Opposition is as follows. There are 8,200 seniors in my riding that have been able to benefit from the dental care plan that we've put forward. They have been able to benefit from it over the last year. There will be many more next year because it will be open to 18 to 64-year-olds. What does he have to say to these people? Because they got real care thanks to this real program. I'd like to hear his position. Thank you. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. No, we are not going to stick our noses in Quebec's business by forcing people to have a tramway. I know that the Liberal government wants to force a tramway in Quebec City that would cost $15,000 per family at least. Even if people don't want it, they'll still have to cough up for it. I respect the will of Quebecers who want a third link. The Liberals are against the third link. And the Bloc Québécois just wants to stop a third link from happening as well. Now, there's a baby crying because of its part in the national debt. That's very expensive just for a tramway. My apologies, Madam Speaker. What would I say to these seniors in the Honourable Member's riding? I'm aware that people in his riding can't pay for their groceries because of this government's inflation, which stops seniors from being able to eat. And often they are forced to go to food banks. Another question to someone else, the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is a very simple one. Given the following, the Leader of the Opposition really wants an election, So after a number of opportunities where he could put forward his program, not just a few elements, but his program, but every time he refuses to debate with the Leader of the Bloc Québécois in front of national media. Why? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. That's just not true. I would love to have a debate with the Honourable Member right here. He could have asked questions, but he's not here. Where is he to debate with me? Well, we don't mention whether someone is present or not in the House. Okay? Do we agree? All right, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. My apologies, Madam Speaker. I would have liked to debate with the Leader of the Bloc, but he hasn't taken the floor since I've been here. The other opportunity would be during an election to debate with me. We need an election.
Winnipeg Centre. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member's record is clear. When he was in government, they hid record abuses, the abuses at residential school, refused to have a national inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, voted against the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Why? Because they didn't support free, prior, and informed consent. So my question through you, Madam Speaker, to the Leader of the Conservative Party, why should Indigenous communities trust him now when he continues to fundraise with organizations who are on record denying residential schools?
The opposition. First of all, that is false. That is not true. Second of all, she has and her party have continually acted against First Nations people. They've attacked First Nations people's rights to have resource projects that they support.
Yes, they have.
When 20 out of 20 First Nations communities supported the Tech Frontier mine in Alberta, she and her party took the paternalistic government knows best approach and said, no, you can live in poverty. Yep. When they supported the Coastal GasLink pipeline, she said, no, you can't have a pipeline You can't have any paychecks. You can't have any. Then she supported banning hunting rifles to take away the constitutional right of First Nations people to hunt and harvest the wilderness for a living. Madam Speaker, we on this side support First Nations people, all Indigenous people. We will, in fact, expand their rights and freedoms to harvest a beautiful living for themselves and their families, and to have the freedom and an end to the colonialistic, top-down, paternalistic mentality of the NDP that wants to keep the government on top forever.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight are as follows.
For Saanich Gulf Islands, the environment, the Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawah, carbon pricing, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country, mental health and addictions. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Toronto St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour and a privilege to rise in this place to address members and the people of Canada. But I have to tell you first, Madam Speaker, I'm disappointed that the Honourable Minister of Finance is not here to listen to my maiden speech. If she had been here,
I have to remind the Honourable Member that we do not mention presences or absences in the House. And I would like the Honourable Member to withdraw that and do not mention it again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to let the Honourable Minister of Finance be aware that during my election campaign, wherein she characterized me in front of a national audience as cold, cruel, and small, she had it wrong. And throughout this speech, I think she'll understand and learn that perhaps I'm a warm, generous, and kind human being. But mischaracterization is the MO of the Liberal Party. I've only been here 2 weeks. 2 weeks, and I've already seen it. The day I was sworn in, Madam Speaker, I walked through the halls of West Block, and something colorful caught my eye. It was the red head of a small 5 or 6 year old boy who was getting a tour or walking around with his mom or his dad. The young boy was gazing around at these tall columns and the thick walls that we've got that hold up this endlessly high ceiling. I too feel not unlike that small red-headed boy when I take my place here in the Parliament of Canada. Those thick walls represent to me the strong foundation upon which Canada has been built over many years. A foundation that was laid over those years, including before Canada the country came into being. And for a nation like this one, the laying of the foundation is something upon which we continue to build. The great Sir Wilfrid Laurier put it well, and he often did. I want the marble to remain marble, the granite to remain granite, the oak to remain oak. And out of these elements, I would build a nation great among the nations of the world. Madam Speaker, I want to touch briefly upon those builders whom we've come to identify as Canadians. The Indigenous peoples, the original inhabitants of this land, and we must continue our efforts towards reconciliation. First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, along with the work of people who came later, principally the French and English in the early days, laid the groundwork for what would become the Dominion of Canada. However, given the lamentable state of Canadian history education in our country, I hesitate to call attention to some of the greatest citizens for fear of losing my audience at home. But for posterity's sake, and in recognition of what they did to help build this country, I'll take that risk. Some of the greats, in my view, Madam Speaker, while strictly speaking may not all have been Canadians, they were builders of this great land, of what would become known as Canada. The great generals, Montcalm and Wolfe, Sir Isaac Brock and Arthur Currie, scientists like Banting and Best, our early foundational prime ministers, Macdonald and Laurier. Let's not forget Colonel R.S. McLaughlin from Oshawa, my hometown. Madam Speaker, Canadian heroes come from many walks of life. I'm thinking of examples like Terry Fox, sports heroes like Wayne Gretzky or Tom Longboat, artists like Gord Downie, and Ottawa's own, and a personal favorite, Paul Anka. And of course, we have to make room for the more recent greats. Summer McIntosh impressed us all this summer at the Paris Olympics, not only with her phenomenal athleticism, but also with her grace and poise on the podium and elsewhere. I hear last month she's even old enough to vote. Madam Speaker, all Canadians will have their own list of favorite great Canadians. The list to choose from is nearly endless. I encourage all of us to celebrate them in our own ways and not just in this place. We need more celebration of Canadian history. As the great historian Jack Granatstein wrote in his famous 1998 book, Who Killed Canadian History? History is memory, inspiration, and commonality, and a nation without a memory is every bit adrift as an amnesiac wandering the streets. History matters, and we forget this truth at our peril. There's one more group of people I will also include in the list of great Canadians, the members, veterans, and families of our Canadian Armed Forces. The Army, the Royal Canadian Air Force, the Royal Canadian Navy, and Special Operations Forces. We salute both the regular and reservists, who, in the words of Winston Churchill, are twice the citizen. Our national foundation supports our aspirations for greatness, and that is what we are in this place to do. That is what the people of Toronto St. Paul's have asked me to do. Preserve what we have and build something better. Madam Speaker, we must focus on what unites us as Canadians and not on what divides us. We must not pick winners, but create an environment where anyone from anywhere can do anything. That's the Canadian promise. We also strive for peace, order, and good government. Madam Speaker, this is the Canadian way. There are foundation Canadian values that we hold dear and must protect. These are the foundational Canadian values that appear to be at risk in recent months. I've witnessed, Madam Speaker, in our Canadian streets, on our Canadian campuses, so-called protest calling for the death of those in our Jewish community. They are sponsored by known terrorist-linked entities. This is not the Canadian way. When foundational Canadian values are under attack, we are all under attack. And yet, Madam Speaker, this government supports the funding of those who would challenge this or take on this anti-Canadian charge. Employees of UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, in part funded by the Canadian government, are known to have held hostages on October 7th. Canada is in part paying the salaries of combatants who work for the Hamas terrorist regime. Madam Speaker, it was these same Hamas terrorists who murdered 8 of our fellow citizens. Good people from Vancouver, Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, and elsewhere. Alexander Luck, Ben Mizrahi, Adi Vital Kaploon, Shir Georgi, Vivian Silver, Netta Epstein, Tiferet Lapido, Judy Weinstein Hagai. May their memories be a blessing. There are still 101 hostages being held in Gaza, Madam Speaker, and not all amongst the living. People held against their will, held in the darkness and dampness of a subterranean warren of war, a tunnel system created for the sole purpose of waging war. Every day, I think about those people held in captivity in those deplorable conditions, and I think, too, of the innocents of Gaza used as human shields by an uncivilized terrorist organization. I encourage all in this place to do the same and give thought to these victims. Madam Speaker, I made my remarks earlier about Canadian history and Canadian heroes because I care deeply about this country and its past. But I care equally about the future of this great nation. I got into political life not because I'm crazy, but because I thought about my two daughters, Leah and Charlotte, both in their 20s. I thought about the kids I see in the park and the ones I see clinging to their mother's legs when I knock on doors. I thought about the fact that they don't appear to have the same opportunities for success as young people did a generation ago. They don't have the same Canada. This is not the same Canada. Madam Speaker, one must leave a country in better shape than the way they found it. Can we say that's true for this NDP Liberal government that took over 9 years ago? Can we say that's true for the Liberal Prime Minister? Does anyone even believe they have what it takes? The economics of this country have become stagnant. The feeling of optimism has evaporated. The sense that Canada has a great destiny thrust into the intention of the future, as the philosopher George Grant put it, is absent. So I'm here, thanks to the good people of Toronto St. Paul's, to be a part of something bigger than any single one of us. I'm here to help build a better country, one day at a time. I'm here to work my hardest for the people of my riding, yes, but also for every last person in this country. Let's remember that as we engage in the great debates of our country. I'm new, so that's perhaps why I'm filled with so much optimism. But optimism can take us a long way, and I'm delighted to be here, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary of the government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the greatest Canadian debates is something in which we all identify with, and that's our Canada health system. And this is a government that has invested historical amounts of money into health care for future generations. A part of that debate also says that we need to look at issues like pharmacare, something that I and many of my colleagues are very passionate about. Today, many Canadians, including Canadians in which the member opposite represents, will benefit by. We have the dental program. Again, thousands of Canadians that the member represents will benefit by it. Those two aspects alone make a difference, and it's a part of the Canadian debate. So when we talk about issues that can unite us, would he not agree that these are the types of policy that will enhance Canada's healthcare system, and that's something in which both his and my constituents want to see?
The honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recently came off a by-election campaign and had the opportunity to knock on about 13,000 doors, which I'm told is an extraordinarily high number for a candidate. And the people at those doors, Madam Speaker, were telling me that they're not happy with the direction this government's taking. They'd like to see a change, and that's what we're going to offer the people of Canada when we can have that carbon tax election.
And comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to commend, and first, this is my first opportunity to address through you, Madam Speaker, a new member in this place from Toronto St. Paul's. Congratulations and welcome. And I can see, Madam Speaker, that we have a new orator in this place who loves history, as do I. I particularly am pleased that he identified Arthur Currie as one of our great Canadians. The town where I live, Sydney, British Columbia, is where Arthur Currie used to teach school. And his ability to go from being a civilian, low-ranking, not a big, high military officer as he went into the war, but to use basic common sense skills of building community together to prepare for and to lead the Canadian Armed Forces in some of the key conflicts of World War I goes down in history forever. We don't forget those people who've served this country, and I appreciate the members drawing our attention to it. I guess my only question would be at this point, given that we have seen so many recent events in the area he represents of flash flooding, extreme weather events that have cost millions of dollars to Toronto businesses and people, what he thinks will have to be done to try to address the climate crisis while we still have time to do so.
Member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member through you for her kind comments. I would say that with the environmental concerns that we do have, that we're not living in a bubble inside Canada. We live in a competitive environment. We're starting to impose carbon taxes, for example, to reduce carbon in the atmosphere on Canadians alone. That puts us at a big disadvantage in our economy. And we're going to have a hard time keeping, that puts at risk, the more our economy suffers, then we're going to put at risk the rest of our social programs that we hold dear. And that's something that we want to avoid, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
And through you, I'd like to also acknowledge that we have another settler MP in this House. I think that what I've heard so far is not a lot of willingness from the Conservatives to talk about experiences of Indigenous peoples, including his lack of intervention regarding Indigenous people's rights, and the lack of investments that we continue to suffer. We've got great Indigenous leaders, Elijah Harper, Mika Kilabak, Tagat Curley, great part of Canadian history that helped to make sure that Canada's map was changed forever so that we could have the great territory of Nunavut, who I'm so proud to represent in this House. And I wonder if the member can share with us what this party will do to persuade Indigenous peoples, because I don't see it yet. I don't see Indigenous peoples being persuaded that MPs are doing enough to ensure that we're doing better for Indigenous peoples in Canada.
The honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's, a very brief answer.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for the question. Last Sunday, I was able to spend the day with some Indigenous people in my community to welcome the equinox, and it was quite a moving experience, and I was glad to be able to do that. And as far as what the Conservative Party will carry on for to help the Indigenous people of the country, I think our leader said it earlier, that it's about giving more autonomy to the Indigenous people of Canada and less centralization and mother and fatherhood statements from the government. Thank you.
Debate, the honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky country. Madam Speaker, let me start by talking about, giving two data points. Recently, Bloomberg commissioned a study conducted by Nanos Research. It's a 4-week tracking poll ending September 20th, and it was on Canadian Consumer Confidence Index. Canadian consumer confidence, Madam Speaker, has reached 29 months high. That is, the last time we had this much consumer confidence, Canadian consumer confidence, was way back in April 2022. The second data point I would like to bring to your notice is the inflation rate. It has now come down to 2% from, it's the eighth straight month that the inflation is within the target set by Bank of Canada. We had the inflation hit high way back in June 2022, and then obviously we all felt the pain of that inflation and the resulting interest rates. That the inflation basically started maybe due to it started during the pandemic, and post-pandemic due to supply chain disruptions. The inflation hit very high. Bank of Canada had to do its duty to control inflation. They started dramatically raising interest. For the first time in the history of Canada, we saw this big, huge rise in interest rate in a very short period of time. It affected all. It affected the inflation, the interest rates, and the mortgage payments due to this. It affected all. We felt the pain. The grocery cost, the grocery bills were high, the fuel cost got high, and this created genuine frustration and anger among all Canadians. So it was not surprising that Canadians were not, maybe now they're opening up, maybe now they're ready to listen to the economic story. And, Madam Speaker, the politicians made use of this anger and frustration and amplified it. Not only the politicians amplified it, but also the social media, the algorithms. They also amplified this and allowed the politicians to seize on this discontent and fuel the anger more. Some of these people, they felt that their political success, in fact, I think they banked on their political success on the failure of a Canadian economy. But that is not going to be the case. The economy has done well compared to any other G7 countries. And, the economic good news is bad news for few politicians in Canada. They advised us. They said all the spending or the support programs we had launched to help the needy Canadians, they said that is fueling the inflation further. They advised us to have austerity measures, but we continue to support Canadians in need, and we stood firm, and now we see the inflation back to 2%. Madam Speaker, Canada is the best performing economy in the entire G7 countries. IMF recently made a report that they said 2025, they forecasted that Canada's performance will be the best not only in 2024, but it will be the best in 2025, leading amongst all G7 countries. Madam Speaker, the world is being reshaped by 4 major shifts: green transition, artificial intelligence, geopolitics and friendshoring, and changing demographic. We have carefully looked at all these 4 major changes that are reshaping the world and have taken measures and made investments that is going to benefit Canadians today and tomorrow. The results we are already beginning to see, and in the forthcoming months and years, we are going to see much more visible positive effects of what we have done so far. Through the Mines to Mobility strategy, we have seized on the changing transition to the clean economy, and we have been investing from mines, mining of critical minerals, to setting up of mineral processing companies, to the battery plants, and finally to the electrical vehicles manufacturing. So we have been doing it, and the good effects of it we are already seeing, but they will be much more visible in the coming months and years. There are certain myths that are being propagated for a long time in Canada. Let me touch upon them. One is that Canadian federal government is spending high and the debt is very high. Madam Speaker, we have the smallest deficit to GDP ratio amongst all G7 countries. I repeat, smallest deficit to GDP ratio amongst all G7 countries. Our net debt to GDP is also the lowest amongst all G7 countries. And you may not take our word or even the IMF word, but the rating companies, they are the final arbitrators in this. And let me quote the statement of the Fitch rating agencies just 2 months back in July 24. Fitch ratings said, Canada's ratings reflect strong governance, high per capita income, and a macroeconomic policy framework that has delivered steady growth and generally low inflation. This is what the rating companies said. And when you look at every G7 country, look at their deficit to GDP or the net debt to GDP or the ratings, we are the best. And that is a fact. The second myth is that the taxes are making Canada uncompetitive. There's no further It is very far from truth, Madam Speaker. In fact, we have got the lowest effective tax rates on new business meant in, again, all the G7 countries. You can go back and check whether the IMF reports or the OECD reports, you will find that the effective tax rate for new business is the lowest in Canada. And the third thing, Madam Speaker, is the government is driving investments away. Again, this is a myth that has been propagated by politicians. Last time I checked, usually these days, I don't invest in stock market, but a couple of days back, I just happened to look to find where the stock market is. Canadian TSX reached 14% year till date, Madam Speaker. In the first 9 months, 14% returns from the Canadian TSX. And since the budget, I think the budget was on April 16th, since the budget, the stock exchange index has returned more than 10%. I'm not saying that that should be the only criteria to measure what Canada is doing for the investments. The second, again, hard cash measurement data I have is that the foreign direct investment. Madam Speaker, no, there's no charity in business. Multinational companies, they don't invest just for the sake of investing or just to make the Canadian federal government look good. They invest because they see opportunity. Canada has got the highest foreign direct investment, I think the second or third amongst the all OECD countries. And per capita, the federal direct investment is the best amongst the all G7 countries. Madam Speaker, just closing, quickly want to say that are we perfect? No. Are there any economic indicators that we are still lagging behind? Yes, like productivity, for example. But the best part of Canada, Madam Speaker, is that we know we have to improve, and we are working hard to improve. That is what makes Canada great. And I'm so proud to be part of this movement where we are transitioning into a clean economy in a much greater way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Levon.
Thank you very much. And I was listening to the member's speech intently, and I didn't notice that he didn't mention some of the things that we need to work on in Canada, like the 2 million people that are using the food bank, which is the highest ever. That would be one indication that things aren't going as well in this country as they should be doing. Or how high food inflation has gone in this country, where now families are choosing between putting gas in their tank or food in their fridge, Madam Speaker. So the price of gas has gone up, the price of taxes have gone up, people are taking home less than they've ever made before. So my question is to the Speaker is, if things are so good in Canada, why do so many Canadians have it so bad? If your government is doing so good, why aren't Canadian people?
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for an opinion.
Madam Speaker, as I said, things were really tough. I am the first person to agree. More number of people were going to food bank. That's also a fact. As I said, after the pandemic, the inflation shot up, the interest rate shot up, the mortgage payment shot up. Even working families found it hard. But we did provide support to all those in need, and we continue to do so. And things are changing. The very fact that the inflation has come down to 2%, the interest rates have fallen down to 4.25%. Madam Speaker, Bank of Canada is meeting on October 23rd next. It is not the question whether the interest rate they will reduce further. It is a question whether they are going to reduce by 0.25% or 0.5%. And the market economists, they are forecasting that the interest rate will come down to 3% by July 2025. So yes, we had this pain. The Canadians felt pain. We all felt pain. Now things are changing, and it's going to be changing for good.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'll give him a chance to put in his earpiece. It is important to talk about what we've done well. Of course, there's more to Canada than just misery and desolation. Some things are going well, but other things are going poorly. And we need to remember that the opposition has done hard work. The government needs to take that into account. If we ignore what's not going well, then we end up ignoring what we need to improve. There's a great deal that we need to improve. For example, border management, improving the immigration system, as well as goods crossing the border. For example, illegal weapons trafficking. I'd like to know very concretely what the government intends to do. What does it intend to do on the ground to ensure that weapons can no longer be trafficked over the border, and that Canada will once more have a strong reputation in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I agree with the honourable member that the government, the ruling party, has to also work with the opposition parties to see Canada become strong again economically. She touched on the immigration. I agree there were some issues with the immigration. The numbers went up too dramatically in too short a period of time. We have again taken action to make sure that to rationalize it, to bring it down to a manageable level, so that the pressure that was created on our system, on our society, is addressed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. When the Liberals inherited the government from the Conservatives some years ago, Indigenous peoples, the conditions that Indigenous peoples were in was quite deplorable. It hasn't improved that much since the Liberal government. And I just have to give a basic example of how corporate greed is being supported by this Liberal government by stating that Liberals keep the Nutrition North program going. This program supports corporate greed by allowing the CEO of the Northwest Company to earn $3.91 million in salaries and benefits in 1 year, while Nunavummiut are suffering in poverty. And I wonder if the member can share with us how this Liberal government will do better for Indigenous peoples, how this Liberal government will do better for Nunavummiut, so that corporate greed ends with this government.
The Honourable Member for Nepean, a very brief answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the Indigenous people in Canada, I'm so proud of the things that our government has done since we came to power in 2015. In the history of Canada, no government has taken the kind of actions we have taken, the kind of programs we have launched to support the Indigenous people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House this evening to speak on the motion before the House today. And it's a pleasure every day, and it's a privilege to be able to represent the people of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, and to be in this House and to work on matters and do the business of the nation is something that every day I'm grateful for. And it's why I'm a little bit, it's a little unfortunate that for the second time this same week, we're basically debating the same motion. And there's so many issues that we could be discussing today, so many parts of the business of government that we could be looking into. The fact that, again, we're just debating a motion from the Conservative Party to stop our work as parliamentarians is something that I think is unfortunate. But the motion before us and the common slogans we hear from the Conservatives is something that I want to comment on today. And I want to kind of set the record straight about what their slogans really mean. And I'm going to go through them one by one. When they say axe the tax, what they're really talking about is axe the facts. And let me get into this, because we've seen a disproportionate amount of time of this House spent talking about the carbon tax. And the Conservatives consistently misrepresent what this is. This is a measure that's going to contribute 40% of Canada's emissions reductions, and it's also an affordability measure because 80% of Canadians get more money back with the rebate than they end up paying into it. And this is particularly so for low to modest income Canadians, where they get a disproportionate amount of when you consider the costs and the benefits. But the Conservatives don't like these facts. They don't like the fact that 300 economists have confirmed this, because they like to use alternative facts. But what's worse, Madam Speaker, is that they also plan on proposing to get rid of the industrial carbon pricing system to let the biggest polluters off for free. There are, of course, other ways to reduce emissions, but they cost more. They take many more years to roll out, but that's actually what the Conservatives want. So what do the Conservatives say will happen in place? They say we'll have technology, not taxes. Except that the only technology they talk about is A, not proven to work right now, or B, isn't going to be available for many years. Think of things like wide-scale applications of carbon capture and small modular reactors for nuclear. What we don't see any talk about is about renewable energy, or anything that's able to reduce emissions in the short term. And Madam Speaker, we can just look to what their cousins in Alberta have done when they did everything they could to cancel the renewable energy industry that was the envy of the country, and in the process chased away billions of dollars of investment. And really what their plan is to distract by talking about the carbon tax, to delay more action, and dismiss that we need to take real action to safeguard our climate and our future. And Madam Speaker, it shouldn't be surprising because this is their modus operandi. When they were last in power, they did quite a bit of work to axe the facts by doing things like ending the long-form census and reduce funding for Stats Canada. Without any notice, through an omnibus legislation, they gutted the Fisheries Act and the Environmental Assessment Act. They also muzzled scientists, so they couldn't speak about any of the science that they were doing to the public, especially on climate change. And we also know that they did their best to declare environmental NGOs as violent criminals, so they could use the RCMP to monitor them and weaponize the CRA to go after their charitable status. Because they want to be able to base government decisions on slogans and ideology rather than on science and on evidence. And Madam Speaker, we know this is real because they don't believe that climate change is real or that it requires immediate action to address it. Madam Speaker, they also say that they plan to build the homes, but what they're actually proposing is to block the homes. When the Conservatives were last in power, housing construction got as low as 150,000 units in a year, a number that we nearly doubled in 2022. And when the Leader of the Opposition was in charge of the housing file, a measly 6 affordable units were built across the country. Throughout this time, 800,000 affordable units were lost because the Leader of the Opposition doesn't believe in things like cooperative housing, which he refers to as Soviet-style housing. Madam Speaker, at this time they completely abdicated all responsibility for getting housing built, and they downloaded it to provinces and municipalities, and we're still paying the price for that today. And Madam Speaker, to give some perspective, in my riding alone in the last 5 years that I've had the pleasure of serving as representative, our government has supported over 1,000 below-market units that have been constructed. And we've been steadily working with municipalities to support them to speed up the permitting process, and we see provinces like British Columbia that are doing that work as well. So what is the Leader of the official opposition strategy to build the homes? He wants to raise taxes on apartments and cut funding for programs that are getting housing built. And rather than work with municipalities, he and his BC Conservative brethren plan to scrap policies that are getting gentle density going in cities and restrict infrastructure funding. And somehow, I don't understand what the magical thinking is that if you get rid of gentle density, you'll get more housing, but maybe their plan is to do more things like paving over the Greenbelt. But trying to bully municipalities into getting housing built under these restrictions by saying they're going to restrict infrastructure funding doesn't actually mean that much, considering the amount of funding they provided for infrastructure, which, amongst other things, was 13 times less the amount of funding for transit that we provided. The other thing they like to talk about is fixing the budget. But their history has really been about gutting the budget. The Conservatives like to think of themselves as good stewards of the public finances. But the reality is, the last 2 administrations they had in office completely exploded the budget. They racked up more debt than all previous prime ministers combined. The only balanced budget that the Harper government ran was a few months after that they won office in 2006, when they inherited surpluses. They desperately and unsuccessfully tried to balance the budget in 2015 by selling off GM stock for a song. And let's talk about what the Conservatives plan to do with the budget. They cut services before, they cut military spending to a record low, and they provided huge giveaways to some of the most wealthy people in the country. The Conservative ideology of trickle-down economics, or trumped-up economics, is that the hope is that by cutting services and cutting taxes, they're going to massively be able to grow the economy. But again, Madam Speaker, the facts just don't bear that out. And that's probably why they want some alternative facts to the reality that when they last were in office in the last year, GDP dropped almost 14%. And what are they planning on doing now? They're planning on cutting childcare programs, ending the dental care program that's already providing dental insurance for 750,000 Canadians, and programs that are providing or that are getting housing built right across the country, and programs that are positioning Canada's economy to thrive in a low-carbon future. And Madam Speaker, the last part of their plan is they say they're going to stop the crime. But I would more appropriately refer this as ditching the charter. Madam Speaker, first they want to make you think that we are experiencing some massive crime wave, that crime is at an all-time high, but in fact, when you look at the data, the crime rate is actually lower than many years when they were in office. But they believe that by fear-mongering, people won't pay attention to the facts. And what did they do in the past? In the past, they said by taking tough on-crime measures, that by passing legislation that involved very long mandatory minimums, that they were able to keep people safe. But in practice, Madam Speaker, what had happened is we just had an over-incarceration of many minority groups in Canada, and the courts threw this legislation out for being incompatible with the Charter. On top of that, they gutted funding for the RCMP and CBSA and crime prevention programs, and they disbanded the Integrated Proceeds of Crime Unit that was tackling money laundering. So these things all together put us in a very difficult position, and things like money laundering, which have flourished in the time since then. And Madam Speaker, I think one thing that all Canadians should be very concerned about is that the Leader of the Opposition, official opposition, is openly saying that he plans to sidestep the Charter and invoke the notwithstanding clause. So, Madam Speaker, I think when we look at what the Conservatives actually intend to do compared to what they're actually saying, we see what their hidden agenda is. Their plan for Project 2025 is not one that Canadians want. Canadians want to have an economy that works for everyone, where the least fortunate people are supported, and so that we can build for a prosperous future and tackle the challenges that we have today. And Madam Speaker, that's why I'll be voting against this motion.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkin and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And look, I do appreciate my fellow British Columbian coming here to this place to debate a very serious issue, but I got to say the cartoon talking points coming out of the Liberal Party, Madam Speaker, totally has lost all reality. I'm just going to address one small sliver here, Madam Speaker. The Leader of the official opposition, the Leader of Canada's Conservative Party, has said publicly that in response to the Supreme Court's decision to allow for concurrent sentences to be carried out by someone who walked into a Quebec mosque, shot innocent men and women and children who were just there praising their God in their way, that their lives can be served out, the punishment can be served out, Madam Speaker, concurrently instead of consecutively. Conservatives believe that's the wrong message to be sharing with that the life of those individuals are somehow lessened. Madam Speaker, we will stand for proper justice in this country and to have consecutive sentences for those barbaric acts like that, Madam Speaker, shooting people in a mosque.
I have
Point of order. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The case mentioned by my honourable colleague, the person is in prison, they're not out in society. The correction well heard.
West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, a very brief answer, please.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the intervention from my colleague, mon collègue de Beauport-Limoilou, and the question from my colleague from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. I just say that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms isn't some buffet where you can pick and choose what you want to use and what you don't and cast aside. But that does not mean that we shouldn't do everything we can to hold criminals responsible and keep our community safe. And those are exactly the types of things that we're doing through our programs like increasing funding for law enforcement and passing legislation that's actually going to keep our community safe, and crime prevention and hate prevention programs as well. These are programs that can
have to put an end to this time, it being 5:15. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Bertel, supported by Mr. Albus, move that since 9 years the government has doubled housing costs, taxed food, punished work, unleashed crime, and is the most centralizing government in Canadian history. The House has lost confidence in the government and offers Canadians the option to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
Participating in person, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I request a recorded division, please.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, October 1st, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Colleagues, I am now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on September 16, 2024 by the House Leader of the official opposition concerning the alleged failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada. In his intervention, the opposition House Leader argued that several government departments and agencies failed to adhere to a House order for the production of documents related to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, which was adopted on June 10, 2024. His assertions were based on a series of letters provided by the Speaker, by the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council, and tabled in this House pursuant to that order. The Law Clerk had been directed to report to the Speaker on whether the respondents had in fact complied in full with the House order by the stipulated deadline of 30 days following the adoption of the order. The letters were tabled on July 17, August 21, and September 16, 2024. In some instances, only partial disclosures were made, either owing to redactions or because documents were withheld. In other instances, the House order was met with a complete refusal. Le leader parlementaire de l'opposition a...
The opposition House Leader argued that the House's powers to order the production of documents are absolute, and, as a result, the government was in contempt of the House for its disregard of a binding House order. He therefore asked the Chair to find a prima facie question of privilege, enabling the House to consider a motion to reiterate the order with a new deadline and urging the Prime Minister to make it clear to departments that the House order ought to be complied with.
The Leader of the government in the House expressed concerns that the House order may trespass on certain Charter rights, in particular relating to police investigations and privacy. She also argued that it was procedurally inadmissible on the grounds that the order exceeded the authority of the House by attempting to secure documents for the exclusive use of a third party, namely the RCMP, rather than for its own use. La leader a ajouté qu'avec cet ordre,
She further suggested that the order constituted an attempt by the House to appropriate the role of another branch of Canada's system of government, namely the judiciary, by authorising the RCMP to obtain information outside the established and judicially based law enforcement processes. Indeed, she noted that the RCMP itself had raised concerns about accepting the documents, as it feared doing so may circumvent normal investigative processes and charter protections. The Government House leader also indicated that the order was silent on whether the documents requested should be redacted. She suggested that, absent any other indication from the House, the government should follow its statutory responsibilities by redacting documents to protect sensitive information.
While the Government House leader argued that the House may have exceeded its authority in adopting the order, if the chair determines that the matter is a prima facie order of privilege, she contended that the appropriate course of action would be for the House to refer the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to shed light on the contentious points. The House leader of the official opposition returned a second time to rebut arguments advanced by the Government House leader, namely those on the admissibility of the motion, the nature of the motion, and the scope of the House's power to order the production of documents. Le député de Windsor.
The member for Windsor West intervened to argue that the order for the production of documents should be respected. He added that it is up to the House to decide whether it is satisfied by the nature of the response. The member of La Prairie contended that the government may well have had reasons to not meet its obligations, but that the privileges of the House are well established and the order was clear. He endorsed a prima facie finding. While both members noted the order was unusual, both maintained this fact does not excuse non-compliance.
The House has been seized before with questions of privilege regarding orders for the production of government. Neither the standing orders nor any statute delimits Parliament's authority to order the production of papers and records that it may need to carry out its duties. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, confirms this procedural and constitutional understanding, stating at page 895, and I quote, "No statute or practice diminishes the fullness of that power rooted in House privileges unless there is an explicit legal provision to that effect or unless the House adopts a specific resolution limiting the power. The House has never set a limit on its power to order the production of papers." Unquote. The House leader of the official opposition pointed to the partial production of documents provided to the law clerk. As we have been informed, there were many redactions and omissions which were made by the various departments and agencies that produced the documents. The House order indeed did not explicitly require that the documents be provided in unredacted form, nor did it make provision for departments and agencies to preemptively omit or redact portions of documents or documents in their entirety. On this matter, only the House can judge if it is satisfied with the production of documents that it has received. Le concept selon le...
More generally, the understanding that it is for the House to determine how to exercise its power to order the production of documents is also set out in Joseph Mangau's Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, 2nd edition at page 190, where the author states, quote, "The only limitations, which could only be self-imposed, would be that any inquiry should relate to a subject within the legislative competence of Parliament, particularly where witnesses and documents are required and the penal jurisdiction of Parliament is contemplated." Unquote.
The procedural precedents and authorities are abundantly clear. The House has the undoubted right to order the production of any and all documents from any entity or individual that it deems necessary to carry out its duties. Moreover, these powers are a settled matter, at least as far as the House is concerned. They have been confirmed and reconfirmed by my immediate predecessors, as well as those more distantly removed. To lend support to the absolute nature of the power to order the production of documents, the House Leader of the official opposition relied on the ruling on a question of privilege of April 27, 2010 from Speaker Milliken, centering on the House's right to order documents. He stated in the debates at page 2043 the following, and I quote, "Procedural authorities are categorical in repeatedly asserting the powers of the House in ordering the production of documents. No exceptions are made for any category of government documents." Unquote. La leader du gouvernement à la Chambre a tenté.
The government House Leader attempted to argue that this particular order for documents was different, insofar as the documents were not to assist members in carrying out their duties, but instead to be transmitted to a third party. For this reason, she claimed that the order was beyond the authority of the House. The Chair would suggest, respectfully, that these concerns ought to have been raised prior to the motion's adoption. I would remind members that if there are concerns about the procedural admissibility of any motion, they should be raised with the Chair before the motion is debated, or, at the latest, before the House is called upon to vote on the matter. It would be difficult, perhaps even inappropriate, now for the Chair to retroactively comment on its admissibility. In his landmark ruling on documents relating to Afghan detainees on April 27, 2010, Speaker Milliken spoke eloquently of the need for reflection, collaboration, and even accommodation in such matters. While asserting unequivocally that the House had the right to order the production of papers, he also recognized that the House generally understands that the government has responsibilities to protect certain information.
In that case, it was a matter of balancing national security concerns with the duty of elected representatives to hold the government accountable for its decisions. In the case before us, the government and the RCMP, and even the Auditor General, an officer of Parliament, have expressed concerns about providing the documents in question to the RCMP. While it is ultimately for the House to decide how it wishes to proceed in the face of such objections, the Chair is of the view that it would be valuable to afford an opportunity for the concerns expressed by the RCMP, as well as by the Auditor General, to be addressed fully, and I would hope for a mutually satisfactory solution to be arrived at. I believe the best way for this to be achieved would be to follow the usual course for a prima facie case of question of privilege, that is, a referral to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Such a referral would allow for a more detailed consideration of what documents remain to be submitted, what has been withheld and why, and, most importantly, how the House can ensure the intended recipient, the RCMP, is in a position to act as a House would wish it to act. La Présidente.
The Chair acknowledges that in recent years, other privilege motions have been brought forward rather than the usual referral to a committee, although previous speakers have, on occasion, insisted on a particular course of action. My predecessor's ruling of June 16, 2021, found at page 8,550 of the debates, stated, and I quote, "A review of the rare exceptions shows that there was a certain consensus on the procedure to follow and, thus, on the wording of the motion. As Speaker Milliken confirmed in a ruling on March 9, 2011, at page 8,842, the Chair is of course aware of exceptions to this practice. But in most, if not all of these cases, circumstances were such that a deviation from the normal practice was deemed acceptable, or there was a unanimous desire on the part of the House to proceed in this fashion. There are also precedents that support censure. In short, given that the parameters for such motions are clear and that the practice is well established, the proposed motion should be a motion of censure or to refer the matter to the appropriate committee for study." Unquote.
I would also refer the House to the same ruling made by Speaker Milliken on March 9, 2011, in which he found that the proper course of action in those circumstances was to refer the matter to committee. At page 8,842 of the debate, he stated, and I quote, "I hasten to add that the powers of the Speaker in these matters are robust and well known. In 1966, Mr. Speaker Lemouher, having come to a finding of prima facie privilege on a matter, ruled a number of motions out of order. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, tells us at page 147, footnote 371, and in doing so, Mr. Speaker Lemouher more than once pointed out that it was Canadian practice to refer such matters to committee for study and suggested that this should be the avenue pursued." Unquote. The table officers and I are available to help the House Leader of the Official Opposition craft an acceptable motion. The House will consider the matter as soon as the member is ready to move his motion in the appropriate form. I thank all members for their attention. And to that end, if I may suggest that we suspend the House for a couple of minutes to allow the leader of the official opposition to approach the table and to discuss about putting this matter in a proper form. I thank all members for your attention. House. Sure. I'm here. The House is now back in session. The Honourable the Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I did rather like my original motion, but out of respect for the chair, I move, seconded by l'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable, that the government's failure of fully providing documents as ordered by the House on June 10th, 2024 be hereby referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Mr. Scheer, seconded by Monsieur Berthold, moves that the government's failure to fully providing documents as ordered by the House on June 10, 2024 be hereby referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Mr. Scheer, appuyé par Mr.
Scheer, seconded by Mr. Berthold, state that the government's incapacity to fully provide documents to the House on the 10th of June 2024 being referred to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee.
The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for upholding one of the most important principles of parliamentary democracy, and that is that those who are tasked with the awesome responsibility of making laws, passing taxation measures, and spending money have all the information that they could possibly need to properly do their jobs. Here in this House, we vote on all different kinds of legislation. We vote on laws that touch on broadcasting, on agriculture, on food labeling laws. And to do that, we need to make sure that we fully understand all the issues, all the possible ramifications of our decisions. And so to do that, at various stages along the legislative process, we rely on information, usually in the form of either testimony by witnesses or by documents, by papers. The same is true when we talk about taxation. You know, for those that remember our political science lessons either in high school or university, we know that there's one characteristic that separates government from every other institution in our society, every other entity. The one thing that truly makes government different from any other organization is its monopoly on the use of force. I can ignore what my local community association might want me to do. I might be involved in a volunteer group, and they might want members to conform to one thing or another. I have the choice as to whether or not I want to continue to be a part of that organization. But none of us have the choice when it comes to government, because at the end of the day, government backs up all its decisions with that monopoly on the use of force. Citizens must comply. They must follow the law, or they will forcibly be punished for that refusal. The same is true when it comes to taxation. At the end of the day, all the taxation measures that are passed here are built upon the bedrock that the government will send someone to arrest you if you do not pay your fair share of taxes. So, when the government collects those tax dollars out of the pockets of the hardworking Canadians who earned it, the people who get up before the sun rises and come home after it's set, when we reach into their pockets after they've earned their pay through the toil and sweat and often blood that they expend to do their job, we better have a darn good reason to take that money out of their pockets. And when we take all that, when the government takes all that money and collects it here in Ottawa and decides who to give it to, it better darn well be for the reasons it was explained to take the money in the first place. And what we uncovered with the SDTC Green Slush Fund scandal was abhorrent. It violated the fundamental basic premise of responsible government, the idea that the dollar that is taxed should go to the program that it was allocated for the reasons that it was. What we found out is that the government set up this fund and appointed the board of directors, basically out of the ranks of Liberal supporters. The Liberal-friendly board of directors started to make decisions as to the allocation of that money to fund their own companies, to fund projects, Mr. Speaker, that the Auditor General found didn't even have a single environmental benefit. So the government went out and collected money from the hard-earned dollars of workers across the country, said that we're going to take this money forcibly from you, but don't worry, we're going to spend it on all kinds of good things that will benefit the environment. But instead, they were funneling that cash to their friends and supporters and cronies. That is shameful. And it took a great deal of work. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the hard-working members of that committee, so my colleagues sitting right here, who came in after hours, meetings on break weeks and during recesses to pore through those accounts, to force testimony from those officials who made those decisions and some of the beneficiaries of that graft. And we exposed this slush fund for what it was, a way for the government to funnel tax dollars into the pockets of their partisan supporters. Do you remember when a certain someone said that sunlight was the best disinfectant? I'm old enough to remember that, Mr. Speaker. I remember that that was the mantra that this Prime Minister got elected on. But like so many things about this Prime Minister, it was not quite as advertised, was it? Because it has taken tremendous effort from Parliamentary Committee and now a production order from the House itself for the government to hand over the simple documentation as to who got paid. That should be the simplest thing. I mean, that shouldn't even require a motion at committee. That should just be a normal matter of that departments should follow on their own accord. They should proactively be disclosing this type of thing. Or when a committee member asks for it, it should be provided. No questions asked. Only a government that had something to hide would go to such great lengths to keep it hidden. And think about this. This government has forced this House to use precious time out of our legislative calendar to force that information from them. They could have resolved this right from day one. When the first hints that something was wrong, they could have immediately said, you know what, we're going to come clean. If we've got nothing to hide, here you go. Here are all the documents. Save a bunch of committee time, a bunch of House time. We could have got these documents, and we and Canadians could have learned exactly what happened. But the very fact that to this day, they are still redacting pieces of paper, they're still refusing to hand over documents, is so telling, and certainly not the actions of someone who has nothing to hide. I'd like to quote for the House some interesting statements on that principle of disclosure. This is from a gentleman whose name is Mr. McKinnon, who I believe is related to the current Minister of Labour, Paul McKinnon. He sent an advisement up the chain of command that said, quote, this is from September 15th, 2021, in preparation for this Parliament. He said, quote, in the event that parliamentarians press for the release of confidential information, the appropriate minister or ministers should take responsibility for the decision to provide or withhold the information. That has not happened. He went on to say in a later date, consistent with the principles of responsible government, the ultimate accountability for deciding what information to withhold from or release to parliamentarians resides with the responsible minister. Public servants do not share in ministers' constitutional accountability to the Houses of Parliament. It's the ministers themselves, Mr. Speaker, that have this requirement. So these ministers responsible for these departments who refuse to hand over those documents are, in effect, in contempt of Parliament. And that's why our original motion called for that fact to be recognized, gave the government a very reasonable one-week deadline to provide the documents that they already have. They already have in their possession these documents. It's not a case that they have to go scouring through emails. I should mention at this point, Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Mégantic L'Érable as well. Please give me a little bit of notice when I get to my 10-minute time. I see you're giving me a signal for 2 minutes. I just want to reinforce that point, Mr. Speaker. These documents exist. We know they exist because they were the subject of the Auditor General's audit. So all we're asking for is simply to take those documents, provide them to the law clerk. The law clerk can then provide them to the RCMP. If, as we suspect, crimes were committed, we owe it to the Canadian taxpayers who were robbed of their hard-earned money because the money did not go to what the government said it was going to go to. It went to liberal-friendly firms. I mean, think about it, a board of director making a decision to allocate money to a company that they had a financial interest in, that they themselves owned. They were using taxpayers' money to funnel it right into the companies that they owned and profited from. That is an egregious abuse of taxpayers' money. That's why this production order was so important. That's why it is such a contempt of this House that the government ignored that. And that's why all members of Parliament, if they pretend to believe in any sense of parliamentary accountability, should support this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting comments, to say the very least. Nothing that really surprises me. But the question that I have for the member is, he made reference to the consumption of the House time. And I'd like to take him up on that thought, because if he's really concerned about the time inside the House, would he not agree that it might be best then to deal with this issue in the next 30 minutes? He's got a motion that's there. Would he be comfortable in allowing it to ultimately go to committee shortly after or shortly before 6:30 and provide that assurance that he'd be comfortable in doing so?
House Leader for the Official Opposition.
I have an even better idea that will save even more time. Produce the documents.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank our House Leader for, outlining exactly this incident. But this is a pattern of behaviour, Mr. Speaker. The Winnipeg documents were not produced, and there were extremes gone to suppress those. The We Charity scandal documents were the same. We see time and again this Liberal government obstructing transparency. And if they had nothing to hide, as he well pointed out, that would be fine. But clearly they do have something to hide, and the more we find out, the more criminal it sounds. Could the member comment on that pattern of behaviour?
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
That is a great point, because it's almost like some of us have seen this movie before. This isn't the first production order that the House has had to adopt in order to get information. The Winnipeg Labs document is an excellent example where all kinds of concerns were raised about national security and what information the Government of Canada was allowing to be passed to the communist regime in Beijing about a pandemic that had and the lockdowns that had such a devastating effect on the Canadian people and on the economy. And the government not only refused to release those documents, but actually took your predecessor to court, sued the Speaker of the House of Commons to try to prevent those documents, that information from coming to light. So again, this government is now a serial abuser of parliamentary privilege and a serial committer of the crime of suppressing important information that Canadians have a right to know.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague from Regina Capella's intervention. I do wonder, though, we've seen just the tip of the iceberg of who has all got money, which Liberal insiders are getting rich. We've seen it, the Foreign Affairs Minister's husband's got some contracts in other areas. Does he believe, how deep does he think this rot is, and how long will it take to have this go through committee and actually find out how much taxpayers' dollars has gone to Liberal insider friends and family?
The Honourable House Leader.
That's a great question, and I think the Honourable Member knows that at the end of the day, Liberals get a Liberal. This is a part of their DNA. If you look back at every Liberal administration, there are examples where they use the power of their positions to reward and enrich their friends. So again, this is something that I believe many Canadians were fooled by the Prime Minister back in 2015, when he tried to cast himself as something different. But it didn't take long for people to see that he was the same old kind of Liberal. They seek power, not to do what's best for Canadians, but to implement their own wacko, extreme ideological agenda, but most importantly, to enrich their friends who helped them get there in the first place.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a vitally important issue, which I've had the unfortunate pleasure of working on for now more than a year and a half. And I'd like to ask the Official Opposition House Leader, the Privy Council office is the office of the Prime Minister, the personal department.
Order, and I quite realized it afterwards that the Honourable Member is not in his chair. So there you go. You're going to be sitting in your chair. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the top. So the Privy Council office, which ordered redactions, the government departments to redact the documents being sought by the House of Commons about the Green Slush Fund, is the personal department of the Prime Minister. So I'd like the official opposition House Leader, if he could, to comment on why he thinks the Privy Council office would make that order, and would they have been directed by someone else?
Honorable Leader de l'Opposition.
Well, that's a great question, and my honourable colleague is very familiar with the inner workings of government, having a long and celebrated career in public service in previous administrations. So he knows exactly how this works. And there is no way that a production order that touched on all these departments would not rise to the level of being on the Prime Minister's desk. There is only one person responsible for refusing this production order from the House, and that's the Prime Minister himself.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, if you ever taste the incredible maple syrup in my writing, you will never forget that the second part of my writing name is l'érable, meaning maple. Mr. Speaker, we are here tonight because, once again, the Liberal government has refused to comply with a direct order from this House to produce documents, which is very important. If I talk about the Green Slush Fund, $1 billion, we're talking about a fund which used a lot of taxpayer money. And then, of course, we should remember that there was another Liberal scandal a few years ago, the sponsorship scandal. It's a situation here where people purposefully ignored ethical rules, purposely ignored regulations, and all so that they could benefit, or their own companies could benefit. These were the leaders of the Green Slush Fund. I would like here to say that my colleague for South Shore St. Margaret did incredible work. He discovered this. He refused to give up. He dug deep. At first, the minister said, no, there's nothing to see here. We cleaned it all up. We fixed it. We could have stopped there, and then the whole issue would have been swept under the rug. Had my colleague not decided to go further and look into it, we would not have seen these devastating reports that the AG put out. Not to mention the Ethics Commissioner's devastating report that all unveiled and cast a great deal of light on this Liberal Green Slush Fund. This Prime Minister and the Liberals have tried to cover up the extent of this corruption. Just to give you an idea, the Auditor General stated, and let me just say in passing, that the leaders of this Green Slush Fund were appointed by whom? Well, of course, by this Liberal government. Probably so they could help out their Liberal buddies. That's what we're worried about here. Have people been taking advantage of this to the detriment of Canadians? The Auditor General discovered that this business was being funneled to the board members' own businesses. And in fact, these people appointed by the Prime Minister had violated the law. We thought that it has been broken once or twice, but we later heard at committee that there were 24 ethics violations. on the part of the former leader of the Green Slush Fund. 24. Board members gave funding to ineligible projects. Which means you apply to projects to improve the environment, but it turned out in the end that these so-called environmental projects had nothing to do with that. And yet, the board nonetheless voted to grant those sums of money. In total, these contracts reached $123 million that were appropriately granted, whereas $59 million were given to projects that should never have received the money. These are not negligible sums. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. Over $300 million in taxpayer money were granted to projects where there was a real or potential, an existing or potential conflict of interest. These board members, appointed by the Prime Minister, gave money to businesses, as shocking as it may be to realize, that they owned. Can you believe it? These board members decided to give this money to businesses that they themselves owned. This is not a shining example of ethics. Isn't the most basic rule of ethics to ensure that when you're a board member, you should recuse yourself from decisions where you could potentially receive a financial benefit? Apparently not. They did not recuse themselves. And then when you're still around the table, the end result is that you can ensure that the money is granted to your own business. Because if you're still there, no one can raise a conflict of interest as they could if you had recused yourself. No, these people remained around the table and went ahead and in a carefree manner gave their own businesses lots and lots of money. And the AG and the Ethics Commissioner are the ones who are telling us this.
How can you expect these board members to follow the rules? Well, it's pretty straightforward. It's fundamental. Everyone needs to follow the rules. Unfortunately, there's one example we've heard, Mr. Speaker, that has shown us that people no longer fear the consequences of not following the rules. And that example comes from the Prime Minister himself. He, on 2 occasions, not one, but 2 occasions, was found guilty of violating ethics rules. 2 times, Mr. Speaker. He said it before all the members in this House. He said he took responsibility for his actions and that he will suffer the consequences of them. But what were these consequences, you may ask? He violated twice the ethics rules. Mr. Speaker, he never faced any consequences. The Prime Minister said he's going to take full responsibility, and the file died there. It's a good thing that there are Conservative MPs, like my colleague for South Shore St. Margaret, that are fighting to ensure that all ethics violations and corruption cases do not fall by the wayside. But they've worked hard. They have refused to comply with the order of the House to provide documents that would allow us and the RCMP to see if there are any ethics violations, on top of conflict of interest violations, possibly even criminal charges. We would like all departments to provide documents to the House, to the legal clerks, the table clerks, to be able to determine whether or not there were any criminal actions on top of all these ethics breaches. These documents were provided in part or not at all, or were heavily blacked out. Parliament has the right to receive documents. Parliament has that authority. Parliament has the authority to tax citizens, and it comes with a responsibility, that is to ensure that people's money is well spent. And that is why Parliament has the power to request documents from anyone it desires in order to assure Canadians that the government is accountable for the money that it receives from taxpayers. It's not the first time that the government has refused to comply with an order of Parliament. This has happened many times in the past. The most flagrant example was the Winnipeg Lab example, Mr. Speaker. The government called an election during a pandemic in order to not comply with an order of the House. Mr. Speaker, if we want to fix this quickly, we are asking the government to produce all documents immediately, or else we're going to go take it to Proc. And I'll tell you right now, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying I would like to table an amendment to the motion tabled by my colleague for Regina Capel. Mr. Speaker, I move that
the following, provided that it be an instruction to the committee, that the following witnesses be ordered to appear before the committee separately for 2 hours each. 1, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. 2, the Clerk of the Privy Council. 3, the Auditor General of Canada. 4, the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. 5, the Deputy Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. 6, the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council of the House of Commons. 7, the Acting President of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And 8, a panel consisting of the Board of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And B, that it report back to the House no later than Friday, November 22, 2024.
A point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that you take the time in receiving the amendment because we believe it's not in order given the comments that the Speaker has put on the record in terms of the framing of the actual motion. I would suggest that we take the time to make that determination.
I will consult with the table. Panel règlement, l'honorable député de...
Point of order, the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Well, first, not only do we need to have it read, but we need it in both languages. Thank you.
Premièrement,
first off, we're going to try our best to have it translated as quickly as possible. We hope that the interpretation would suffice to understand the larger picture in French. It is deemed in order. Mr. Berthold, supported by Mr. Perkins, moved the following.
By adding the following, provided that it be an instruction to the committee, A, that the following witnesses be ordered to appear before the committee separately for 2 hours each. I, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. I, the Clerk of the Privy Council. I, the Auditor General of Canada. IV, the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. V, the Deputy Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. VI, the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council of the House of Commons. VII, the Acting President of the Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And VIII, a panel consisting of the Board of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And B, that a report back to the House no later than Friday, November 22nd, 2024. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable House Leader, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague how he squares the circle that both the RCMP and the Auditor General feel incredibly uncomfortable with what the Conservatives have put forward and what this chamber has put forward, and how he squares the circle of trampling the rights of Canadians through this motion that he and the Conservatives have put forward.
The Député de Mégantic-Lérable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable. I would just like to know from the Government House Leader how can she be comfortable with the many scandals that have been revealed as part of the Green Slush Fund, the Liberal Green Slush Fund? I would like to know the extent to which the Liberal House Leader is comfortable with the fact that the president of the Green Slush Fund was recognized in 24 cases of conflict of interest. I would like to know, how can the government House Leader accept the fact that the taxpayers' money is being used with such disregard? I think that Canadians and her would like to know if there are criminal acts that are committed. I think that the RCMP would like to know, and that there would be consequences. It seems that the Liberal benches are ignoring this word altogether. Questions and comments?
St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason we're here, besides the fact that the Privy Council Office defied an order of this House and decided to edit documents or tell departments to edit documents, that's not what the House had asked for. I would ask the member a question about the SDTC Act and the Conflict of Interest Act. Both say that government office holders cannot personally, and their family members cannot personally benefit for serving in that office. The governor, or the Auditor General, found 82% of transactions that she audited were conflicted, totaling $390 million of money that went to a Liberal appointee's own companies in a conflict and spent outside of the contribution agreements. So can that member comment about the criminality aspect of the breach of the Conflict of Interest Act and the SDTC Act?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, when I said earlier how the extent to which my colleague my colleague was aware of this issue, he has revealed something that we've all should know by now. He has been able to identify this scandal. You know, the sponsorship scandal was nothing compared to this. Today, the House has legitimately asked SDTC to produce documents so that we can shine a light not only on a small part. You know, the conflict of interest commissioner has turned a blind eye to certain parts of this company. The people in this House and Canadians everywhere have the right to know the truth, the full truth, and not just the truth that the Liberals want to show us. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment moved by my colleague was moved. We know, people in this House, we know why this amendment is important. I would let my colleague give him some time to listen to our listeners, the ability to understand why this motion is important in the context of our discussions. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable, you have 1 minute. This is important, Mr. Speaker, because if we want to get to the bottom of things, we need to invite witnesses, and we need to decide which witnesses to invite. I've sat on PROC for quite a long time, and I know sometimes it may be complicated to find a list of witnesses. Sometimes it can take a long time to decide how long we'll hear from witnesses for, and other elements. Mr. Speaker, we want to get to the bottom of things as quickly as possible. Not only have we suggested a witness list, but we also suggested a final date in order to produce a report so that this House can, before Christmas, find the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, not just the Liberal truth. Thank you. Resuming debate.
Mr. Speaker, this is a terrible precedent set by the Chamber today. I have made my points clear in my original statement, but I would like to reiterate a number of them. The RCMP and the Auditor General have both expressed their extreme discomfort with the blurring of the lines between the separation of power of the legislative and judicial branches of government. This is quite frankly an abuse of the power of this place that is trampling on the charter-protected rights of Canadians. I would have liked to have thought that all members in this chamber, our honourable members, would like to live in a country where politicians do not use their extraordinary powers to bypass the judicial oversight that law enforcement requires to include on the charter rights of Canadians. I do not know of any democracies in which politicians decide who or what is to be investigated by law enforcement. The only countries that I know of that do this are dictatorships. And I, for one, believe that every member in this chamber should be as alarmed as the RCMP were when they expressed their view that they should not receive these documents without the required charter protections. Mr. Speaker, this is an extremely dark day for this House and a very troubling day for democracy in this country. And I would submit that the actions we are seeing...
Of order from the Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Point of order. Point of order. The government House Leader is now questioning the ruling of the Speaker. She's questioning the ruling of the Speaker by what she's saying.
Okay. I'll allow a little bit of breath on what the Honourable Member will be saying. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, that's not true. I'm not questioning the order. I'm expressing my dismay with it. And I would submit that the actions we are seeing from the Conservatives in opposition to trample the charter-protected rights of Canadians is just a glimpse of how they will act if they were to ever form government. That's right. The Conservatives talk a lot about freedoms, but today they are starting to demonstrate the freedoms that they will take away from Canadians. If they are willing to start by taking away the right to privacy, what's next? Freedom of association, security of person, movement, freedom of expression. If this is where they begin, Canadians should pay very close attention to where the Conservatives end when it comes to overriding the charter-protected rights of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I call on the members of this chamber to do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, parliamentary powers reign supreme. But just because you have the power to do something doesn't mean that you should. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's the most incredible thing I've ever heard. In the incredible defense of $390 million of taxpayer money by Liberal appointees, the government House Leader decides to do a smokescreen. So I'd like the government House Leader to answer what level of theft of taxpayer money is something that is a breach.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that the member opposite is not focused on what the motion is asking and what my argument is about the charter-protected rights of Canadians. There is nothing that says parliamentary committees can't use this information for themselves. It is the fact that they are requesting this information and sending it to the police, bypassing judicial oversight, bypassing the very important separations of legislative and judicial branches of government. The police, the RCMP, in their response to the committee, stated that police independence is important in Canada. It is a part of our democracy that is paramount. And what this motion is doing is attempting to override that. That is what Canadians should be concerned about. And the fact that the member opposite doesn't understand that that's what this is about is of grave concern to me and should be of grave concern to all Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Good evening, Mr. Speaker. I feel like I'm at Proc again. So I'll do what I usually say at Proc. We have a sub-amendment now that has been tabled, but let's go back to the fundamental, the amendment, right? And there was an order of the House, and the order was not followed. Now, We are once again trying to find a way to either not get the things that we need. And to what end? Well, we need this kind of information. When there is mention of the RCMP, Mr. Speaker, the RCMP will decide what it wants to do with the information it has, and there is a House order, and a House order must be complied with. So for the sub-amendments here, I feel like it's a broken record. I've been on the PROC committee for 2 years, and I think that once again PROC will have to shine a light on this. The Honourable House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What's concerning here with this order is that the documents are not being requested for use in this House. The House has asked for these documents in order to give it to a third party, that is our federal police service. The rights of Canadians, the charter rights of Canadians, must be followed in the context of the police using these documents. This is the fundamental issue here. I know that my honourable colleague from the bloc respects the rights of Canadians, but this motion is something that is concerning to me. Just because the House has the power to do something, it doesn't mean that they should be doing it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I agree with every single word the Government House Leader has said. Parliament is supreme. Parliament has got extraordinary powers. These extraordinary powers, in my view, should be used only in case of real emergency, like when the security threat is there for Canada or in case of war, but not here, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Canadian system has been working so well over 150 years only because it respects the division of the responsibilities. The parliamentary officers are independent. The institutions like RCMP, they are independent. The government of the day or even parliament of the day should not dictate what needs to be done, how it needs to be done, and this is very disruptive, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to ask my colleague to explain why the importance of the government or the parliament not interfering in the working of an institution like RCMP is very important.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while the colleagues on the opposite side laugh about interfering with police work, it's actually a very serious matter, Mr. Speaker, and there is a very good reason why there is a separation between the legislative branch of government and the judicial branch of government. And what the Conservatives are putting forward is absolutely trying to interfere with that separation and that independence. That is extremely concerning to me, and I think all members should be concerned. And I would ask my honourable colleagues, when they go home tonight, to look themselves in the mirror and to ask whether they are comfortable with the fact that they are setting a new precedent in which this chamber has decided that they should override the rights of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's unbelievable to me that the government House Leader got up and is worried about charter rights and freedoms when this government's violated every single charter right there is. Freedom of expression with C11 and C63, the mobility rights of millions of Canadians, life and security of the person. I could go on. And then she says she's concerned to make sure there's separation with the RCMP. When has the RCMP been separated from this government? In the We Charity scandal, when the Prime Minister took an action that benefited him, his wife, and his brother, and his mother, which is against 119(1) of the Criminal Code. What about SNC-Lavalin? When did they start taking action? 4 years after the event? So how can she look herself in the mirror and not see the problem on that side?
Yeah.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned about some of the allegations that the member opposite made, and I'm worried that she's spending a lot of time in internet conspiracy theories as opposed to in reality. But what this House is doing...
Order, order. With all the seriousness of this debate, I would ask honourable members to keep their comments to themselves and participate in the questions and comments portion of our debate. That's why it is here. People stand and ask questions. So I appreciate the question that was just asked, and I allow the same latitude to the honourable Government House Leader to ask that question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can only surmise by the reaction from my colleagues opposite is that it's making them a bit uncomfortable knowing that what they are doing is trampling the charter rights of Canadians, and that they are taking the extraordinary powers of this place in use for political gain to override the rights of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this is where it begins. I hope that my honourable colleagues reflect seriously upon this and decide that this is also where it should end, because that is not what Parliament should be doing. They should not be overriding the rights of Canadians. We have extraordinary powers in this place for a very good reason, but it is not so that legislatures can direct the police. That should not happen in a democracy, and that is a very slippery slope, and I hope all members of this place take that seriously, reflect upon it, and think about what their duties are as they sit in these seats and are here to supposedly stand up for the rights and freedoms of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I talked about the importance of separating the three powers. Yes, that's at the very basis of democracy. What is asked at the moment doesn't stop me from being for these three separations of power. We're not giving an order to the RCMP. Potential proof should be published, and something may be acted upon. It's not an order. If it was an order, it would go beyond our order, our jurisdiction. We're giving potential proof. Does she make the distinction between offering a potential piece of evidence and interfering in a power that's not ours? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague can read the letter that the RCMP Commissioner sent, a letter sent to the House of Commons. He said that the documents will probably not be able to be used because they go beyond the charter rights of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, like the Speaker said, it's something that is very rare, very unusual. This is unprecedented, that the House of Commons ask a document from one party and give it to another party. It's not even using the documents. The Conservatives are saying that they think there's something criminal therein. The RCMP gave an answer. It investigated. They found nothing criminal. It's up to their police independence to determine whether they will investigate or not. It's not up to the House to determine this. Resuming debate for about 4 minutes, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my esteemed and very skilled colleague of Laurent Labelle. Very quickly, we agree the Parliament's power is to ask for documents. And its only limit is the good judgment of the House. The RCMP can decide to use the documents or not, and that's their right. Asking for documents and providing them isn't interference in the judiciary. It's giving the tools that there might or might not be leave for the judiciary to act. If that's interference in the judiciary, anyone who finds a weapon and who gives it to the RCMP might be interfering in the judiciary. If tomorrow morning I find a bloody knife and I give it to the RCMP, as I'm a legislator, do I interfere in the judiciary? It's a very fine line. But that's not where we are. We haven't quite reached that point yet. The government wants to limit the powers of this, the power of the members of this House, those who represent Canadians and Quebecers. We're not giving any orders to the police, and we're not a popular tribunal here. And I would like to remind all members, we are not judges. This is not the People's Court. We are not the jury of the People's Court. We're not witnesses. We're not a court. We have to keep this separation. This is an imperative. And I'm convinced that the motion before us, as amended, respects the judiciary and legislative and executive branches of government. And I would like to hand the rest of my time to my esteemed colleague, the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. That's not how we grant time. We need questions and comments before we move on to the next member. Yes, no? Still showing time? The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou, maybe? I'm going to have questions and comments? All right. Bet. Questions and comments?
Mr. Speaker, I really and truly believe that one needs to understand that the fact that we're talking about is blurring the judicial independence versus the extreme powers that Parliament has. And if, as a Parliament, we say we want this information for the purpose of giving it to the RCMP, there's a process that would normally go through of the independence of our judiciary that would deny the opportunity for those that might have that information. And I'm concerned about the blurring of judicial independence. Are the Bloc at all concerned that this might be an overreach of our parliamentary privileges that we have as a parliament, which is ultimately supreme? Is she not concerned about that?
In 30 seconds, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. I've always got concerns when it comes to the powers of this House, and I always ask questions, and I always make sure that I don't step beyond the powers that are usual in this House. And I respect the three levels of government as established so that we can have a healthy democracy. Providing documents that are potential evidence and letting the RCMP decide whether to use it or not is the question at hand when it comes to the separation of powers.
Lord,
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
That came quickly.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rising today at the hour of adjournment. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Take a sip of water. I'm rising today at the hour of adjournment to pursue a question I asked May 2nd, 2024, the day on which the Minister of Finance tabled a bill called Bill C-69. Now, this is what's called in the vernacular, Mr. Speaker, an omnibus budget bill. Liberals will remember those words because it was in the platform of the Liberal Party they would not introduce such things as omnibus budget bills. Liberals had also promised that they would make sure that legislation brought forward would be have full consultation with Indigenous peoples as required under the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Peoples. That didn't happen either. And so what we had here was, again, a promise to improve environmental assessment. So what I did on May 2nd, Mr. Speaker, was refer to this as something of a hat trick. 3 times, 3 different platform promises broken in one omnibus budget bill. Now, the part that concerns me the most, Mr. Speaker, although it's hard to say which is worse, I think that what we've had happen here is a gross violation of our responsibility as parliamentarians to respond to the challenges and the need to have environmental assessment legislation that works and to ensure that it's constitutionally valid and that it's studied in the appropriate committee. Now, I only have, at this point, something less than 3 minutes, but let me try to point out one of the major reasons that it's so deeply offensive that the Minister of Finance brought forward the changes being made to the Environmental Impact Bill. And one of those reasons, I mean, this is a huge, I mean, this is, as we said, omnibus. Yeah, so over 40 different divisions, just to mention, there's over 300, 400 sections to the bill. We get to the environmental assessment bits by the time we get to Division 43, Part 6, and then you start realizing, oh, wait a minute. No, Division 28, sorry, Part 6. Start reading it and realizing, I think, and this is what I think as an environmental lawyer, and I've consulted some friends who do constitutional law, that they may not have fixed the problem that the Supreme Court had, because the way in which they've defined when something is in federal jurisdiction is to get rid of language they think the court didn't like, which was language around such things as an adverse effect. They said, well, an adverse effect is, and throughout this, it's the same every time. An adverse effect within federal jurisdiction is a quote-unquote non-negligible adverse change. And then that's repeated multiple times. My point, Mr. Speaker, is you can't come up with a conclusion that an effect is non-negligible before you've studied the project and have some idea what the impact is going to be before you decide ahead of time it's non-negligible. I think it's a tautology. It's hastily drafted. Well, of course, because the court ruled that their last version violated the Constitution by having federal intrusions into provincial jurisdiction. Here's the problem, Mr. Speaker. This bill continues with what Stephen Harper did in wrecking environmental assessment in, yes again, Omnibus Budget Bill C-38 in spring 2012. This was a chance to fix it. The Liberals blew it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her intervention and for her ongoing advocacy for environmental causes in Canada. Mr. Speaker, countries around the world are taking decisive action towards combating climate change and protecting the environment, and Canada is no different. Tackling the climate crisis requires many innovative solutions, and one of the tools in the toolbox is achieving a healthy environment, including a strong and effective Impact Assessment Act. Last October, the Supreme Court of Canada issued an opinion regarding the...
Interrupt the honourable member just to make sure the phone is not near the microphone there somewhere. Something was vibrating, so just for interpreters. That's okay. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm doing the late show, I guess. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last October, the Supreme Court of Canada issued an opinion regarding the constitutionality of the Impact Assessment Act, stating that we need to clearly focus on the areas of federal jurisdiction and underscoring that we work with provinces in the spirit of cooperative federalism. More specifically, the Supreme Court of Canada stated that decisions under the Act must be tied exclusively to adverse effects within federal jurisdiction, and that the definition of effects within federal jurisdiction must be clearly defined. I'm happy to say that last June, the Government of Canada delivered on its promise to quickly and meaningfully amend the Impact Assessment Act to respond to the Supreme Court of Canada and provide regulatory certainty for major project proponents, Indigenous partners, in Canada's investment climate. The amended Act clearly focuses on preventing or mitigating effects in areas of federal responsibility. It also provides increased flexibility and new tools to harmonize the federal process with those of other jurisdictions and facilitate greater cooperation, and as a result, it reduces duplication and increases efficiency and certainty with the goal of achieving one project, one assessment. Our government is committed to ensuring that Indigenous consultation is included in the work we do. The United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples remains an integral to the Impact Assessment Act, As such, the Act will continue to provide opportunities for meaningful engagement and the participation of Indigenous peoples in the assessment process with the aim of securing their free, prior, and informed consent and ensuring their rights and interests are respected throughout the process. Our government is committed to ensuring that future generations are able to live in a healthy environment, and that is exactly what we will continue to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
In 1 minute, oh, if there was a way I could tell the parliamentary secretary the 40 years of work I put into environmental assessment, how casually it was trashed when Stephen Harper came in, how clearly the mandate letter to former Minister of Environment, Catherine McKenna, said, fix this, and how she didn't fix it, but instead kept the Harper model, and because they kept the Harper model, the court found it unconstitutional. We had a system that worked. The expert panel on environmental assessment gave this government clear information for what to do. They chose not to do it. What it means is that right now a project clearly in federal jurisdiction could wipe out an endangered species. It would never hit a red flag. It would never hit a trigger. It would never get assessed because we abandoned the core principles we've had for EA since 1993.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, look, I admire this member and I admire her passion. She's baiting me to defend the Harper government, and there's no chance I'm going to do that, of course. I will defend this government's record on the environment. I will defend the former Minister of the Environment, Catherine McKenna. We have taken every step along the way to make sure that the assessment process works, it satisfies constitutional requirements, and it satisfies the federal-provincial boundaries, and that there is no obstruction in getting projects approved. One project, one process is important to us, and that is our goal, and that is what we're going to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question of the government during the question period was about the cost of the carbon tax and what it was costing families. So I'm going to read out, I got a letter from James from Shoal Lake, Manitoba, and he sent me a letter, and he wrote, and I quote, "The carbon tax is making it harder to survive. It's getting to a point where I'll have to sell my house and move in with my family," end quote. What does this government have to say to James?
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, my immediate reaction is James should check his mail and look at the carbon rebate. But, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party seems to be obsessed with the idea of, attacking the carbon pricing mechanism. Carbon pricing is a proven, effective method of reducing emissions in Canada. Whether you live in Toronto or whether you live in Manitoba or whether you live in Saskatchewan or Nova Scotia. The fact remains carbon pricing has been proven time and time again, Mr. Speaker, to be effective. 8 out of 10 Canadians receive more money back than they pay out. That is undisputed fact, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservatives can continue to spout this rhetoric about how the carbon pricing is making life more difficult for Canadians, when in fact the opposite is true. What the carbon pricing is doing is it's protecting our environment, it's helping us reduce emissions, it's making life more affordable through the rebate, and that's something they continually over and over and over again fail to talk about whenever they talk about carbon pricing. The rhetoric has to stop. I'm prepared to have a reasonable debate with this member or any member over there about reducing emissions through carbon pricing, other process that we can introduce to make the system more fair and effective to help Canadians create an environment where we're living in a cleaner Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawat.
Mr. Speaker, I had another member. I can't believe the actual response there at first was check his mail. So I have another letter from Jack and Donna from Forest, Manitoba, sent, and they wrote, and I quote, "As retired members of this area, the carbon tax is making it harder to enjoy traveling and seeing my family," end quote. What does the government have to say to Jack and Donna?
Under Secretary.
But, Mr. Speaker, I'm not trying to be cute. This is a very serious issue. I live in Toronto. The price of gas at the pumps in Toronto is lower now than it was a year ago. It's about the same price as it was when the carbon pricing was introduced a number of years ago. So this notion that it costs more to get in your car and travel is pure fallacy. It's political rhetoric to score some political points to help them win an election. If they want to have a debate about efficient, effective mechanisms to reduce carbon in our environment, I'm here. I'll talk to them in the House. I'll talk to them out in the corridor. I'll talk to them in my office. But until they cut back on this rhetoric, I'm not sure that conversation is going to be that productive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. I rise today to speak about the ongoing drug addiction crisis and its terrible impacts on residents in my community of Kelowna Lake Country and across Canada. Overdoses are up, overdose deaths are up, and addictions are up. Since 2015, overdoses have increased 184%, and that is nearly 45,000 Canadians who have sadly lost their lives. The radical NDP Liberal so-called safe supply drug experiment has done nothing to stem the tide of overdose deaths. It has instead flooded our streets, playgrounds, public spaces, and even hospitals with dangerous illicit drugs. We've heard from expert witnesses that diverted so-called safe supply drugs such as hydromorphone are being resold and trafficked into our communities and used as currency in exchange for fentanyl. This fuels the drug trade even further. A report commissioned by BC's top doctor actually said that the program was, quote, almost as good as giving drug users cash. I've talked to first responders in my community who are frustratingly seeing the effects of these policies on our streets. The Vancouver Police Department noted that around 50% of all hydromorphone seizures were diverted from government taxpayer-funded drugs. Over 30 criminal charges were just made following a raid in a so-called safe consumption site in Nanaimo. We have heard that drug diversion is specifically targeting children. And we already saw what happened when the federal addictions minister previously approved of an open drug use policy in public spaces, including parks and playgrounds. Open drug use in playgrounds normalizes exposure to deadly drugs to children and was a contributing factor for this reckless policy to be backtracked when it was repeatedly called out. There was drug paraphernalia vending machine in British Columbia distributing crack pipes and syringes, only which, after massive public pressure during a provincial election, did the NDP provincial government stop it. Unfortunately, this ideology-driven minister appears to show no signs of slowing down from implementing radical policies. In July, a memo to the Minister of Addiction was obtained through an access to information request. This memo advised the government to, quote, use all tools, unquote, at its disposal to address the crisis, including using national drug decriminalization. This means the Liberal government is considering the legalization of hard drugs like crack meth and fentanyl across the whole country, and this reckless expansion cannot happen. We continue to see the disastrous results of the NDP Liberal drug policies in British Columbia. Recently, on Vancouver Island, a tribal council representing 14 First Nations declared a state of emergency over the ongoing opioid crisis. In British Columbia, drug overdoses have become the leading cause of death for children between ages 10 and 18, and this is absolutely heartbreaking. We cannot afford to continue with these Liberal policies, nor can we afford to entertain the expansion of deadly programs that are flooding our neighbourhoods with drugs. The taxpayer funding of dangerous drugs must end now, and as such, common sense Conservatives will end the failed NDP Liberal drug experiment for good. We will instead bring hope and healing through addiction treatment and recovery to bring our loved ones home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The toxic drug and overdose crisis continues to impact Canadians from coast to coast. People are losing their lives to the ever-changing illegal toxic drug supply, and many are dying because of it. These are preventable deaths. We need to do everything at our disposal to save lives. This crisis is complex, and we need to work together with all orders of government, partners, and stakeholders. We need to listen to our partners and do everything we can to save lives, improve access to healthcare services, and maintain safe communities. A strict law enforcement-only approach with no acknowledgement that it is a public health crisis had driven Canada's response to substance use for over a century. It has been proven time and again to be ineffective. We owe it to Canadians to work towards solutions. What Canadians suffering from addiction need is health care, not to be in jail. Mr. Speaker, this government's commitment to working with all others of government to find local solutions is unwavering. Working in partnership is what responsible governments do. Screaming slogans into the void is the only solution Conservatives offer. They like to talk about crimes and disorder, but the actual experts, law enforcement, don't agree with them. They have been clear that they support a comprehensive public health approach to addressing substance use harms. Police are looking for better ways to address community concerns around safety in public spaces rather than arresting someone for a health care issue. Cities across Canada are witnessing the compounding effects of the ongoing overdose crisis. People who are managing co-occurring mental health issues, the impacts of the housing shortage, and the need for more affordable housing. If they care so much about public drug use, they wouldn't oppose safe consumption sites, because when these sites don't exist, it's streets and our public spaces that becomes consumption spaces. Monsieur le Président, il n'existe pas de solution.
Mr. Speaker, there is no single solution to this crisis. We need innovative measures to save more lives, and we are closely reviewing what can be done to make any necessary adjustments and to ensure that Canadians can access a range of harm reduction, treatment, and prevention services, as well as the support they need when and where they need it, all while protecting communities. For example, Budget 2024 announced a commitment of $150 million for a support fund for municipalities and Indigenous communities. That funding will enable us to offer rapid response to affected communities who have urgent and critical needs having to do with the overdose crisis. That is in addition to the billions of dollars that we are already using to fight that crisis.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The numbers speak for themselves. The drug crisis has gotten worse after 9 years of radical Liberal reckless policies, not better. Even the BC NDP requested the federal Liberal government recriminalize illicit drugs after the massive failure of their joint drug experiment. It's no wonder, given BC sadly saw a 400% increase in drug overdose deaths in the first year following the decriminalization experiment. Many of our residential neighborhoods where children used to be able to play and seniors used to be able to walk safely, as well as business areas with small businesses, have been taken over with crime and people openly suffering from addiction. The Liberals' drug policies are not working. We need to give people hope by focusing on addiction treatment and recovery so we can bring our loved ones home.
Secretary to the Minister of Family, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's approach to addressing the toxic drug and overdose crisis and substance use-related harms is comprehensive, equitable, collaborative, and compassionate. It is guided by the Canadian Drugs and Substances Strategy. This federal strategy outlines a continuum of care, including prevention and education, harm reduction, treatment, and recovery. Notre gouvernement soutient une approche.
Our government is supporting a public health approach that is data-centered, centered on individuals, taking trauma into account and offering safe cultural support. Our government also wishes to increase public safety. Since 2017, we have invested more than $1 billion to directly address the overdose crisis, investing in both health and public safety. That includes funding the RCMP to reduce drug-related organized crime, as well as trying to reduce the availability of these chemicals. We will do everything we can to put an end to bias and the senseless deaths of Canadians affected by this crisis while keeping communities safe. Thank you very much. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.